It's their wedding night. But instead of celebrating, this dude's wife completely ignores him to run off and take care of her adopted brother in the hospital. Little did she know that the moment she steps back into the house the next day, she's getting served with divorce papers. It's over for her. In the dimly lit bedroom, you're kissing your wife passionately. You guys have been together forever, but your heart still burns like absolute fire for her. Even your wife, Ruyan, is totally lost in the moment. But then a phone ring completely ruins the vibe. Your mood instantly drops. Ruyan snaps out of it and glances at her phone, and you immediately catch a glimpse of the caller ID. You try to ignore it, hanging up the call and pulling your wife back in. But the phone rings again. She sighs, "Hubby, it's Xiao Kai. If he's calling right now, it must be an emergency." "Wait a second," she says as she answers it. The mood is completely dead. You let go of her, totally annoyed, and light a cigarette. The moment she picks up, her face goes peeping, blurts out, "I'm on my way." "Why are you smoking?" Ruyan frowns, snatching the cigarette right out of your hand. You almost never smoke, especially not in the bedroom. You look at her and ask coldly, "What is it this time? Did a client suddenly call you? Or did he trip and get another scratch? Or is he drunk out of his mind somewhere?" Your voice is ice cold, pure exhaustion and annoyance dripping from every word. Ruyan feels the tension and hesitates. Stammers, "Hubby Xiaokai has stomach bleeding. He's in the hospital right now and I need to go." You scoff. Is there seriously no one else left in your entire family? Don't you know he is the one person on this earth I hate the most? You look up at her, the anger in your eyes burning hotter. She tries to defend him. "Hubby Xiao Kai is my brother." Even though you look like a total stranger to her right now, still pushes it. You completely snap and scream. "He's just an adopted parasite, and he's the murderer who killed our unborn child." Ruyan flinches hard, completely frozen and speechless. Seeing her like this just makes you more irritated. You light another cigarette, letting the smoke fill your lungs. This time, she doesn't try to stop you, but she looks like she's the one who's the victim here. Pain never goes away. You ask quietly, "We've been legally married for 3 years, but we only decided to have a wedding this year. Do you know why?" Your voice is eerily calm, completely empty of emotion. But that calm tone makes Ruyan feel suffocated. She can't read you at all anymore. "Hubby," as she sits down anxiously, leaning her head on your shoulder. You don't push her away. You just say flatly, "I wanted to give you the wedding you deserved. You only get one in a lifetime. I wanted my wife to have everything everyone else has. But I also wanted to remind the world and you that you're a married woman." Ruyan freezes, looking up at you in total confusion. "Hubby, I'm already your wife. Why would we need to remind anyone?" You look straight into her eyes. "Is it really that hard to get? Forget the wedding. We tried to take wedding photos 3 whole times. And every single time, it's either a client meeting or Xiao Kai getting some tiny scratch. Or he's drunk. Every single time without fail he calls and you instantly ditch me. I can overlook the business calls, but this? Xiao Kai gets a little bruise or gets drunk, and your whole family suddenly vanishes? Does an adopted brother with 0 blood relation really need his married sister to ditch her own wedding photo shoot to baby him? Timing is always too perfect. You think I'm stupid? Ruyan stays completely silent, unable to answer. You continue. "Our child died before they even had a chance to be born. I've loved you for 6 years, so I can forgive you. But I will never forgive him. Don't you realize that this has been eating me alive?" You let out a bitter, lifeless laugh. Just so funny, isn't it? "Tonight is our wedding night, and look at that." He's suddenly sick again, begging for his dear adopted sister. I'm dying to know, is Xiao Kai a literal toddler? Can a grown man not survive 5 minutes without you? You're a married woman, but you run off every time another man calls. Len, even on our wedding night, tell me if he asked, would you drop everything to take care of him forever? Cook for him? Wash his clothes? Even bear his children? Your voice escalates, the rage you bottled up for years finally exploding. She panics. "Hubby, no, it's not like that, I swear." "Please don't be mad." "Then tell me what it actually is." Your eyes turn bloodshot as you scream, "I'm a grown man. It's my wedding night. And my wife is running out the door because of another guy's call." Over and over again. How am I supposed to just sit here and take this? Ruyan suddenly snaps, her eyes red with frustration. "He's my brother. He saved my mother's life. I've only ever treated him as a real brother. We have never crossed the line, and I would never betray you. How could you say that to me?" You look at her coldly. "Oh, really? Then you tell me, what does crossing the line actually mean to you? Sure, he saved your mom. No one's denying that. But your family raised him like a real son. Isn't that enough payback? Or does the great second heiress of the Liu family serve him hand and foot for the rest of her life to pay off the debt?" Ruyan is pushed to her absolute limit. She raises her hand to slap you, but when she sees the pure disgust and mockery on your face, she freezes and lowers her hand. You scoff coldly. "What? Is the prestigious heiress really going to hit her own husband on their wedding night all for another man?" Panics. gently touching your face as her voice cracked with pain. Hubby, what happened to you? Why are you acting like this? You just laughed coldly. Right on cue, the phone rings again. Both of you stare at the screen. The smirk on your face says it all. Ruyan hesitates, pulling her hand back, and finally declines the call. She takes a deep breath, trying to keep her cool. Hubby, I know you're mad, but I'll say it again. I have never betrayed you. Xiao Kai ended up with stomach bleeding because of a company project. Whether for work or family, I can't just leave him. You replied dryly. Does it have to be tonight? I don't care if he's actually sick or just faking it. Even if he's dying, are you a doctor? Do you have a medical degree? Is there literally no one else in your entire family who can watch him? Ruyan stays silent. The phone keeps ringing like crazy. Finally, she snaps and picks up, screaming, if you're sick, go to a doctor. Stop calling me. She hangs up, and for the first time, she actually sees the massive rift between you two. Sure, your words cut deep, but putting aside the cheating accusations, every single point you made was completely valid. She sighs. Hubby, I think we both need to cool off tonight. But then the phone rings yet again. Rian answers furious, I told you I'd come tomorrow. But a voice on the other end says, Miss Liu, you really need to come. Young Master Liu is refusing to cooperate with his treatment, and stomach bleeding is serious. It's the doctor calling, not Xiao Kai. Hearing this, a mock smirk forms on your lips. Same old script, different day. Ruyan has no choice. She sighs, I understand, and hangs up. You sneer? What, is he throwing another childish tantrum in the hospital? What's the matter? If his guardian angel isn't there, is Xiao Kai not gonna make it to tomorrow? She frowns, taking a deep breath. Just this once, okay? This is the absolute last time. Don't say a word, your heart completely dead and cold. She takes your silence as he sighs with relief. Hubby, I promise this is the last time. I'll keep my distance from him from now on. I won't make you mad again. She leans down and kisses you gently on the lips, before walking over to the wardrobe to change out of her wedding dress. Honestly, Ruyan is gorgeous. Long, flowing dark hair, flawless skin, and that cold elite goddess vibe. 27, but she easily looks like she's 18. She starts changing right in front of you, but you're not even looking. Ruyan, you suddenly say, cold as ice, freezes mid-motion. In all the years you've known each other, you have never once called her by her full name. This time, everything is different. If you walk out that door tonight, you have to agree to one condition. Your icy stare sends a shiver down her spine and she stammers. Hubby, are you trying to divorce me? You lock eyes with her and coldly spit out 2 words. Her face instantly drops and she screams hysterically. No way, are you crazy? Do you even know what you're saying? She stares at you in pure disbelief. Muge, we've been together for 6 years. You're throwing all of that away over this tiny thing? We literally just had our wedding today. Demanding a divorce on our wedding night? How are you going to face everyone? What will people think of us? You just let out a cold, savage laugh. Oh, so you actually remember today was our wedding? Then let me ask you something. Plead. My brand new wife runs off to see another guy on our wedding night. What are people going to think of me? You call that a small thing? She's completely speechless, but she tries her best to play the gentle card. Babe, I know you're mad. Don't throw around the divorce word so easily. You know how hard we fought to get to where we are today. You suddenly burst out laughing, but tears are literally rolling down your face. Oh, so you actually get it? We've known each other for 7 years. We've been in love for 6 years. 6 years ago, you were betrayed by your first love, set up by your own family, and left in absolute ruins. The Liu family treated you like trash and a complete disgrace. I had just arrived in Jiangbei with absolutely nothing. But you were the one who gave me hope back then, and I was so grateful. I saw you as my only family. When everyone abandoned you, I made you my whole world. You wanted to start a business, so I literally emptied my entire bank account to back you up. But the moment you hit the jackpot, your toxic family crawled back, begging for some of that family love. And what about me? The husband who built you up from scratch or eyes. I was just a useless gold digger, a pretty boy living off you. When you got sick, I stayed by your side. 3 years, 3 major surgeries, all while I worked day and night to keep your company running. You finally got better. But my own body was completely destroyed, leaving me with a chronic illness. And your family, they looked down on me, calling me a weak, sick dog. Lu Ruyan, did you think any of this was easy for me? Are you actually blind, or are you just playing dumb? And 6 years ago, when you were hitting rock bottom and treated like the family disgrace, where was your family then? 5 years ago, when you were sick and literally on your deathbed, where was your family then? When your startup failed and we were squeezed into a filthy rundown apartment, literally splitting every single dollar in half just to survive, where was your family? The great, wealthy Liu family of Jiangbei treated you, their own daughter, like a mortal enemy. But the second you became the CEO of Ruyan Technology, running a billion-dollar empire as the rising star of Jiangbei, boom, suddenly they care. Lu Ruyan takes a deep breath and grabs both of your hands. Babe, in my heart, you're our pillar, my only motivation. You are my actual life. But you just cold shoulder her and snatch your hands back. But did you ever stand up for me in front of them? They treat me like absolute garbage because you never once defended. Your face is twisted with pure rage while Lu Ruyantin turns as pale as a ghost. Babe, I swear I never thought of you like that, never. You just keep roaring at her. I've been dragging around the reputation of a useless pretty boy and a weak, sick loser. And now, you want me to wear the badge of a humiliated husband whose wife abandoned him on their wedding night? And you still think this is a small thing? Your voice cracks with pure raw pain. Your expression looks completely shattered. Babe, I never meant it like that, I swear. I'll explain everything to my parents. She starts sobbing. Marriage is not a game. You're the one who told me we should never throw around the word divorce. Can we please just calm down? I only see Lu Kai as a younger brother. You respond with an icy glare. I heard the phone call loud and clear. He's refusing medical treatment unless you're there. You think it's totally fine to just run over to him? She snaps back, getting desperate and clearly annoyed. But that's exactly why I have to go. So what if he wants to sleep with you next time? Are you gonna give him a chance then too? The warmth instantly drains from Lu Ruyan's eyes. Babe, that joke is not funny at all. No, you're the one joking. Your patience is completely gone. When you're sick, you see a doctor. Even a toddler understands that. But him? He won't get treated unless you're there? What if next time he says he won't get treated unless you sleep with him? Are you going to give in to that too? You are 27 or 28 years old. Have you completely lost your mind over the years? Lu Ruyan's anger explodes. Muge, do you seriously have to make a scene tonight? You flick your cigarette butt away. I'm drawing the line right here, right now. If you walk out that door, we are done. Even if Jesus himself shows up, it's over. I'm not putting up with this trash anymore. Some guy is using my own wife as his personal emotional support. If you go to that hospital, I'm printing out the divorce papers right now. You sign them, and then you can do whatever the hell you want. Suddenly, her hand flies up. Slap, a sharp sound instantly. Both of you freeze in absolute shock. She stares at her own hand, trembling. Babe, I'm so sorry. She reaches out to touch your face, but you violently swat her hand away. You give her one last icy glare, turn around, and walk out of the bedroom. Lu Ruyan desperately runs after you, wrapping her arms around you. But you pry her fingers off, one by one. In this moment, your heart goes completely numb. The damage is done, and her loyalty was never with you anyway. Go if you want, but mark my words, I'm keeping my promise. She tries to run after you, but her phone rings again. You lost again. Moments later, you hear her engine start. It's her car driving away. She actually chose him. Even though you knew it was coming, chest still tightens with a bitter, shaking pain. The one who is spoiled always acts without fear. If Lu Ruyan goes to that hospital, Lu Kai will pull every dirty trick to keep her there all night. And the toxic Lu family, they never cared about her as a daughter. All they want is Ruyan technology, the golden goose. And you're just the annoying obstacle in their way. Every time you tried to warn her, she'd just laugh it off or call you petty and insecure. Trying to save this marriage was a total waste of time. But whatever. Honestly, getting out of this toxic marriage means there's nothing holding you back from absolute revenge. Suppressing your rage, you grab your phone and make a call. Well, boss man, it's your wedding night. Aren't you supposed to be busy? A lazy voice answers. It's Chao Yu, Zhang Bei's top lawyer. People call him the living Grim Reaper of the courtroom. The guy has literally sent defendants, colleagues, and even his own clients to prison. He rarely takes on cases, but his name alone terrifies everyone. You are the only client he's never betrayed. In fact, he became your personal lawyer, even teaching you how to use self-defense laws as a weapon, which is why everyone in the business world knows you're absolutely ruthless. After a brief silence, you speak up, draft a divorce agreement for me, and get ready for a lawsuit. Wait, what? Chow sounds completely shocked. Bro, you literally just had your wedding today. Divorce on your wedding night. Your voice is dead silent. Yes, divorce. Chow is completely bewildered. Wait, did you throw a massive wedding just to hype up a divorce? You don't say a word. Sensing the heavy silence, Chow asks in a small voice, Boss, you for real? And a loss? What happened? You reply coldly, Lu Ruyan isn't going to sign a peaceful divorce. Chow hesitates. Look, based on what we have right now, we don't have any solid proof that she's at fault. Your beef with the Liu family isn't enough to dissolve a marriage legally. If President Liu refuses to sign, fighting her in court is going to be a nightmare given her massive reputation in Jiangbei. Since you just got married today, the judge will never buy the irreconcilable differences excuse. But your mind is already made up. The evidence we need for court? I'll have it tomorrow. Qiao gasps in utter shock. Wait, boss, did you seriously get cheated on your wedding night? Your voice is ice cold. If tomorrow's front page headlines scream, female CEO abandons husband on wedding night to sleep over at another man's hospital bedside, will that be enough evidence for court? Chow literally yells. No way, that green tea boy is playing games again. Boss, this won't just ruin her reputation. It'll absolutely tank Ruyan Technology's stock. Are you absolutely sure about this? You respond with zero emotion. I'd rather burn this marriage to the ground than waste my life in this endless toxic cycle. I built Ruyan Technology from nothing. You think I'm going to end up begging on the streets if I leave? Chow goes dead silent for a long time before muttering, Boss, you are actually built different. Seeing that Chow has nothing else to say, you wrap it up. Just get everything ready. I'll send you the details on how we're splitting the assets later. But just as you're about to hang up, Chow starts yelling frantically, just like you expected. Wait, boss! Even if the media goes wild tomorrow, that green tea boy and President Luwell, on paper, they're still legally siblings. You cut him off. Sure, step-siblings might fly in a courtroom, but the public isn't going to buy that trash excuse. Where there's a headline, there's a scandal, and a scandal is all we need. Court verdicts need hard evidence, bro. Sure, the title doesn't change the facts, but it definitely plays a part. Didn't you teach me that? As Zhongbei's legal living king of hell, with your 100% win rate, there's no way you're going to fumble this tiny divorce case, right? Of course, if the lawsuit is too annoying, just force him to sign the papers instead. But you didn't even give her another second to speak, straight up hung up on her. On the other end, this slightly messy girl was just staring at her phone in absolute shock. It took her a hot minute to hold up her screen, face planting onto her bed, muttering how cooked she was. After cutting the call, you silently texted Xiao Chow, pocketed your phone, and looked back at the festive room. Man, your heart was just aching. The nanny behind you caught a whisper of the fight between you and your wife and asked, Sir, couples are supposed to make up after a fight, right? You just gave a weak smile. Auntie Wang, do me a favor and tear down all those couple photos and wedding portraits on the wall. Them down? Auntie Wang gasped. Sir, you and the second young lady literally just got married. There's no point in keeping trash around, just take them down. Your voice was cold and absolute. Auntie Wang hated to see this happen, but she could only sigh and start packing. 2 years of living here meant a ton of stuff. Lu Ruyan was dead sets against a divorce, which meant you had to be the one to pack up and leave. But honestly, since she made her choice, you were completely done holding onto this dead marriage anyway. Burning all this garbage felt incredibly satisfying. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, Lu Ruyan rushed into the ward. Lu Kai was lying on the bed, pretending to be weak, but the second he saw her, he bolted upright, before quickly flopping back down in fake agony. Sister Ruyan, you came. His voice sounded so weak, but his eyes were practically gleaming with joy. The room reeked of alcohol, making Lu Ruyan instantly frown. So you decided to get wasted today and trash your own body? Lu Kai, he stammered, completely speechless. Lu Ruyan squeezed those words right through her gritted teeth. Ruyan, I am so sorry. I shouldn't have been so selfish. But today was your wedding day. I was so happy for you, but then I realized you wouldn't care about me anymore. Brother-in-law hates my guts. He won't even let me visit you guys. I just lost my mind for a second. Smack! A massive slap echoed, and the entire room went dead silent. Lu Ruyan's hand hung in the air, her eyes burning with pure rage. Just because you lost your mind, you trashed your health like this? Just because you lost your mind, you rejected actual medical treatment? Just because you lost your mind, you called me on my freaking wedding night and dragged me away from my husband. Every single word dripped with poison as her cool composure completely shattered. Lu Kai, when are you going to stop ruining my life? Your brother-in-law and I didn't just get married today. We have been married for 3 years. When did I ever ignore my own family? When did I ever side with my husband even once? I literally put you guys first and let my husband suffer just to keep you happy. But what about you? Her voice was shaking, but her resolve was absolute. Because of your endless tantrums, I lost my first baby, and now you want me to lose my husband too? Say something, she screamed with a raspy voice before unleashing another heavy slap right across Lu Kai's face. The blow left his cheek burning red, but he was too terrified to even flinch. Meanwhile, inside Lu Ruyan's head, your warnings were still playing on loop. Every word felt like a knife twisting in her chest. But even with her heart breaking, the second she heard her trash brother was hospitalized, she still shoved your hands away, sprinting to the hospital in her wedding heels. She only did it because she couldn't let her family blame you. She knew Lu Kai was their mom's favorite baby, and the whole family babied him. If she didn't show up, they would have blamed you for everything. But looking at this clown crying like a victim on the bed right now, every single bit of guilt and sympathy she had for him was instantly torn to shreds. Lu Kai, is this your idea of a tantrum? Is this how you throw a fit? Lu Ruyan glared at him, eyes burning with absolute rage. How long are you going to keep ruining my life? Lu Ruyan was completely losing her mind. Losing that first baby was already a permanent scar between the two of you. Because of that, your hatred for her family, especially for Lu Kai, was absolutely massive. Yet you still tried your best to play nice. Just when you were finally willing to let the past go, what happened? On their actual wedding night, the most important night of their lives, she ditched her husband again because of one call from her trash brother. 6 years of love. How many more times could it survive this kind of damage? Liu Kai's face was swollen like crazy from the slaps, but the guy didn't even care. Suddenly, a nurse heard the noise from outside, rushed in, and pulled Lu Ruyan back. "Miss Lu, please calm down. This is a hospital." "Calm down?" Lu Ruyan shot her a deadly glare, her voice cold as ice. "Hospital? A hospital is for saving lives. It's for treating humans, not this absolute animal." The nurse froze, completely terrified by her aura, unable to say a word. Right then, Liu Kai literally dropped to his knees, wrapping his arms around her legs while crying his eyes out, getting tears and snot all over her wedding outfit. "Sister Ruyan," he wailed at the top of his lungs, looking pathetic as hell. "It's all my fault. I didn't care about my own body. I was just being a selfish brat. I just can't lose you. If you never come back to our family, what am I going to do? You know you're the only one I care about. But brother-in-law hates me. He won't even let me visit you. And he even threatened to kick me out of the company. If he kicks me out, I will never get to see you again. I can't live without you." His hysterical crying echoed through the entire ward. Blue Ruyan froze. Her heart sank and her burning rage felt like it was hit with a bucket of ice-cold water. Her husband wanted to fire him, stared blankly at the floor, her mind completely scrambling. This guy's incredibly childish stunt was literally just because he wanted to see her, and she had zero clue about any of it. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruyan forced herself to calm down. She looked down at the pathetic mess of a brother and asked coldly, "When did your brother-in-law say he was going to kick you out? Why didn't I hear a single thing about this?" Liu Kai instantly looked away, too scared to make eye contact. Lu Ruyan stepped closer, her voice dropping to sub-zero temperatures. "Also, you only have a job because our family owns shares. Unless my family and I agree to it, even your brother-in-law doesn't have the power to fire you. Why the hell did you pull this stunt?" Liu Kai just stared at the floor, totally silent. The nurse, feeling the massive tension in the room, tried to defuse the situation. "Miss Liu, if Mr. Liu is all right, we'll head out. But please remember, this is still a hospital." Lu Ruyan just turned and gave her a death glare. The nurse instantly shut her mouth and hurried out of the room. Once the door clicked shut, she turned her eyes back to Liu Kai. Bone-chilling. "Everyone's gone, spill it." Liu Kai hesitated, his eyes shifting nervously. Lu Ruyan's forehead creased, pure disgust washing over her. "What? Trying to frame your brother-in-law again? You seriously think I can't see through your trashy little tricks?" "No, absolutely not." He panicked, waving his hand so hard he almost knocked over the water glass on the nightstand. Lu Ruyan glared at him and let out a frustrated sigh. "Then stop wasting my time and talk. Why are you playing the victim here?" Liu Kai kept his head down, nervously clutching his blanket, and after hesitating for several seconds, he finally looked up and mumbled, "I mean, according to company policy, even if brother-in-law can't fire me directly, what if I actually made a massive mistake?" Lu Ruyan let out a cold laugh, her face filled with pure mockery. "So you did something corrupt and your brother-in-law caught you red-handed?" "No, I didn't." Liu Kai squeezed his eyes shut. Bro looks like he's totally given up, his voice dripping with desperation. He claims his brother-in-law set him up, rigging the flying project with a massive trap just to get him fired when things go south. And when that happens, the executives will totally agree with him. But Lu Ruyan is not having it. Furious, she snaps, "No way! Your brother-in-law would never mess with the company like that. Why would he hurt our profits just to throw shade at you?" "I have receipts." Liu Kai panics, screaming in desperation. "The partners canceled the deal today, and I got the notifications too." "Wait, they canceled?" Lu Ruyan frowns, totally confused. Makes zero sense. "Even if that's true, your brother-in-law only handles tech. He barely touches management anymore. You're running this project yourself, and the tech phase hasn't even started. How could he even hack into this?" Flying Project is Ruyan-Tech's ultimate SSS rank project, handed to Liu Kai because their mom insisted on it. Liu Kai sighs dramatically. "Honestly, I never thought he'd play this dirty." Lu Ruyan's face goes dead cold. "You better not be capping right now, because if you are, even he won't be able to save you from me." She glares at him, dead serious. She whips out her phone and makes a call, her voice icy. "President Chin, I need you to check some bank account details from me. I'll send them over now. Thanks." She wraps up the call and hangs up. Seeing her call, Liu Kai plays the victim card. "Sis, I really didn't want to bring this up. I just wanted to fix it myself. Even if he's trying to ruin me, I'd never want to get between you two. I'm not even a real Liu, so I know I don't deserve any inheritance. I just wanted to learn the ropes and prove my worth to the family and to myself." "That's enough. Stop." Lu Ruyan sighs, her mind spinning out of control. If Liu Kai is actually telling the truth, then everything her husband did, just thinking about it, makes her hurt. Let's be real. If Muj hadn't been an absolute god-tier protector all these years, Ruyan Tech would have been stolen ages ago, and she probably would have ended up as some rich guy's trophy wife. She loved having his protection, but his savage methods honestly terrified her. She still remembers when some rich heir from Zhongbei tried to scam her and seize her company. Muj clapped back so hard using self-defense that the guy ended up paralyzed for life. Ever since they lost their baby, she's been terrified he might pull the same brutal moves on Lu Kai. So even though she felt massive guilt toward him, she did everything to shield Lu Kai. She couldn't stand seeing either him or her family get hurt. She stares at Lu Kai, totally torn. She's still not entirely sold that Muj actually set up her brother. Ruyan Tech is their blood, sweat, and tears, and losing their child was a trauma Muj could never truly get over. He only ever stepped back because he loved her. Thinking of this, her heart aches. But noticing her hesitation, Lu Kai decides to double down. Sis, I don't want to leave the company, and I don't want to leave you. If he had backed me into a corner, I would have never told you this. Don't blame him, though. If I hadn't acted like a brat back then, you guys wouldn't have lost the baby. Talk about a low blow. This completely triggers her trauma. She looks at Lu Kai, her eyes overflowing with guilt and regret. Lu Ruyan shakes her head with a heavy sigh. That tragedy has always been a massive scar on your brother-in-law's heart, but it's been so long now. I'll figure something out. But then Lu Kai drops a total bomb. But isn't he planning to divorce you? Wait, divorce? Lu Ruyan freezes. It feels like a bucket of ice water just got dumped on her head. How do you know about that? Lu Kai freezes, completely caught off guard. Her sharp eyes lock onto him. She narrows her eyes, ready to dig out every single secret he's hiding. Who told you we're getting a divorce? No one knows about this but the two of us. Where did you get that info? Pure ice, oozing absolute dominance. Lu Kai shivers as cold sweat starts dripping down his spine. I accidentally overheard him on the phone yesterday. He was talking about a divorce and taking care of someone, but I didn't catch the whole thing. Yesterday? A cold chill runs down her spine. So it wasn't a sudden decision just because she stayed at the hospital with her brother on their wedding night. He already had this planned out. And if that's true, then everything Lu Kai said about him setting him up was actually just him clearing the board before the divorce. A sharp pain stabs through her chest. How could he do this to her? Her face goes completely pale as pure heartbreak and anger wash over her. Totally wrecked, torn between rage, disbelief, and sheer grief. Seeing her this vulnerable for the first time, a twisted, wild idea pops into Lu Kai's head. He wonders if she'll actually pull the trigger and divorce Muj. Honestly, he was totally bluffing. The phone call was real, but he didn't hear Jack. He just wanted to plant a seed of doubt in her mind. He knows exactly how proud and controlling she is about her life and career. Once that seed of doubt is planted, she will tear everything down herself. Sis, maybe I just misheard. I mean, today was your wedding. If he really wanted a divorce, there's no way he would have gone through with the ceremony, right? But instead of calming her down, his words only make her more paranoid. She lets out a cold laugh, her eyes sharp as daggers. That proves absolutely nothing. Lu Kai shuts up, terrified. She snaps. The date was set months ago, and every elite from Zhongbei was there. Neither Muj nor I could just walk away without starting a massive war. That wedding was just for show. It doesn't prove a thing. The intense pressure radiating from her makes it hard for him to even breathe. Lu Ruyan gets right in his face, her gaze piercing. No way, I need answers from him right now, or this is going to drive me insane. Spins around to leave, her silhouette radiating pure determination. Lu Kai panics and grabs her arm. Wait, sis, stop! You can't go back now. He's already furious that you ditched the wedding for the hospital. If you go back throwing accusations, you guys are just going to scream at each other again. Cool off first. Let him clear his head too. You guys can talk once the tension dies down. Lu Ruyan hesitates, stopping in her tracks. Takes a deep breath, forcing her anger down. You're right, today is not the day for this. Seeing her back down, a sly smirk creeps onto Lu Kai's face. He lets out a sigh of relief and nods eagerly. Lu Ruyan's eyes soften as she notices his swollen face, her cold demeanor completely melting away. Does it hurt? She asks, gently cupping his cheek with pure guilt. It's all my fault. I know you're fragile, yet I let this happen to you. Lu Kai quickly waves it off with a forced smile. Sis, don't say that. He grabs her hand, acting like a kicked puppy. I shouldn't have been so stupid to drink when I have a bad stomach. Before he can finish his sob story, she pulls her hand back. Let's not talk about the past. Just get some rest tonight. I'm exhausted too. She tucks him in and collapses onto the sofa. Between the chaotic wedding and the brutal screaming match, she is completely drained. But sleep won't come. As she tosses and turns, her mind keeps flashing back to all those rumors of Muj cheating on her. Normally, she'd trash those rumors instantly. But after Muj demanded a divorce on their wedding night, and with everything Lu Kai just said suddenly, all his suspicious moves make total sense. It is like two voices are screaming in her head. One is telling her, no way, he would never betray you. All those years he spent taking care of you, treating you like a queen. That proved everything. But the other voice? It is hitting her with a harsh reality check. His move is too suspicious. He did not just ask for a divorce on a whim. He definitely planned this out. These thoughts keep messing with Lu Ruyan's head, keeping her up until she finally passes out from exhaustion late at night. Meanwhile, back at the wedding house, you have already cleared everything out. You left the things that belonged there, but everything else? Tossed straight into a fire pit in the yard, burning into ashes. Staring at the dancing flames, your mind drifts back to your fight with Lu Ruyan. Right now, you are colder and calmer than ever. You loved this woman for 6 whole years. If you were not pushed to absolute rock bottom, there is no way you would ever bring up divorce. Back when you were 18, you left your hometown for Jiangbei with absolutely nothing. She was the one who reached out, took you in, and supported you. In your darkest hours, she was your only light, literally saving your life. Even though she already loved someone else back then, you hid your feelings deep down. But then, fate threw a massive curveball. 6 months later, at her engagement party, she got hit with the ultimate humiliation. Her fiancé ruthlessly dumped her right then and there. You still remember how shattered she looked. A wealthy heiress from the prestigious Liu family getting publicly humiliated and dumped by a nobody. It was a massive slap in the face for the Liu family. And what did her toxic family do? They turned around and took all their rage out on her. If she had not literally threatened to end her own life back then, they would have never agreed to that marriage in the first place. And after getting dumped, Lu Ruyan snapped. She screamed to the crowd, "Whoever wants to marry me, I will marry them right now." Talk about a complete face slap to the Lu family. But looking at her crying through her forced smile, all you saw was pure, heartbreaking loneliness. So, you stepped up and agreed to the marriage. Because of that, her family kicked her out. She had to pack up and move into a tiny rented apartment with you, which became your home for the next 3 years. She was only 21 back then, not even done with college. Born into wealth, she did not really understand the value of money. Her sacrifices for you seemed effortless, but they came straight from her heart. Luckily, you were incredibly gifted in your studies. You learned insanely fast, but soon enough, the cash ran out. You guys had to work part-time while going to school, barely scraping by just to survive. 6 months later, you inherited your late parents' estate, which finally gave her the funds she needed to start her own business. But before her dream could even take off, boom, cruel plot twist. She got diagnosed with leukemia. Terrifying disease hung over your heads like a dark cloud. But luckily, you were a perfect match. Without a single second of hesitation, you went straight under the knife to save her life. 3 major surgeries in just 1 year. On top of that, you had to work endless hours and nurse her back to health. Your own body was completely ruined. You were only 21 and she was 24. You took her struggling 2-year-old startup and completely turned it around, pushing it to the top tier with your drone project. By the time you turned 22, she had recovered, and she proposed to you, crying that you were her entire life. There was no grand wedding, no flowers, and no family around. Just a pair of simple rings to seal your vows on that quiet wedding night. You held each other all night, pouring your hearts out. Once she fully recovered, riding on the solid foundation you built for her, she finally showed her true power, using her insane business talent and top-tier tech skills to build an empire. 2 short years, your little family business, Ruyan Tech, joined the $10 billion club. But that same year, your health went downhill, forcing you to stay home and focus on recovery. And that is exactly when her toxic family crawled back. Your wife, being incredibly naive, accepted their fake apology and let them buy into Ruin Tech as major shareholders. The most ironic part? Their 20-year-old adopted son, Liu Kai, was sent as their representative to join the company. And right there, that was the start of your absolute nightmare. Gold digger, weakling, parasite. These toxic labels were constantly thrown at you like daggers. Liu Kai, this adopted orphan heavily spoiled by the family just because he once saved your wife's mother. And because of that, your wife completely lowered her guard, treating this unrelated little brother with zero boundaries. Liu Kai constantly crossed the line, testing your patience over and over again. Caused non-stop fights between you and your wife. If his flirtatious, borderline inappropriate behavior made you furious, what truly made you hate Liu Kai to your core was the baby. 6 months ago, because of one of Liu Kai's reckless tantrums, your wife suffered a miscarriage. But what completely broke you was that she hid it. Her toxic mother convinced her to keep the entire pregnancy a secret from you. By the time you found out, it was already too late. That caused the biggest fight in your entire marriage. Your wife refused to let you hold Liu Kai accountable, and your absolute rage almost tore the whole house apart. After that, your relationship froze over. You moved into separate rooms and went through a brutal cold war for months. Finally, your wife yielded. That was the only time she ever tried to make things right. Even though you were still deeply hurt, you chose to forgive her because you loved her too much to see her suffer. But your hatred for her family and your disgust for Liu Kai, it was already carved into your bones. From that moment on, you gave her a crystal clear ultimatum. No matter what the reason, Liu Kai and her parents were never allowed to step foot into your home again. Your gut told you none of this was an accident. They were the source of all your pain, and what hurt the most was your wife's spineless stance. Liu Kai's constant boundary crossing made you sick to your stomach. He kept using his closeness with your wife to flex on you, and since she always brushed it off like it was nothing, you decided to finally throw a proper wedding. First, you guys genuinely deserved a real ceremony. Second, you wanted to send her a clear message. She is your wife now, and she needs to draw the line. But your wedding night proved that she just did not care. You drew your final line in the sand with a divorce, laying it all out, but she still refused to stand by your side. You are completely out of patience. She thinks you are only asking for a divorce because of what happened today, but she has no idea that you have been living in absolute hell ever since her toxic family crawled back into your lives. Her family treated you like trash, even calling you a gold digger right to your face while your wife just stood there, never once speaking up to defend you. They treated you like garbage because they saw your wife's spineless attitude. She never gave you any backing, leaving you completely powerless to defend yourself in those humiliating moments. And as for Liu Kai, he was the ultimate spark that blew everything up. You could tolerate her family's trash behavior, but Liu Kai's toxic obsession with your wife kept pushing you to the edge, constantly forcing you into impossible him or me situations. He literally used those sick provocations to test the limits of your marriage. And the worst part? Most of the time, your wife willingly chose them over you. You realized long ago that it was not the last straw that broke the camel's back, but the crushing weight you have been carrying for years. From the exact moment her family ruined your life, this marriage only brought you exhaustion and heartbreak. Suddenly, her phone starts ringing off the hook. Liu Ruyan rubs her tired eyes and answers. President Liu, where are you? Are you at the hospital? An anxious voice gasps from the other end. Liu Ruyan frowns. What is wrong? Are you serious right now? Last night was your wedding night, but you were spotted at the hospital. The internet is literally exploding right now. The company headquarters is completely swarmed by reporters. That instantly wakes her up. How did the media even find out? Forget that. The entire internet is flooded with rumors of you betraying your husband. There are literally trending articles saying you cheated. Liu Ruyan's face goes pale. She hangs up and opens her phone, and the viral search results make her heart drop. Headlines like famous Zhongbei female CEO meets secret lover on wedding night hit her hard. Liu Ruyan collapses onto the sofa, completely paralyzed. How did this happen? Ignoring Liu Kai standing right next to her, she quickly calls her assistant. I am at the hospital. Send a car to pick me up immediately. As the CEO, she knows exactly how bad this is. One wrong move and it is completely over for her. Ruyan Tech's stock was about to take a massive hit, and she had to deal with the media and furious shareholders all by herself. Honestly, she was starting to regret last night's massive fight. You actually tried to stop her before. She completely ignored you. Her assistant, He Qingqing, rushed over and sighed. President Liu, this was a massive miscalculation. As her loyal right-hand assistant for years, and they were super close, not just in the office, but as real friends outside of work. Ruyan rubbed her temples, exhausted, and asked, did PR come up with a play to fix this? Qingqing hesitated. PR has a plan, but the shareholders are fuming. They are probably at the office right now, ready to start a riot. Ruyan just scoffed and waved her hand. Please, they are just minor players. No match for me. Just tell me what PR is proposing. After all, Ruyan and her family controlled over 60% of Ruyan Tech, so she did not care about the other shareholders at all. Qingqing lowered her voice. PR suggests you and President Mu make a joint statement. You need to tell everyone your marriage is perfectly fine and clarify who Liu Kai actually is. Ruyan frowned. If it is that simple, just do it already. Qingqing winced. President Mu might seem chill on the outside, but he is incredibly stubborn. He is refusing to play along. Ruyan glared at her, but Qingqing kept going. Look, everyone knows how much President Mu detests Liu Kai, especially on your wedding night. Any regular guy would lose his mind, let alone someone as proud as President Mu. Besides, Liu Kai is not even your real brother, and his relationship with President Mu was already trash. I already reached out to him, and he straight up refused to help. Qingqing carefully watched Ruyan's face, pausing right there. After all, this was couple drama and she was just an outsider. She secretly thought Ruyan was being completely out of line, but she knew better than to get caught in the crossfire of these two powerhouses. Ruyan immediately dialed your number. Where are you? On the other end, you just scoffed. Deal with your own online mess. I am not doing what PR wants. Are you done throwing a tantrum? I already apologized for last night. Punish me however you want, but this company is our life's work. It is like our baby. But all she got was a dial tone. Absolutely livid, Ruyan slammed the phone down, panting heavily. Your cold voice and instant hang-up felt like a brutal face slap. Ching Ching quickly handed her a bottle of water, testing the waters. President Liu, are you okay? Ruyan took the water, letting out a bitter laugh. Ching Ching, am I really the one in the wrong here? Ching Ching paused, choosing her words very carefully. President Liu, you really should not have gone to the hospital. Honestly, forget about how trash Lu Kai is. Ever since he showed up, you and President Mu have been constantly fighting, and most of the time he was the one backing down. Ruyan's face paled. She sighed. But what was I supposed to do? That is my family. I never thought Muge would have such a massive issue with them. Ching Ching just shook her head. A misunderstanding? The belief he had been picking on President Mu from day one. And Lu Kai? He is just a coddled, useless trash. If you were not constantly carrying him, what would he even be? Ruyan stared at Ching Ching, completely shocked by how brutally honest she was being. But Ching Ching's face stayed deadpan. She was just spitting facts. Comparing Lu Kai to President Mu? Not a chance. He's not him. Everyone in this company respects you and Ruyan, but honestly, people admire you way more. President Liu, you clearly do not understand his pride. As a man, getting ditched on his wedding night is the ultimate disrespect. It is totally obvious why he won't help save the company. Sure, Ruyan Tech is a $10 billion company, but President Mu is so cracked that he could easily build another giant from scratch and be totally fine. Or maybe the company never really mattered to him. Maybe its value in his eyes was only ever based on how much he loved you. Hearing this, Ruyan felt like a bomb just went off in her head. Her mind was spinning. Was that really true? She felt so conflicted, realizing that even the assistant she built up from scratch respected her husband more than her. She knew Ching Ching didn't have a crush on you. She was confident in that, but a wave of guilt hit her. Suddenly she had been neglecting you for a very long time. Ching Ching was usually quiet, especially about your relationship. But with the company falling apart, she had to speak up before the two founders completely crashed and burned. Rian did not blame Ching Ching, she just sighed softly. But this company is still our baby. Our baby stared at your dead phone with a cold smirk. Yeah, Ruyan Tech was supposed to be your baby. But did that baby even matter anymore? When she did not even care about the actual unborn child, the one she let die before it even had a chance to live. If she could ignore that, what right did she have to make you care about some company database? Sure, things that's bad partly because you pushed things along behind the scenes. But those cozy hospital photos? Ruyan took those voluntarily. The timestamps clearly proved Xiaoqiu did not set this up, which meant the culprit was obvious. The Liu family and Liu Kai had been trying to trash your marriage from the start. You saw right through them and tried to fix it, but you could not wake up a wife who was playing dumb. Even if this drama did not blow up today, it was only a matter of time before she officially cheated on you. Your entire marriage being held hostage by a company she called their baby. But like you told Xiaoqiu, you did not care about Ruyan Tech's stock. You cared about your respect. Those leaked photos online were absolutely sickening to look at. Even Ruyan could not deny them. In the picture, she was gently touching Liu Kai's face while he held her hand, looking at her with total devotion. They literally looked like a married couple, but only Ruyan knew the real story behind those shots. Within minutes, the internet was flooded with pictures of her and Liu Kai getting cozy, and the backlash was getting absolutely insane. Angry netizens were dragging her, calling her every cheap name in the book. She was furious, but also felt totally victimized. Like, you were so passionate last night, so why the cold shoulder today? Why leave her to deal with this mess all by herself? Sure, she messed up, but she never actually cheated on you. She had her reasons for favoring her family, and her closeness with Liu Kai was purely platonic to her. Liu Kai acted the exact same way with her parents, so why was everyone making a big deal when it was her? The comments online were saying the exact same trash you did. Since when could an adopted brother not be treated like real family? He was adopted, but he was still her brother. And if Liu Kai was telling the truth, maybe she wasn't the cheater at all. Maybe you were the one sneaking around. Her chest tightened as her car finally pulled up to Ruyan Tech, only to find a massive horde of reporters waiting for her. Ruyan was completely exhausted. She tried calling you a dozen times on the way over, but you blocked her out. You were totally done with her. Ching Ching looked at Ruyan, jesting. If you are not ready, we can dodge them. I can have other executives contact President Mu and see if he changes his mind. Ruyan bit her lip, completely drained. Forget it. What is coming is coming. If I don't clear this up right now, the stock market will open and it's over for us. She knew your personality. Realizing you were probably done with her for good, she had to face this alone. The moment her car door opened, the media swarmed. President Liu, over here! CEO Lu, is it true that you cheated on a random guy on your wedding night? How do you explain the leaked photos and rumors online? Are they actually true? Is your marriage with Mr. Mu officially dead? Why did you spend your wedding night with a total stranger at the hospital? The press conference goes completely chaotic as everyone demands to know if Lu Ruyan cheated. Lu Ruyan stares at the reporters with a totally blank expression. Once security steps in to control the crowd, He Qingqing steps up and says, "Everyone, we appreciate the media's interest. CEO Lu will clear up all the online drama in a bit. Please keep it orderly, thank you." As He Qingqing finishes speaking, the noisy crowd finally quiets down. Lu Ruyan walks into the company building with a straight face, then turns around and coldly announces, "I'm going to clear up all these online rumors right here, in front of the media. First of all, my husband and I are perfectly fine. We are not breaking up. He is the man I've loved for 6 years. If the rumors were true, we wouldn't have had our wedding yesterday in the first place." Then she explains Lu Kai's role. "He is a manager in my company who got sick from overworking because of how capable he is. On top of that, he is legally my brother. As his boss and his sister, of course I'd care about his health. The only reason this blew up online is because yesterday was my wedding night, and people expected me to be with my husband. But let me be clear. My husband and I have been legally married for 3 years now. We just delayed the wedding because of work. He wanted to give me the ceremony every normal woman deserves. I'll have the proof posted on our company website shortly. Prove everything I just said is true. All these rumors about our marriage failing are straight up nonsense. I am warning the internet trolls to stop spreading lies right now, or I will sue them to defend our reputation and our company. Now, I'll take exactly 3 questions. No follow-ups after that. Once the proof is out, please stop wasting public resources on our company or myself." No doubt about it, she speaks like a total boss, shutting down the drama with facts. But these greedy reporters are not about to let her slide that easily. CEO Lu, if your marriage is so perfect, why isn't your husband here to back you up? Isn't this just your side of the story? Oof, that question hit a nerve. Lu Ruyan's eyes dim for a second before she recovers. "Maybe you guys don't know, but years ago I had leukemia and my husband saved my life by donating his bone marrow. But because of all the hard work he put into the company, his own health is failing, and he couldn't come today because he's sick." She firmly declares that they will release proof of this immediately to crush these nasty rumors. "I mean, my husband literally saved my life. Why would I ever leave him?" Some reporters still try to press her, but she coldly ignores them and moves to the next question. The reporters have no choice but to back off. Her response is literally flawless. But then another reporter steps up. "CEO Lu, about the rumors, you claim Lu Kai is just your brother, but the internet is saying boundaries still exist, even between siblings. The cozy photos of you two definitely don't look like normal sibling behavior. Why would a daughter of the Lu family ditch her wedding night for her brother? Normal people don't get this. Does staying in his hospital room all night mean your husband is less important than a non-biological brother?" Lu Ruyan frowns, shooting back coldly. "I bet most of these toxic comments are from insecure guys online." Boom. Everyone is shocked. That was a high-tier move to deflect the heat and start a gender war. She continues, "Let me be clear, wealthy families still have real family bonds. Even though Lu Kai isn't a blood relative, he's lived with us for 6 years and even saved my mother's life. Yesterday, my family had a bit too much to drink, so they couldn't stay at the hospital. That's why I went," which caused this misunderstanding. The reporters are stunned. She actually shut them down with logic, leaving no obvious loopholes. But then, another reporter jumps in. "CEO Lu, word on the street is your husband, Mr. Mu, hates Lu Kai and even banned him from your house. That doesn't sound like family. How do you explain that?" Her heart drops instantly. She didn't expect them to bring up the ban. It sounds simple, but one wrong answer here will ruin her entire defense. These reporters aren't rookies. If the husband actually banned the brother, her whole sibling argument falls flat. He's supposed to be her brother, but the husband won't even let him step inside. If she still ran off to take care of him, it proves her husband is secondary. The internet will think, bro gave his everything and she just ditched him on their wedding night? That is straight up betrayal. And since the husband didn't show up today, it basically confirms she snuck out to the hospital without his green light. That practically seals her guilt, even if nothing actually happened between her and Lu Kai. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan is totally speechless. Unlike before, she's completely cornered. She stays silent, and the reporters smell blood. "CEO Lu got an answer for that? Does your silence mean your husband and Lu Kai really hate each other?" Just as she's about to speak, a sudden commotion breaks out. She looks up and sees Lu Kai actually standing at the entrance. Oh no. She scowls, absolutely fuming inside. The reporters immediately swarm Lu Kai, who plays dumb and says, "My relationship with my brother-in-law is actually just a big misunderstanding." I've always looked up to my sister and brother-in-law. I joined the company right after college because of them. My sister is so warm and kind, just like real family. And as for my brother-in-law, reporters press him instantly. Putting on a pathetic face, he adds his, maybe I'm just not good enough. My brother-in-law is super harsh on me at work, but I know it's for my own good. I don't blame him. One reporter asks, so you're saying Mr. Mu bullied you at work? Lu Kai quickly shakes his head saying, no, I'm probably just useless and let him down. After all, my brother-in-law was only 19 when he helped run the company, and here I am at 20 with 0 achievements. So he's really strict with me, especially with work. He calls out every little mistake. I don't hold a grudge, I'm actually grateful. Under his tough training, nobody can say I only got this job through nepotism. I worked my butt off to contribute, which is why I stupidly drank too much and wrecked my stomach. I feel so guilty for ruining their wedding night. Please don't overthink yesterday. Their relationship is great. If he dislikes me, it's probably because I'm underperforming at work and making him look bad. He sounds totally sincere, but his words just handed the media the ultimate bait. Mr. Liu just said your brother-in-law dislikes you. Does that mean your relationship is actually terrible? Lu Kai suddenly covers his mouth, and both He Qingqing and Lu Ruyan turn completely pale. Over. All of Lu Ruyan's damage control was completely wiped out by Lu Kai's manipulative words. She was so close to saving her reputation, but his little act just confirmed the bad blood is very real. The online backlash is about to go crazy. This press conference was an absolute disaster. You look at your phone, smirking at the clown show, knowing that whenever Lu Kai shows up, everything turns to trash. You saw through the Liu family's scheme a long time ago. Everything is playing out exactly as expected. Lu Ruyan still believes she is in full control. She thinks as long as they hold the majority shares of Ruyan Tech, everything will be fine. And even though you rarely deal with company drama, you still know what is going on. With that trash Lu Kai in the picture, the stock is tanking, and the Liu family's dirty motives are finally clear. They probably want to crash the stock, buy it all up on the cheap, and force you to submit. That way they get total control and pump the price back up. Been smelling a conspiracy for days, but you cannot tell if Lu Ruyan is in on it. Honestly, it does not matter anymore. You are done. She is not worth your time. She keeps choosing that trash Lu Kai over you. She even forgave that scum for causing her first miscarriage. That tells you everything. You are completely checked out. Suddenly your phone rings. It is her. You just smile coldly and answer. You tell her, if you want me to help cover up your mess, save your breath. I, Muji, do not play the cuckold. She goes silent, then whispers, there is an emergency board meeting. Get over here. It is about the Fission project. Fission project? You frown. This is the ultimate weapon for Ruyan Tech, a $10 billion deal they have been preparing for over 6 months. You were supposed to lead the entire thing, but the trashy Liu family forced you out, replaced you with that clown Lu Kai, and pushed you down to a basic tech role. Bringing up this project now means they are ready to use it to push you out. But honestly, that is fine. You are not letting them steal your hard work. You hang up and call your assistant, Xiao Chao. You tell her, grab the divorce papers and meet me at the office. This is not just a statement, it is your final ultimatum. You are done playing nice. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Lu Ruyan is staring at a faxed bank statement, completely frozen. Those cold, hard numbers just crushed her last bit of hope. Yesterday, when Lu Kai warned her, she didn't believe it, but it is actually true. To her, this document is proof of your betrayal, completely destroying whatever trust she had left in your marriage. Tears stream down her face as she whispers, husband, why? Did you really betray me? She stares at the fax, her hands shaking so hard she almost tears it to pieces, but she just cannot do it. Lu Kai's poisonous words keep echoing in her head, driving her crazy. Finally, she wipes her tears and her eyes turn cold and ruthless. Her heartbreak turns into pure rage. She mutters, if you are going to stab me in the back, do not blame me for being ruthless. Just then, the door creaks open and Lu Kai pokes his head in like a scared dog. But the second she looks at him, her eyes shoot lasers of pure rage. The clown immediately shrinks back, not even daring to breathe. Stands there, shaking. Why are you not in the hospital? Why did you ruin the press conference? Lu Ruyan's voice is freezing cold. Do you have any idea how much money the company is losing because of your stupid stunt? He quickly bows his head, whining, I am so sorry, sister. It is my fault. I have no experience. I just wanted to help you guys out. Boom. Lu Ruyan grabs the document and slaps him right in the face with it. The impact literally sends him straight to his knees. Panics, stammering, sister, please, I did not mean to. But she does not give him a single second. Her voice cuts him off like a razor. Sorry? Is that all you can say? Every reporter in Zhongbei was watching. If you do not know how to talk, keep your mouth shut. Who told you to play the hero? She is absolutely roasting him. You play the victim here while running your big mouth out there. Who are those crocodile tears for? She sneers, walking up to him. And you actually claimed your brother-in-law is too strict? Let me ask you, has he ever even looked at you once? But Ruyan Tech can build you up, but do not think you can step on my husband to climb the ladder. Looks like her bestie Ching Ching's warning actually worked. As a CEO, Lu Ruan might be clueless in her marriage, but she is not blind. She knows exactly how badly Lu Kai butchered that press conference. She was working her butt off to fix the issue, and this clown ruined everything with his stupid, pathetic whining. He might pretend he is just bad with the media, but those fake innocent looks? Yeah, he was definitely plotting against you. On the floor, Lu Kai stares down, his eyes glowing with pure venomous hatred. Just as she is about to lay into him again, the door flies open. Ruyan, how could you treat your brother like this? Enter the mother-in-law from hell, looking absolutely disgusted. She snaps. Xiao Kai is an executive. If people see him kneeling here, what will they think? Lu Ruyan is getting annoyed. Oh yeah? Well, Mugi is my husband. Mom, do you remember how you humiliated him in front of the whole office? Mugi is higher ranked than Xiao Kai, and he is your son-in-law. Why did you not care about his pride? Mother Lu sneers, please? He is just some nobody from the countryside. How could he ever compare to the son I raised? She looks so disgusted saying your name. And where is he today when everything is on fire? He did not even show up to help. Lu Ruyan sighs, completely exhausted. Meanwhile, Mother Lu is literally petting Lu Kai's face like a precious puppy. She coos. My sweet boy is so thoughtful. He saw you struggling at the press conference and tried to save you, unlike that ungrateful leech. Mom Lu Ruyan groans. What are you talking about? I wish he never showed his face today. We had everything under control, but he had to ruin it. The mother snorts. So what? She is so delusional. He was just trying to help. He is just a boy, so what if he made a little mistake? Besides, if it were not for this press con, I would not have known that useless husband of yours was bullying my precious son. Xiao Kai was actually being nice to him on TV. We need to teach that trash a lesson. Lu Run slumps into her chair, completely drained. The bank document slides off the desk. Lu Kai spots it, picks it up, and gasps in shock. Sister, did my brother-in-law actually steal the money from the Feechin project? The mother freezes, then screams, Ruyan, this is the trash you keep defending. He is stealing company money, but that is Xiao Kai's project. Is he trying to destroy him? Before Ruyan can even open her mouth, Lu Kai acts all heartbroken. Why would my brother-in-law do this? Does he not know this could ruin the entire company? They are teaming up to frame you, and Ruyan can't even get a word in. The mother sneers that Leech has some nerve. Call an emergency board meeting right now. We are kicking him out. When you arrive at the office, you are expecting a normal project meeting, but the air in the room is heavy as lead. Suddenly, Lu Kai scoffs. Since when is the boardroom open to just anyone? Oh, really? Since when are dogs allowed in here? You fire back instantly. You hide when you are needed and bark when you are not. Listen to me, you worthless mutt. Know your place and stay in your corner. Stop disgusting everyone and get the hell out of here. No way. The entire board is shook. Since when did our quiet, polite Vice President Mu get so savage? Lu Rian knows she messed up, so she does not even try to stop you. Lu Kai turns red, trying to look victimized, but you step on even harder. You are just an adopted stray. Stop acting like some rich heir. We let you work at Ruyan Tech, and you actually think you own the place? You brainless clown. Did you forget how to address your superiors? Lu Kai stammers, Vice President Mu. You just look at him like he is absolute garbage. Satisfying. Bro, can you not tell I am literally roasting you right now? I am face-slapping you in broad daylight, and you are just standing there taking it like a good little student. Are you for real? What, do you think you have some legendary God mode armor or something? Keep talking that trash. Let's see what you got. People say things are black and white, but you? You are out here acting some spineless side or character who can even pick a side. What kind of clown are you supposed to be? Is your life really that boring? No way. One of the executives at the back actually lost it and spat his water everywhere. He immediately started apologizing while Lu Ruyan just rubbed her temples, looking completely stressed. Honestly, if you weren't roasting her little brother, she would have cracked up right then and there. Seeing you drop these savage burns actually felt kind of satisfying to her, but then she remembered the whole embezzlement thing. She let out a heavy sigh, pulled a document from her folder, and slid it over to you. She said, since all the high-ups are here, why don't you explain what is going on with this? Her voice was dead quiet, but it was sharp as a blade. You grabbed the file, took one look, and your face hardened. You actually suspect me? Just like that, the room went dead silent. You could literally hear a pin drop. Lu Ruyan felt a sudden pang of guilt, but when she thought about the numbers on that paper, any remaining trust went out the window. Her voice turned ice cold. $500 million was transferred to your personal account. The bank confirmed it. Money came directly from the Feeton Project's special fund. She continued slowly, delivering every word like a punch. Finance double-checked. You signed the authorization yourself. Her words felt like sharp icicles, but you didn't even flinch. You looked her dead in the eye and said, "We are talking about $500 million here. You really think I could just pull that off all on my own?" That was the final straw. Lu Ruyan completely snapped. "Then explain why that money is sitting in your account. You are the only one with the clearance and the power to pull this off. You really don't believe me." You looked up, your eyes completely dead. She didn't say a word, which was basically her admitting she thought you were guilty. The tension in the room was crazy. You let out a quiet sigh. "I don't know how that money got into my account, and I can't explain it right now. But just because the project's funding is messed up, are you seriously going to pin this entire thing on me based on one piece of paper? You thought this meeting was just a chill project handoff, but plot twist, you were set up to be the scapegoat. Your brain was working overtime trying to figure out who framed you. Obviously, that clown Liu Kai was the prime suspect, but he definitely didn't have the high-level clearance to pull this off. You were completely stuck. Call the cops then," you muttered, feeling totally exhausted. "Are you serious right now?" Lu Ruyan slammed her hands on the table, absolutely furious. "Call the cops? You actually want to get the police involved when $500 million is in your account? Getting the cops involved will ruin our reputation and make our investors bail. Do you have any idea what that means?" "Muge, is this really the best excuse you have for your CEO and your wife?" Your eyes went cold as your own anger flared up. "Then what else do you want me to say? Finding the truth is the police's job. If I actually stole that money, I will take the fall, get fired, or go to jail without a single complaint. So stop looking at me like I am some trash criminal, and don't give me that wife garbage. Did you ever even trust me for a single second? If you actually cared, why didn't you just ask me about this privately first?" You stood up and started packing your things. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned by your outburst, pointing a trembling finger at you, but she couldn't even find the words to yell back. Instead, she completely lost her edge, slumping into her chair like a deflated balloon as the room fell dead silent. Effective immediately, Muge is stripped of his title as Deputy GM and Chief Tech Officer. She looked up, her voice freezing the entire room. Liu Kai is now the new Chief Tech Officer. As for Muge, you stopped dead in your tracks. Muge will be demoted to assistant to the tech director. Bro, what? You looked back at her with a look of pure disbelief. You want me to assist that clown? You let out a cold laugh. Lest you forget, I am literally a major shareholder of this company. Everyone in the room gasped, but she just stared back. You stole $500 million and blew up our biggest contract. This is a massive scandal. But because of everything you did for us in the past, I won't call the cops. Consider this your final courtesy. Boom! You slammed those papers right in her face. Your eyes were bloodshot and your throat was tight. I don't need your garbage charity. I will let my lawyers and the actual police handle this. She was absolutely shocked. You didn't even look back as you stormed out and slammed the door. Door slammed so hard it shook the whole floor. The executives all exchanged nervous glances, too scared to speak. After a long, tense silence, the head of finance finally cleared his throat. President Lu, I think there has to be some mistake here. Muge has always been perfectly honest. We should really dig deeper. But she just cut him off. I am tired. The others could only sigh, pack up, and walk out. Once the room cleared, Liu Kai's face was practically green with jealousy. He had been here forever and had no clue you were actually a shareholder. He tried to act all caring. Sister, please don't be mad. How could he do this to you? She barely even acknowledged him. Seeing this, he kept pushing. Honestly, we should just let the police handle him. The evidence is right there, and he is still acting like some spoiled brat. He's only talking big because he knows you have a soft spot for him. You even gave him company shares, and this is how he repays you? He totally played you, sister. Let the cops arrest him. Once he is crying in a cell, we can drop the charges, and he'll finally realize how nice you were being. But before he could even finish his trash talk, Lu Ruyan glared at him with a look that could kill. He immediately flinched. Sister, did I say something wrong?" Without even opening her eyes, she whispered, "Just get out. I want to be alone." As soon as he stepped out, a massive grin spread across his face. Finally, after all those times he lost to you, even though his sister always took his side, this was his biggest win yet. You always treated him like a clown, but now, he just handed you the biggest defeat of your life. You lost your VP status, your chief tech officer role, and were demoted to his literal assistant. He knew his sister was just trying to protect you because the project needed your crazy skills. But there was no way your pride would let you become his assistant. It was a straight-up insult. Back in your office, you packed your things with mixed feelings. You already had plans to leave the company today anyway, but leaving on your own terms is totally different from getting kicked out like a dog. It hit different because the one throwing you out was your own wife. Obviously, losing $500 million is a massive deal that any company would investigate. Knew she probably did her homework. But the fact that she immediately pointed the finger at you proved she had zero real trust in you. No wonder she ditched you on your wedding night. Oh, packing up already? A mocking voice chimed in. My bad, I should call you Assistant Muse now. Gotta keep it professional. Liu Kai walked in, wearing the smugest grin ever. You looked at him coolly. You seem pretty happy. Duh. He brushed off his jackets and sat right in your desk chair like he owned the place. Chair is so comfy. Guess it's mine now. You narrowed your eyes, a smirk spreading across your face. Is that so? Then I guess I should give you a little promotion gift. You reached into your cardboard box and pulled out a cheap little desk clock. Here you go. Congrats. Liu Kai's face went completely pale and he jumped up, staring daggers at you. What, you don't like it? You laughed, shaking the clock. I think it perfectly matches your cheap energy. He was practically breathing fire at this point. What you flexing for? You're just a loser now. A loser? You smirked. Your eyes were cold and filled with pure disrespect. Bro, everyone loses a round or two. I built myself from nothing. I have taken countless hits to get here, but every single defeat was just preparation for my comeback. A clown like you will never get it. Your cold stare completely triggers Liu Kai, and he loses his mind. Why? Muga, do you want to know what I hate the most about you? It is how you act so cool and unbothered even though you already lost. Is it that hard to admit you lost to me? You are a pathetic loser, so what if you two were married for 3 years? The wife you share a bed with believes me over you. Really think she loves you? Mugi, you are the biggest idiot on earth. How do you think your shares in Ruyan Tech got diluted over the past year? Ha! Liu Kai laughs like a total maniac. Finally, your expression shifts and you lock eyes with him. Seeing this, he gets hyped and says, oh, you probably do not even know yet, do you? Every single shareholder in Ruyan Tech, including you and Lu Ruyan, thought their shares were being diluted. But plot twist, she was secretly buying up more behind your back. Haha, how does that feel? Are you shocked she kept her own husband in the dark? Do you still think she actually loves you? For the past 6 months, I could steal your wife away with just one quick phone call. Isn't it obvious? You are a total clown. Who do you think snitched to her about today? It was me. But what are you going to do about it? She believed me anyway. Even if you call the cops, so what? Even if they find out the truth, are you going back to her? No way. For me, framing you was never the final goal. I only have one goal, and that is to ruin you both. Just you wait. Today, I am taking your position. Soon the company you built and your wife will both belong to me. Liu Kai is totally hysterical, but he whispers with everything he has got, his venomous eyes locking onto you, dying to see you panic. Too bad for him, he absolutely failed. Your face remains completely blank, like everything went exactly as planned. Being ignored like this drives Liu Kai absolutely insane. Why are you not mad? Do you not love Lu Ruyan? Is she not your everything? You just chuckle coldly and say, man, watching you jump around like this is like watching a literal clown. You are right, a pest might not bite, but it is still disgusting. You definitely helped ruin this marriage. But honestly, you just gave me the perfect opportunity. Liu Kai freezes, his crazy grin instantly vanishing. He asks, what do you mean? What do I mean? Your eyes turn razor sharp as you say, did you really think nobody noticed your little schemes? Ever since you showed up and started drama, I have been digging into you. Sure, you are an orphan, but it looks like you found your biological parents, right? Wow, those two greedy old folks. What do you think they would look like begging on the streets, completely ruined? Oh, and your sister. She is incredibly vain and just turned 18. Maybe I should hook her up with a job? Maybe a hostess job at the most famous nightclub in town? You gently pat Liu Kai's pale, terrified face. Your voice sounds straight up demonic as you whisper, I warned you, do not mess with me. Did you think the Liu family could protect you forever? Today, I am going to teach you a lesson. You grab a vase from the table, and Liu Kai's eyes go wide. He stammers, what are you doing? You just smile, showing a flash of cold white teeth. Lu Ruyan is walking down the hall. Holding the vase, you wear a completely ruthless smile. No, she slams the door open, but before she can even finish her sentence, your hand swings down with zero mercy. Smash. The vase shatters right over Liu Kai's head. He collapses onto the floor like a sack of potatoes. You casually toss the broken glass aside, pull off your gloves, and smile even wider. Lu Ruyan stares at you in pure shock. How did you become like this? She never imagined you would actually brutalize her brother right in front of her. But you completely ignore her and look at Xiao Xiao behind you. Take care of this. Xiao Xiao takes your gloves and smirks. No cameras and no fingerprints on the vase. When Boss Mu was provoked, a fight broke out, and the victim accidentally broke the vase himself. How does that sound? She winks at you. You nod with satisfaction and say, that is why you are my star lawyer. Lu Ruyan is absolutely speechless, watching you two flip the script right in front of her. Just as she is about to blow up, Xiao Qiao playfully adds, though President Liu is also an eyewitness here. Lu Ruyan's voice drops, oh, so you two actually realize I am standing right here? You give her a cold look. One of you framed me for stealing 500 million, and the other blindly believed it without even checking. Since you two are clearly in on it, do you really think your word counts as evidence? Lu Ruyan's head starts spinning, and she falls back onto the floor without even realizing it. Framed? Jump to conclusions? So you knew all along that Lu Kai was the one who snitched? The whole embezzlement thing was a setup. Her brain is completely fried. You ask Xiao Qiao when the cops are getting here, and she smiles. I already called them. They will be here to investigate in a bit. But they might need to check your info, boss. No big deal, you laugh easily. Cooperating with the police is my duty as a good citizen. Since everyone is here anyway, let us chat about something else. Something else? Lu Ruyan stumbles to her feet, completely lost. Xiao Qiao glances at the unconscious Lu Kai bleeding on the floor and asks, aren't we calling an ambulance? If this drama queen dies here, leaving him like this might actually be a crime. Chuckle. He is not my brother, so who cares if he dies? Lu Ruyan feels incredibly suffocated. With trembling hands, she pulls out her phone and calls for help. Xiao Qiao speaks up casually. I heard your lovely wife even ditched you on your wedding night to be with her brother. Is she going to run off to the hospital with him today too? She pauses, adds with a smirk. If I leave now, our next conversation is probably going to happen in court. Lu Ruyan bites her lip, her face turning pale. Booga, when are you going to stop throwing a tantrum? Once the paramedics carry Lu Kais out, she finally snapped, demanding answers from you on the verge of tears. You just look up calmly and say, I do not have time for your drama. But my lawyer is still here. If you have questions, talk to her. Your ice-cold tone makes her feel completely powerless. Her chest heaves as she tries to hold back her anger and takes a deep breath. Did you really not steal that 500 million? Before you can even answer, Xiao Qiao laughs softly and says, now that question, President Lu, that is a pretty funny question. Doesn't everyone say you two are a perfect, happily married couple? But looking at you today, it seems everyone was dead wrong. But honestly, can we expect a woman who ditched her husband on her wedding night for another guy to actually trust him? Lu Ruyan glares coldly at Xiao Qiao, her voice shaking. Stay out of my family business. But Xiao Qiao just snorts, refusing to back down family business. You actually have the nerve to say that? Ditching your husband on your wedding night for another guy. Literally public knowledge at this point. Right now, the company is in deep trouble, and the press conference is ruined. Your so-called family business is actively tanking our stock price. Lu Ruyan's face turns red with embarrassment. Xiao Qiao keeps pressing her. As for you accusing my boss of stealing money, in my eyes, you are not just blind, you are plain stupid. Even if you do not trust your own husband, let us look at the facts. The Feechin project is worth 10 billion. While I do not know how much Ruyan Tech gets out of it, top analysts say there is at least 30% profit in it. With my boss's shares in Ruyan Tech, his cut of that 30% easily destroys 500 million. Once this deal goes through, Ruyan Tech's market value will skyrocket, making that 500 million look like pocket change. Honestly, I wonder what kind of idiot would be stupid enough to throw away billions just for 500 million. Who would actually fall for such an obvious trap? Boom! Right at that moment, Lu Ruyan feels her entire world shatter. It is like lightning struck her brain, and a sudden realization hits her. Yes, why did she never think of something so simple? Right then, you finally speak up. I checked that account. It is the exact one where my company dividends get sent. And if I remember correctly, you have had that card the entire time. So tell me, what exactly is my evil master plan here? To transfer money to a card that you can empty whenever you want? She freezes, her face instantly burning with embarrassment. But our MC does not give her a single second to breathe, voice turning ice cold. Lu Ruyan, I might have been your husband for 3 years, but I am still a shareholder and top executive at Ruyan Tech. Putting my work ethic aside, this company actually has a flawless reputation in the entire Zhongbei business world. Complete strangers would never believe I would pull a stunt like this. But you heard a couple of rumors and immediately folded. So here is the real question. Is Zhongbei's famous female CEO actually that brain dead, or did you just completely switch up on me? No, I didn't. Lu Ruyan scrambles to her feet, tears welling up as she trembles, crying out, I did not switch up, I love you. For 3 whole years it has only been you. Is only you. But my gaze stays ice cold, mocking her with zero mercy. Oh, so the company runs into trouble, and your first move is to throw me under the bus? Do you hear how insane you sound right now? The company gets hit with a massive crisis because you listened to some trash rumors and now you are trying to blame me? But you were the one who wanted a divorce first. Her voice suddenly spikes, desperately trying to mask her panic. I thought you were trying to hide assets just so you could leave me. You let out a savage laugh, your face instantly turning dead serious as you bark, Lu Ruyan. Do you even hear the absolute garbage coming out of your mouth? You are absolutely furious, your chest heaving as you slam your hand onto the desk. your voice chilling her to the bone. Lu Ruyan, is your brain literally filled with trash? Why did I want a divorce? Did you not hear me yesterday, or did you just pretend to be deaf? Am I the one trying to ruin my own life, or were you the one being unfaithful? Step closer, step by step, the rage in your eyes burning at an absolute maximum. It was our wedding night, and you ditched me to go take care of another guy. Go outside and ask literally any man if they would put up with that kind of disrespect. Who would tolerate that? You speak through gritted teeth, every word cutting like a knife. Tell me, what did I, Muge, ever do to deserve this? How have I given you the right to stomp on my pride over and over again? Lu Ruyan bites her lip, taking a step back as your aura completely suffocates her. You let out a cold laugh and keep on roaring. Your family looked down on me? Fine, I took it. You never backed me up? Fine, I took that too. But look at you, flirting with your so-called little brother while acting like you love me in front of the entire world. And what did I get in return? You stop right in front of her, staring straight into her eyes. Time after time, that guy makes one phone call and you drop everything to run to him, even on our wedding night. Is this your sick version of love? Truly beautiful. Lu Ruyan gasps, completely crushed under the weight of your words, her face turning pale as a ghost. But your rage is far from over, only burning hotter by the second. Now forget about Zhang Bei. The entire country of Xia is going to find out that I, Muge, got ditched by my own wife on my wedding night so she could be with another man. How am I supposed to show my face anywhere? How pathetic and shameless do you think I am to just accept this? Ha ha ha. You let out a wild, bitter laugh before your expression turns dead silent. A wife like you. The fact that I, Muge, did not just throw your divorce papers in your face and ruin your reputation complete is me being way too nice to you. Becoming more enraged by the second you sweep your arm across the desk, crashing everything to the floor in a brutal wave of destruction. Papers and glass shatter everywhere. But Lu Ruyan just slumps onto the floor, staring blankly as if her soul has left her body. On the other side of the office, Xiao Chao is completely frozen, terrified. She has never seen you this furious before, and subconsciously glances toward the door. Luckily, only you and your wife have offices on this entire floor, or else the whole building would be gossiping about this drama. Extremely awkward and unable to say a word, Xiao Chao quietly slips out the door to give you guys some space. Baby, I swear I did not mean to. Lu Ruyan grabs your hand, tears streaming down her face. Ever since our fight yesterday, my head has been a total mess. When I heard the project failed and the funds were missing, my first instinct I did not mean to doubt you. I was just so terrified. Besides you and me, no one else has access to that account. She sobs, trying to get closer to you, but you instantly brush her hand off with a mocking sneer. When does trust have an accidental option? Your brow furrows as you look down at her coldly. You claim only you and I can access the funds, but what about the project partners? Lu Ruyan freezes, her mind completely blank. Wait, are you saying the partners moved the money? Obviously. You look up, your voice cutting through the silence. For a hotshot female CEO of Ruyan Tech, it is pathetic that you did not even spot this massive loophole. Let me guess. Lu Kai told you that I ruined the project and stole the funds, right? She nods silently. You let out a sarcastic chuckle, filled with pure disdain. What a fantastic little brother. He totally played you like a violin. Let me ask you this. The project account is jointly managed. Either we both sign off on it, or the partner unilaterally cancels the deal to return funds. They just didn't expect the money would get rerouted straight to my personal account, which is exactly why you jumped to conclusions, right? Lu Ruyan opens her mouth to speak, but no words come out. Is Ruyan Tech some mom-and-pop shop? Every single dollar has to be strictly recorded. You really think a single phone call from me is enough to authorize a massive transfer? You lock eyes with her, speaking slow and deadly. Or do you think our company protocols and the actual law are just a joke? Lu Ruyan chokes on her words, taking a shaky breath before whispering. But why did the money end up in your account then? Partners doing that makes absolutely no sense. And you narrow your eyes, scoffing in disgust. As long as the money is safe and the company does not lose a single dime, they can just claim it was a technical glitch. Are you seriously going to ruin a business relationship over a minor misunderstanding? They have a million ways to dodge the blame. And as for the money transfer, they were simply doing a little favor behind the scenes. Your explanation leaves her completely speechless. She mutters in a daze, so someone is setting us up? But why? You let out a heavy, tired sigh, your eyes filled with disappointment. The ones who know you best are never the ones who love you, but your enemies. We have been together for 6 years, and we were always rock solid. But ever since your parents, especially your mother, started meddling in our lives, haven't you noticed our relationship falling apart? I warned you so many times, but you kept telling me I was just being paranoid and trying to get back at your family. It is not my parents. Lu Ruyan snaps her head up, her voice stubborn. Sure, they might have their biases against you, but my family owns my shares in this company too. There is no way they would sabotage their own business. You shake your head, laughing bitterly. Ah, so now I am the bad guy trying to drive a wedge between you, right? No, that is not what I meant. She panics, grabbing your hand again. I just cannot believe my own parents would betray me like this. They wouldn't do that. They just wouldn't. Your gaze suddenly sharpens, your voice cutting through the air like icicles. Have you completely forgotten how they treated you 6 years ago? You actually forgave them after all that, and then invited the wolves right back into our home, giving them total control over Ruyan Tech. Let us be real here. Lu Ruyan, you are just incredibly stupid. She freezes, the color completely draining from her face. You let out a long sigh, looking down at her reaction. Did I ever say it was Lu Kai? Lu Ruyan looks up, completely lost and confused. But little Kai doesn't even have that kind of clearance. Before she can even finish her sentence, you burst out laughing. It is a low, raspy laugh that sounds incredibly bitter and chilling to hear. Lu Ruyan stares at you, feeling deeply hurt and utterly confused, and can only whisper in fear, "Baby, did I say something?" You shake your head, letting out a heavy sigh. "No, you didn't say anything wrong. You just made me realize how pathetic I really am," you say. Your dark eyes locked onto her face. The very second I mentioned Liu Kai, your instant defense was that he does not have the authorization. Wow, what an absolute unbreakable level of trust. And with those final words, no way, her face went pale as a ghost, like all the blood got sucked right out of her. Lu Ruyan was completely frozen. She realized she chose to trust Liu Kai instantly, but didn't hesitate to doubt her own husband. Talk about trash behavior. Before she could even make an excuse, you just sighed, keeping it real. You told her, sure, everyone else messed up, but don't you see the real problem? We have zero trust left between us. You ignored everything I said yesterday. I warned you that if you walked out that door, we were done. But you thought I was just playing, thinking I could never leave you. Looking at her pale face, your voice sounds totally exhausted. But she didn't realize that a heart can turn ice cold and love can get worn down to absolutely nothing. For the past year, it was 6 months of her parents disrespecting me, and then another 6 months of dealing with that trash Liu Kai. You warned her so many times, but she just chose to play dumb. Lu Ruyan stood there frozen, her lips trembling. You took a deep breath and told her, I'm done. I can't wake up someone who's pretending to sleep, and I'm not dealing with a wife who has zero boundaries. I don't even care about the details anymore, because if you actually cared about us, nobody could have played us like this. Hearing this, tears filled her eyes and she asked in a shaking voice, Hubby, do you really not want me anymore? You said you'd love me forever, but your voice was pure ice when you replied, we're done. We can't do this anymore. I keep thinking about it. You let your guard down so much around Liu Kai. If he ever wanted to scheme against you, it would be way too easy. If I stayed with you, I'd probably end up getting cheated on sooner or later. And honestly, you'd probably just spend all your time trying to hide it from me, wouldn't you? Your voice was quiet, but every single word hit her like a hammer. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in sheer panic as she shook her head, crying out, No, no way, that would never happen. I would never betray you, hubby. You have to believe me. Do you even believe that yourself? Your voice sounded incredibly exhausted. Lu Ruyan, whether it was the wedding photos or our actual wedding banquet, do you think I'm blind? That guy obviously has feelings for you, and you just obey his every word. What if he pulled some trash move like getting you drunk or drugging you? If you woke up and the damage was already done, what then? Seeing her completely dumbfounded, you kept going. Or would you just excuse it by saying you're the victim and expect me to unconditionally forgive you? No, that's not true. She shook her head frantically. Tears were streaming down her face. Hubby, you're being way too extreme. I would never let that happen. But the problem was, your voice was still ice cold as you replied, I don't trust you anymore. You looked down at her, and the very last bit of warmth had vanished from your eyes. I'm just so tired of this marriage, constantly having to watch my back, while my own partner never even stands by my side to protect it. You paused, then finally dropped the truth bomb. I have to start choosing myself. Your eyes went completely calm. Your quiet voice drifted over. Maybe half of what you say is true, but there's always someone else pulling your strings behind the scenes. Honestly, I'm done waiting. Let's divorce. You said it with zero hesitation. You didn't even bother mentioning the stock dilution Liu Kai talked about. Even though you had zero trust left in her, you weren't about to let yourself get played like a fool by that trash. At the end of the day, marriage takes two people to protect it. When one is trying their best and the other is just full of doubts, it's bound to crash and burn. So many major events went down in just one single day. Yet your so-called wife never once tried to see things from your perspective. In your eyes, and honestly, in the eyes of almost any guy, having your partner in some messy, suspicious relationship with another guy is an absolute deal breaker. Maybe to Lu Ruyan, Liu Kai is just a younger brother, but look at what she's actually done for him. You think back to the past 6 months of her playing favorites, lying, and hiding things. Even if she didn't technically cheat, this marriage is dead to you. As you turn and walk away, she's left sitting on the floor in absolute shock. Lu Ruyan finally started to realize that this divorce wasn't a joke this time. He's for reasonable. Right then, lawyer Xiao Chao pushed open the office door and walked in. Seeing Lu Ruyan like this made him shake his head. This once female CEO looked totally broken and out of it. President Lu, he said, his tone calm but distant. Mr. Mu has hired me to handle your divorce proceedings. There are a few things I need to officially notify you about. Divorce? She froze, then looked up. Finally snapping back to reality, she adjusted her collar and walked over to the sofa to sit down. Lawyer Chow, she said with a smirk, her voice dripping with sarcasm. I don't think my husband is actually serious about this. And even if we do divorce, that is strictly between us. So I don't think it's any of your business. Facing an outsider, Lu Ruyan instantly dropped her weakness and put her CEO boss energy back on. Xiao Chao didn't even blink, nodded slightly, keeping his voice totally calm. You are not wrong, President Lu. Normally you and Mr. Ch should talk first. However, he paused. Voice dropped. Mr. Mu already told me last night that you probably wouldn't agree to a mutual split. He told me to start preparing for a lawsuit. Lu Ruyan snapped up, her eyes turning freezing cold, surged up her throat. He's actually going to sue for divorce? Xiao Chao remained completely unbothered, locking eyes with her. Yes, President Lu. If you thought Mr. Mu was just playing games, my presence here today should make things very clear. Xiao Chao spoke with absolute confidence. I might be Mr. Mu's lawyer, but we're acquaintances too, President Lu. You know damn well I don't joke around with this stuff. Lu Ruyan froze, and a second later, pure anger flared up in her eyes. On what grounds? Why should he? Our relationship isn't broken, and I've never done anything to betray him. How can he just demand a divorce? She glared at Xiao Chao. And even if you're the undefeated legendary lawyer of Jimbei, do you really think you can win this lawsuit? But even with her trying to flex on him, Xiao Chao didn't even blink. He just casually said, honestly, I told Mr. Mu the exact same thing last night. He paused, a slight smirk playing on his lips. But unfortunately, what went down yesterday is more than enough evidence to secure a divorce. Hearing yesterday hit her like a needle straight to the brain, making her heart skip a beat. Her face paled and she opened her mouth to make some excuse, but the words got stuck in her throat. Sure, she could try to smooth talk you, or try to debate Xiao Chao, or even spin a story to the media. But in a courtroom, the law only cares about cold, hard facts, and all her past lies and cover-ups are going to be used as weapons against her. What's wrong? Xiao Chao asked, noticing her expression crumble. Tone was totally relaxed. Lu Ruyan panicked for a second, but forced herself to stay calm, arrogantly snapping back. So what if that's the case? The law needs proof, and I've never crossed the line. Lu Kai is just my family's adopted brother. It might look bad, but you can't prove I did anything wrong. Xiao Chao just laughed, his voice sounding even more amused. Oh, so you do know it looks bad, President Lu. Then why did you keep acting so clueless? Mr. Mu is still a man after all. President Lu, you already know how bad this looks if it gets out, so why didn't you care about your own husband? Honestly, forget a top-tier guy like Mr. Mu. Literally any man who married you would have lost his mind. You are just a lawyer. What right do you have to judge my marriage? Lu Ruyan was absolutely fuming. But Xiao Chao just shrugged and said coldly, I do not have the right to judge you two, but Mr. Mu is the one who built my career. He is my boss, so standing up for my boss is just basic loyalty, right? Lu Ruyan choked up. Lawyer Chao, he is my husband. Xiao Chao shrugged. I never said he was not. Lu Ruyan snapped. Then why are you defending a married man so hard? What is your deal? Lu Ruyan was dripping with pure hostility. Xiao Chao just shrugged. No big deal, he is my boss and I am his lawyer. When my boss gets disrespected, it is my job to handle it. Lu Ruyan scoffed in disgust. Wow, I had no idea my husband had such a loyal employee out there. She spat out that word, but Xiao Chao acted completely unfazed. Well, what can I say? Who can say no to Mr. Mu's money? Securing the bag is never embarrassing. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, ready to snap back, but Xiao Chao just opened her folder. President Lu, Mr. Mu authorized me to deliver his demands. Your marriage is completely dead, and he is calling it quits. Since you have no kids, we are just splitting the assets. Since Ruyan Tech was founded, Mr. Mu has not taken a single dime. You need to pay out 3 years of dividends, totaling $433 million. Lu Ruyan laughed. We are not divorcing. It's all a misunderstanding. Xiao Chao shook her head. President Lu, you are the one misunderstanding Mr. Mu. Maybe the wedding night drama can be explained, but what about embezzling company funds? You did not exactly show him the loyalty a wife owes her husband. Lu Ruyan winced, but she tried to stay tough. That still is not hard proof. Xiao Chao just smiled and kept going. What if we prove you have been secretly buying up extra shares in Ruyan Tech? Lu Ruyan froze, her cold queen act completely shattered. Xiao Chao added indifferently, Mr. Mu did not want to touch your shares at first, but he just found out about your secret purchases. Hiding marital assets and transferring wealth, that is highly illegal. Lu Ruyan went pale, falling back onto the sofa with completely empty eyes. Xiao Qiao watched her for a second. Look, it is not that complicated. You cheated in this marriage and you hid your marital assets. Mr. Mu takes this to court. You are absolutely cooked. Why not show some class for once, explain everything, and sign the divorce papers, dragging your name through the mud in public? Lu Ruan was dead silent for a long time before she finally croaked. I want to explain things to my husband. Xiao Qiao nodded. I will let him know, but let me remind you, better work this out with him, or we file the lawsuit in 3 days. This is the last bit of mercy he is giving you, so do not waste it. With that, Xiao Qiao turned around and walked right out of the office. Down in the parking garage, she found you sitting in your car smoking a cigarette. She yanked the door open with zero hesitation and hopped right in. What, missing your gorgeous wife already? Xiao Qiao leaned back, trying to act casual while staring at your quiet face. You just glanced at her and kept quiet. She giggled and kept teasing. Seriously, with her face, body, and vibe, even I am a little in love. She is literally every guy's ultimate dream girl. If you have nothing useful to say, just shut up, you mumbled. You glared at her in the rearview mirror as she chilled in the back seat. Anyone watching would think you are the boss here. Xiao Qiao rolled her eyes and grinned. Hey, boss, I would love to ride shotgun, but isn't that seat reserved for a certain someone? Your mouth twitched as you looked over at the empty passenger seat. It used to be Lu Ruyan's spot, but no one had sat there in ages. It had been empty so long that the ashtray was practically overflowing with old cigarette butts, just like your messy thoughts. Seeing you space out, Xiao Qiao stopped joking and got serious. I told her what you said. She wants to meet up and explain everything face to face. Lorne, what is your move? You pinched the bridge of your nose, thinking it over before replying quietly. Tell her tomorrow. Xiao Qiao nodded, texting someone before slipping her phone away. She glanced at you, trying to read your expression. Honestly, I have known the two of you as the perfect couple for years. I never thought she would pull this kind of trash move. Guess you can never judge a book by its cover. By the way, if she actually has a good excuse, are you still going through with the divorce? You just gave her a look and drove her back to the firm. She watched your car drive off, then pulled out her phone. Hey, miss, we have got a situation. He is divorcing his wife right now, but about that woman she reported rapidly. 2 minutes later, the reply came through. Got it. I will send backup. Make sure he is safe. The line went dead, and Xiao Qiao sighed, shaking her head. What a couple of weirdos. Back at the villa, Nanny Wang greeted you instantly. Sir, you are home. Did you eat lunch? You smiled and nodded. Just whip up whatever is easy. That you went straight upstairs to pack your bags. Half an hour later, you came down dragging 2 suitcases. Nanny Wang froze as she stared at your luggage. Sir, are you leaving? Seeing her panic, you smiled softly and patted her hand. Nanny Wang, even you can see the truth, yet she is still completely clueless. No point in talking anymore. With tears in her eyes, Nanny Wang pleaded, Sir, there is nothing a husband and wife cannot work through. How did things get this bad? You shook your head with a bitter smile. Do not worry about it. This is probably my last meal here, so at least let me eat before I go. She wiped her tears and hurried into the kitchen. Soon, the food was served and you ate in silence. Nanny Wang stood there watching you, wanting to say something but ultimately holding back. 10 minutes later, put down your bowl and looked up. I am not coming back. If she treats you well, stay and look after her. But if her family starts giving you a hard time, call me and come work for me. Nanny Wang waved her hands quickly. Oh, the second miss is a good kid. She would never. Before she could finish, the doorbell rang. Maybe she is back. Nanny Wang hurried to answer it. You leaned back, scowling with pure annoyance. You and Lu Ruyan had just had a massive blowout at the office, and you were not in the mood for round 2. But when the door opened, Nanny Wang gasped. Fourth miss, what are you doing here? A bubbly voice replied, Hey, Nanny Wang, are my sister and brother-in-law home? In walked this super energetic girl, and when she saw you at the table, her eyes lit up. Brother-in-law, you are home. She rushed over, hopped onto a chair, and yelled toward the kitchen, Nanny Wang, chopsticks. I am literally starving. Nanny Wang chuckled and hurried off. The girl looked at you. Hey, where is my sister? Then she immediately scowled. She is seriously the worst. How could she pull such trash moves? I am going to destroy that little parasite Lu Kai for you. If I do not put him in the hospital for 2 whole months, I am not your favorite sister-in-law. Your mouth twitched. Well, you are too late for that. Lu Yanran blinked, completely shocked. Wait, did you already beat him up? Yeah, you muttered. Her eyes practically turned into stars as she squealed and clapped her hands. OMG, you are actually him. She slammed her hands on the table, totally hyped. Finally, that trash got what he deserved. Honestly, my sister is blind. She has absolutely no idea how OP you are. That leech should have been thrown out ages ago. You glared at her. Can you act like a civilized human being for once? Always talking about destroying people, what is even in your head? She shrugged. Being ladylike does not pay the bills. Basically, a simp has less value than a dog nowadays. Completely useless. You rub your temples, looking at your little sister-in-law. She is 17 or 18 years old and seriously playful. Since you do not say anything, Lu Yanran rests her chin in her hands with a mischievous smile. Brother-in-law, I am not capping. That green tea trash Lu Kai is always starting drama, and my mom totally spoils him to death. And my sister is always so clueless. If it were you, how would you handle this mess? Divorce. You say those two words so casually, not even trying to hide it from your little sister-in-law. Clatter. Her chopsticks drop right on the table. Lu Yanran's eyes go wide, her mouth forming a giant O. Wait, brother-in-law, is that real or fake? You roll your eyes. She shakes her head and slaps the chair armrest. No way, that is impossible. Brother-in-law, do not play with me. With my sister's personality, she will absolutely never agree to that. She is never going to divorce you. She will literally cling to you for the rest of her life. Who says I cannot leave if she does not agree? Lu Yanran bites her chopstick, staring at you. Brother-in-law, are you actually serious? Very serious. You point to the suitcase nearby, your voice completely calm and steady. Honestly, I am only going to be your brother-in-law for a few more days. She freezes for 2 seconds, then suddenly rushes over, grabbing your arm and shaking her head. No way. Once a brother-in-law, always a brother-in-law. Your face goes dark, and you press your hand against her forehead, shoving this hyperactive girl right back into her chair. You say helplessly, this is between your sister and me. Why are you getting involved? I do not care. Even if you divorce my sister, you are still my brother-in-law. Little girl refuses to take the L, muttering nonstop. Your mouth twitches, getting a total headache from her. But then she gets all serious, resting her chin with a mischievous grin. Brother-in-law, how about this? My sister refuses to divorce no matter what. Are you going to sue her? Do you want me to hook you up with a lawyer? You are standing there with a face full of question marks, pointing at her and then at yourself. You are completely shocked. You want to find me a lawyer so I can go to court against you, sir? The little girl nods eagerly, her eyes curving into happy crescents. Exactly. And then I can ask the judge to award my custody to you. Get out of here. You mercilessly flick her on the forehead, looking totally disgusted. Lu Yanran pouts, complaining. I am still 2 months away from turning 18, okay? I am a minor. I need a guardian. You roll your eyes again. She giggles. I was just worried you would be sad about the divorce, so I wanted to make you laugh. Feeling totally helpless, you can only urge her to hurry up. Eat your food before it gets cold. She hugs her bowl and keeps eating, casting a sneaky glance at your luggage. Where are you moving to? Anyway, I have an apartment over at Shuiyanting. I will crash there for now. You really cannot hide it from her. You bought that place a few years ago, originally meant to be the wedding house for you and Lu Ruyan. But now it is just your backup plan. Hearing this, Lu Yanran excitedly jumps in. Brother-in-law, let me help you move. Looking at her hype energy, you say softly, it is literally just these 2 suitcases. Come on, brother-in-law, you brought so little stuff. You will definitely have to buy more later, right? I will go with you. An extra set of hands makes it easier. Aren't you supposed to hang out with your friends today? Oh, please. Compared to them, my brother-in-law is way more important. Although it sounds a bit wild, seeing her so hyped up, you agree to let her come. Meanwhile, over at Ruyan Technology, Lu Ruyan hangs up the phone with Lu's mother, feeling a massive headache coming on. She has not slept all night, and the drama just keeps piling up. After getting chewed out by her mother, before she can even go to the hospital to check on Lu Kai, the police show up at her office to investigate the embezzled funds. Lu Ruyan's mind goes completely blank. Putting your parting words aside, the fact that you actually had the balls to call the police proves this mess really has nothing to do with you. Trash decision she just made in the meeting room is probably going to make you hate her even more now. Remembering what Ching Ching and Xiao Qiao you said in your cold, disappointed eyes, Lu Ruyan feels incredibly bitter. She realizes she never actually trusted you, or maybe she just stopped caring about your feelings a long time ago. Lu Ruyan cannot believe you two have actually reached this point. Even if she messed up, why couldn't you just let it slide and forgive her one more time like you always did? This is out of control, completely out of control. Lu's mother slams the phone down in pure rage. She wanted to wait at Ruyan Technology just to scream at you, but her daughter sent her off to go shopping instead. She barely started shopping when she got a call saying her precious adopted son got beaten so bad he is now in the hospital, shaking with rage. In her anger, she demands Lu Ruyan bring you to the hospital to apologize, or she is calling the cops. But her daughter just repeats Xiao Qiao's story and tells her the police are already at the office investigating. The verdict is exactly what Xiao Qiao said. There is literally zero evidence. But Lu's mother is not about to let this slide. No way, I am not letting that ungrateful wolf bully my son like this. Clutching her phone, she is ready to call in some backup. Just then, Lu Kai lets out a weak cry from the hospital bed. Mom, Lu's mother immediately rushes over to comfort him. Oh, my sweet boy. Mom is right here. Lu Kai winces with a face full of pain. Mom, it hurts so bad. Lu's mother bursts into tears, squeezing his hand. It is okay, sweetie. Mom is going to get revenge for you. Dared to touch my son, so I am going to make his life a living hell. But out of nowhere, Lu Kai grits his teeth and acts all fragile. Mom, just let it go. I do not want to make things hard for sister. It was wrong of brother-in-law to beat me, but he is still my sister's husband. He pauses, playing the victim even harder. If we actually retaliate, sister will just be caught in the middle and feel super awkward, right? Plus, it would make the entire Lu family look bad. Lu's mother frowns, starting to hesitate, but the absolute rage in her chest makes it so hard to just let it go. Oh, my sweet Kai, you suffered so much. If we just swallow this insult, what happens to our family's reputation? Lu Kai looks up at her, looking so helpless. Mom, that is not even the main issue right now. The big deal is that sister's company stock is crashing hard. We cannot make things worse for her. His words catch Lu's mother off guard. Since her daughter's company directly affects the family's money, her rage instantly gets cut in half. She hesitates, still hating the idea of letting you off. Sensing her hesitation, Lu Kai's eyes light up. He leans in and whispers in her ear. Mom, actually, there is a way to help sister and force brother-in-law to be completely obedient to her from now on. He will never go against our family again, and sister won't have to fight us to defend him. Lu's mother's eyes instantly light up. Go on, tell me! Lu Kai whispers his scheme into her ear, adding, if we act fast, we might even stabilize the stock price and pump it back up. Lu's mother frowns slightly, thinking it over, before asking hesitantly, but Kai, it is fine to talk about this in private, but if we blast this all over the internet, what happens to our family's reputation? Your dad will be absolutely furious if he finds out. But Lu Kai gets desperate. Mom, we are running out of time. If we do not do this, the stock price will keep tanking, and by the end of the day, we are going to lose crazy money. Besides, brother-in-law is the one who started this mess anyway. We are just handling business here. Even if brother-in-law has to take the fall, as long as the company is safe, it is actually good for him too. Hearing this, Lu's mother loses her mind and sneers. Wronged him? That ungrateful trash deserves everything coming to him. We are doing exactly what you said. I will set it up right now. Lu Kai smirks, a flash of pure triumph in his eyes, but he acts all sweet and concerned on the outside. Mom, do not get too angry. It is not worth ruining your health over him. Just do not go too hard on him. We do not want to make sister look bad. Lu's mother pats his shoulder, completely doting on him. You are just too kind. But this is not over. No matter what, we are teaching that ungrateful trash a lesson, so he learns his place. Lu Kai pretends to act all hesitant, putting on his best fake innocent voice. But Mom, is this really a good idea? If Sis finds out I'm the one who told you, she's gonna hate me, I mean. He's still my brother-in-law, after all. Been together for years. Mother Lu just taps his forehead, coddling her favorite. Oh, you're just way too soft-hearted. But don't worry, Mom's got your back. She'll never know. Even if she gets mad, she can blame me. When it goes down, just play dumb. Act like you didn't know a thing. Hearing this, Lu Kai plays his cards, pretending to be deeply moved as he hugs her. Mom, you're taking the fall for me. I'm so sorry. That completely melts Mother Lu's heart. She pats his back, her voice all soft. Oh, honey, what fall? Your sister will just argue with me for a bit. But look at you. You got beat up like this, and I can't even get payback for you yet. That's what really breaks my heart. Mother Lu looks at him with pure pity, completely missing the venomous, snake-like glare flashing in her golden child's eyes. Meanwhile, you and Lu Yanran are busy setting up the new place with all the groceries you just bought. The apartment, which had been empty for ages, finally starts to feel like a real home. Yanran drops the last box on the table and dusts off her hands, totally satisfied. Brother-in-law, now this is what a new home is supposed to feel like. Looking around the cozy room, feel the dark clouds in your chest clear up a bit. But deep down, something still feels slightly off. Suddenly, you catch the girl sneaking around, giving you this super shady, suspicious look. You raise an eyebrow. What are you plotting now? Yanran flashes a massive, innocent smile and points right at the room across from the master bedroom. Brother-in-law, how about leaving this room for me? You freeze? Brow furrowing. Wait, why are you trying to move in? Over the 6 years you spent with Lu Ruyan, even though the toxic Lu family banned everyone from helping her, Little Rebel would always sneak out to hang out with you guys. Honestly, you basically watched her grow up. Back then, Ruyan was always drowning in work, and her health was trash, so you were the one who kept Yanran entertained. Naturally, you two got super close, but things are different now. You and Ruyan are on the verge of a divorce, and getting tangled up with the Lu family will only make things incredibly messy. Especially with her mother's crazy personality, she will definitely spark a massive drama. Plus, this girl is all grown up now. Living together? That's just going to start rumors. Shut her down immediately. Nope, go back to the Lu house. Stop playing around. A guy and a girl living under the same roof? If word gets out, your reputation is cooked. Yanran pouts, her whole face screaming defiance. No, wait, be serious. You'll raise your voice. No, she glares back at your stern face, refusing to back down. I literally have nowhere else to go, brother-in-law. If you kick me out, I'm straight up sleeping on the streets tonight. You just laugh in disbelief. Looking at her, you can't tell if she's bluffing or what. Stop capping. You're the fourth young mistress of the wealthy Liu family, and you expect me to believe you're homeless? Yanran doesn't even flinch. She rolls her eyes, grabs your arm, and starts shaking it like a spoiled kid. The absolute truth, brother-in-law. I'd never lie to you, you scoff. All right, spill. What did you get yourself into this time? Her eyes light up, instantly switching to victim mode. It wasn't even my fault. That toxic fake snake Liu Kai again. He was throwing another pity party at the hospital today. I got so sick of his trash acting that I literally decked him, and then Mom lost her mind. She screamed at me, saying if I don't apologize to that absolute loser, she's kicking me out. She looks totally proud of herself, nodding her head without a single ounce of regret. Freeze on the spot. Wait, you actually clocked him? Her face literally screams, I did what I had to do, and it was glorious. Why on earth did you do that? You ask, totally baffled. Why else? Wanted to slap that clown for ages. He's a grown-ass 20-year-old man, yet he spends 24/7 hovering around my sister. Who actually believes he doesn't have an agenda? Yanran huffs, crossing her arms. Brother-in-law, telling you, that absolute parasite is constantly faking it. It is literally so cringe you have no idea. You blink, totally stunned. No way this teenager actually has a functioning brain, unlike her sister. You shake your head, laughing bitterly. Yanran, tell me honestly, is your sister actually brain dead? Yanran's jaw drops. Huh? Brother-in-law, what did you just say? Decide to stop beating around the bush. I mean, how your sister treats Liu Kai. It's completely unhinged, right? Yanran bites her lip, hesitating before her voice. Honestly, I don't even know how to explain it. What do you mean by that? Press. She lets out a massive sigh, counting it down on her fingers to break it down for you. You're barely at the house, so you don't know the full story. Big sis is always too busy, and I literally ignore that parasite completely. No one dares to mess with third sister, so the guy just sucks up to Mom and my second sister all day. Plus, Mom is insanely biased. 6 years ago, he saved her life, so she treats him like her own flesh and blood. As for my second sister, she shakes her head. Maybe she's just way too overprotective of family. Since Mom loves that toxic snake, sis just went along with the delusion. Honestly, she's being way too nice. Delusion is putting it politely. You know damn well this goes way deeper. Ever since that incident 6 years ago, Ruyan has been an absolute ice queen to everyone except Liu Kai. She keeps claiming they're just like siblings, but she's ditched you, her actual husband, over and over for him. For any man, that is the ultimate disrespect. Seeing you zone out in thought, Yanran gently calls your name. You snap out of it and glance at her. What? What are you planning now? She bites her lip, her voice dropping to a whisper. Are you really going to divorce my sister? You let out a hollow laugh. What choice do I have? Your sister's embarrassing drama is literally known by everyone in the city. How much more do you expect me to take? The girl sighs, looking at you with genuine worry. But brother-in-law, if that toxic snake is this bold while you guys are still married, what's he gonna do when you actually get a divorce? He's gonna lose his mind. Shake your head helplessly. But your sister doesn't think she's done a single thing wrong. If she actually stood by me, I'd protect her with my life. But if she's gonna keep acting like this, mistakes are bound to happen. I might as well save myself the drama and make my move now. Honestly, you are just completely drained dealing with a wife who refuses to listen. Society always says men need to be understanding. But what self-respecting man is going to tolerate his wife flirting and acting cozy with another dude? And there's one thing you left unsaid: if Ruyan ever actually crossed that line with someone else, it wouldn't be a divorce, it would be a funeral. Yanran feels the absolute chill in your voice and realizes you're dead serious. She sighs. Well, as long as you've made up your mind, brother-in-law. Then she turns on her puppy dog eyes. But wait, you still haven't agreed to my room. You rub your temples, completely defeated. Yanran, once I divorce your sister, we aren't even family anymore. You'll literally just be my ex-wife's little sister. It's not right for you to stay here. If you don't want to go back to the main house, go stay with your sister. She could use the company. You know Ruyan is way too proud, and the massive blow to her company definitely hit her hard. Having her sister around might help, but Yanran instantly throws a tantrum. No way! I don't want to be just your friend. I told you, once a brother-in-law, always a brother-in-law. She huffs and stomps off to her room. You can only laugh. Even if she's not technically your sister-in-law anymore, she still feels like family. But honestly, you want absolutely zero connection to the Liu family. The only reason that clown Liu Kai is still flexing is because he's got that old hag's backing and your clueless wife constantly shielding him. If you decide to finally crush him, entire Lu family will definitely try to step in. And after the absolute face slap you delivered at Ruyan Tech today, that old hag isn't going to let it slide. You feel a heavy weight in your chest. Now that you've walked away from Ruyan Tech, you're not entirely sure what your next move should be. A man's career is his ultimate foundation. Even after carrying Ruyan Tech on your back all these years, those ungrateful trash in the Lu family still think you're just some useless gold digger. But this is what happens when people are blinded by pure prejudice. Our MC doesn't need to prove anything to these losers, but since he's getting a divorce, he's done carrying their trash tier titles. He stands by the glass window staring out at the city, plotting his next move. Suddenly, a notification breaks the silence. He grabs his phone and sees a text from his assistant. Boss, that old witch from the Lu family is causing drama again. You need to check this link right now. Frowns and clicks the link. The comments are absolutely wild. Muge is nothing but a gold-digging boy toy my daughter kept. He lives off our family's money, and because my daughter is the CEO, he actually bullied my son at the company. All those rumors about my daughter abandoning him on their wedding night or her cheating, complete lies. It is pure defamation. To get rid of my son, this trash actually pocketed $500 million in company funds from our project. My poor son didn't want to ruin my daughter's or Ruyan Tech's reputation, so he literally drank himself into the hospital. He did that just to get a private moment to warn my daughter. The media has it all wrong. My sweet boy Xiao Kai literally risked his own life and reputation just to protect his sister. And even after all that, my daughter only demoted that ungrateful leech instead of throwing him out. Our family has been way too nice to this ungrateful snake. But what does this do? He literally beat my Xiao Kai into the hospital right in front of my daughter's eyes. Is there no justice left in this world? Where is the law? It turns out Mother Lu is hosting a whole press conference right inside Lu Kai's hospital room, trash talking our MC to a crowd of reporters. Meanwhile, Lu Kai is lying in bed pretending to be weak, playing the ultimate victim. Our MC silently locks his phone, his eyes turning cold. Seriously? This cheap trick again? He just chuckles. He knew these clowns wouldn't go down without a fight. But damn, he didn't expect Mother Lu to be this brain dead. If she actually used the family's real power to come at him, she might stand a chance. But trying to use the media against him? Does this old hag seriously think she can play him? Just an outdated boomer. Her little sob story won't fix anything. In fact, she just handed him the perfect weapon to strike back. Since she wants to play dirty and ruin his name, time to teach this toxic family a lesson before they get even more out of hand. In the past, he tolerated their abuse just for Lu Ruyan's sake. Back then, they treated him worse than a housemaid. But now, they're divorcing, so he doesn't owe her anything. He remembers when his family fell apart and he ended up in Zhongsbei City all alone. Sure, Lu Ruyan gave him a place to stay and helped him get back on his feet. Without her, he might never have gone back to school, let alone passed his exams. But he paid a massive price over the years. He's already repaid that debt of gratitude 10 times over. When they got married, they were equals. Nobody owed anyone anything. Since the mother-in-law wants to start a war, he's ready to go God mode. He pulls out his phone, taps the screen, and calls Xiao Qiao. The second she picks up, Xiao Qiao panics immediately. Boss, the entire internet is roasting you. Should we drop a statement and clap back? He just smirks. Why the rush? Let's let the drama cook for a bit. Once they dig themselves a deeper hole, we'll hit them with a massive lawsuit and face slap them into reality. Xiao Qiao gasps. No way, you're using that move again? He chuckles, of course. Why wouldn't I? That old witch thinks she's safe, which is why she's acting so cocky. We're about to completely ruin her script. He sneers in his mind. This is actually hilarious. Built this company from the ground up, and now these haters are calling him a gold digger? Oh, Lu Ruyan, your mom probably has no idea we're divorcing, does she? Or maybe she knows and just doesn't care, thinking he'll still protect her useless family like a loyal dog. Xiao Qiao interrupts anxiously. Boss, she's obviously doing this because of what Lu Ruyan said at the press conference this morning. Probably trying to pump up Ruyan Tech's stock price. He responds casually, like it's no big deal, it's fine. They just want to frame me for the stolen funds. But once the truth drops, let's see how they survive. He laughs. These clowns are really trying to pull a fast one. The wife plays the loving partner in the morning, and the mother throws shade in the afternoon. Talk about teamwork. Now our MC Muge looks like the ultimate villain. And just like that, the wedding night cheating rumors disappear, making Lu Ruyan look like a flawless victim. Xiao Qiao sighs at his attitude. Boss, you're way too chill. People are literally trying to cancel you right now. He just laughs out loud. What, you want me to cry about it? With that old hag's tiny brain, she's probably being used as a puppet without even realizing it. Xiao Qiao pauses, then gasps. Wait, you mean Lu Kai is pulling the strings? Bingo. Xiao Qiao is totally confused now. But what's his play? The mom is brainless, but Lu Kai is smart. He knows that if you strike back, Ruyan Tech's stock will absolutely crash. How does that help him? Our MC frowns. What is this kid actually planning? He used to think Liu Kai was just a pawn sent by the Glue family break up his marriage and steal the company. But now, it looks like he has a much darker agenda. A massive stock crash hurts the family too. Why would he let his mom act like a clown when he knows MC will counter? The guy's motive is a total mystery. After a brief silence, he says, Xiao Chao, can you dig up Liu Kai's real background? Xiao Chao agrees. I'm on it, boss. But honestly, we need to be careful with how much evidence we drop. You still own a massive chunk of Ruyan Tech's stock. Stock crashes. Your net worth goes down with it. He goes quiet. She's right. Starting over from absolute zero is a nightmare nobody wants to relive, especially not with his failing health right now. He sighs and leaves the final call to her. I'll let you handle the details. I trust you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ruyan is having a total meltdown. After the police leave, she slumps into her chair looking like a ghost, completely paralyzed with fear and panic. She can't even speak. After a brutal afternoon of interrogation, the cops are already convinced our MC is entirely innocent. They literally told her straight up that the frame-up was ridiculously sloppy and full of holes. They checked every single lead and found absolutely zero proof of him being involved. The only connection was that the money ended up on his bank card. But that's the most suspicious part. Why didn't this massive fortune get returned to the company's account? Why was it wired directly to his personal account? Someone was clearly pulling the strings. Even the cops dropped some heavy hints, and any sane person could see what was really going on. He never touched that money. The only thing they had on him was his admin access. What a joke. Lu Ruyan knows she messed up. Even though the official report isn't out yet, his name is already cleared. In fact, she knows the truth even better than the police. For instance, that bank card holding the $500 million, he didn't even have it. She had it the entire time. If this came out sooner, her wild accusations would look like a complete joke. From day one, our MC was absolutely innocent. Finally clicks. Someone set him up, and she, his supposed wife, didn't show him a single ounce of trust. Instead, she literally helped the bad guys. This is the ultimate betrayal. She might not care about losing $500 million, and losing the project hurts but is fixable. But this time, she literally pushed her own husband off a cliff. Especially now, right when they are getting a divorce. Her self-righteous attitude didn't just stab him in the back, she literally poured gasoline on the fire. And now that the word divorce is on the table, his head was spinning with all the fake rumors Liu Kai had spread. You literally mentioned divorce on that call and talked about taking care of someone else. No wonder he's convinced. He thinks you're trying to take the money and run, and honestly, you can't even blame him. What guy wouldn't lose his mind in that situation? Plus, got to explain what happened on that call. Once he asks and you clear up the misunderstanding, everything will be fine, right? You won't even have a reason to get mad at him for not trusting you. He Ching watched as Lu Ruyan went from completely broken, suddenly getting her hopes back up. Honestly, she wanted to say something, but she'd already tried warning her a million times. But the second Liu Kai gets brought up, Lu Ruyan's brain just completely shuts down. She's hopelessly brainwashed by him. Now that Lu Ruyan had made up her mind, she felt like she finally had the leverage to negotiate with him. Stopped stressing. Seeing He Ching hesitating, she asked what was up. He Ching hesitated for a second, but decided to bite the bullet. She said, President Lu, your mother literally brought reporters to the hospital this afternoon, and Lu Ruyan's face went completely pale. A terrible feeling hit her instantly, and she snapped. What kind of drama did my mom stir up now? Ching just sighed and handed over her phone. President Lu, you need to see this yourself. The live stream already ended, but the video is viral all over the internet. Before she could even look at the screen, her mother's loud voice blasted out. Lu Ruyan shakily took the phone, and the absolute wild accusations in the video hit her hard. As she stared at the screen, she saw the exact same clown show that had been trending. After a long silence, she dropped the phone onto the table with a thud. Her world was spinning, and she collapsed back into her chair, completely dazed, muttering, How could she? How could she do this to me? She is literally trying to ruin my life and my entire family. She started crying and screaming, asking why. I have been trying hard to fix things between you two. Why is she pushing me to the edge? He Ching bit her lip and carefully added, President Lu, actually, your mother's little speech did make our stock price bounce back a little bit. But what? But her lies are so obvious. The second President Mu decides to strike back, it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Lu Ruyan's voice was shaking. What about my husband? How did he react? He Ching looked worried. President Lu, you know how President Mu deals with PR crises. He always lets the drama build up first, and then hits back with a one-shot lethal blow that sends his enemies straight to hell. We need to worry about what happens when he starts his counterattack. How do we even save our stock then? There is no way Mr. Mew is letting this slide. All those stupid rumors before were one thing, but this time she accused him of embezzling $500 million. That is a major felony. There is no way he's taking the fall for that. Every word He Ching said hit like a truck, and Lu Ruyan knew she was right. When she tried to sweep things under the rug before, he didn't buy it at all, and literally called the cops. And now her own mother publicly dragged his name through the mud. Once the truth comes out, Ruyan Tech is completely cooked. Trying to frame him for embezzling $500 million? Even Lu Ruyan realized how insane that was. Losing her mind, she grabbed her phone and dialed her mother. The second the call connected, her mother's smug voice blasted through the speaker. "Oh, Ruyan, what is up? Calling to thank your mother? Pretty genius move by me, right?" Her mother sounded like she was on top of the world. "I saw the market close, and your company's stock is absolutely printing right now. It's even higher than before." She paused, her voice dripping with sheer disgust. "Honestly, Ruyan, you are way too soft. You just went to take care of your little brother on your wedding night. What's the big deal? Why is that useless gold digger making such a scene? But don't worry. Mom handled everything. You should literally take this chance to dump him. Then Mom can." But right then, Lu Ruyan's explosive rage finally erupted. She screamed in total despair. How could you do something so stupid? Her mother, who was waiting for a thank you, choked on her words. Her smug attitude instantly vanished. Then her spoiled, toxic temper flared up. She shrieked, "Lu Ruyan, what is up with that attitude? Do you even respect me as your mother? I went through all this trouble just to help you, and you are screaming at me?" Lu Ruyan took a deep breath, trying to control her rage, but her voice was freezing cold. "Where are you right now?" "At home, why?" her mother muttered. Lu Ruyan spoke word by word, her voice dripping with sheer icy anger. "Fine, we are talking about this face to face." She slammed the phone down, turned to a completely stunned Ching, and snapped, "Talk to Manager Chen in PR right now. See if there is any way to clean up this mess. I have to go home immediately." Before she could even finish, she stormed off, the clicking of her heels fading away. He Ching stood there, totally dumbfounded. Clean up this mess? There is absolutely no way to fix this. The entire livestream was a pack of lies and so full of plot holes that anyone with a brain could expose them. That stupid old lady literally dug a massive grave, and now us corporate slaves have to pay for it with our lives. He Ching shook her head, feeling absolute disgust for that brainless old woman. She really showed her low-class roots. Zero class, zero shame. Honestly, if Lu Ruyan's dad hadn't gotten lucky back in the day, she would have never made it into high society. But now, she has completely ruined the entire Lu family's reputation. All this drama was already an open secret in the high society of Jiangbei. People only tolerated her to show respect to the family legacy, chose not to expose her. But now that she caused such a massive disaster, let's see how she handles it. He Ching was screaming inside, but she still had to do her job. She drove her car straight to the main Lu family estate. Before she even stepped through the door, all the rage she had been holding back exploded. "Mom, why did you say all those lies to the reporters? Do you have any idea how much trouble this is going to cause me and the company? How dare you?" A sharp voice cut her off. Her mother had a smug smile, waiting to take credit for saving the day, but she got immediately bombarded by Lu Ruyan's yelling instead. She immediately lost her temper. She put her hands on her hips and glared. "Lu Ruyan, who do you think you are talking to? Are you really disrespecting your own mother over that gold-digging husband of yours?" She got even more furious, screaming, "Who do you think I did this for? It was all for you. Open your eyes and look at your company's stock. It was literally trash before I saved it. Now that I stepped in to save your company, instead of thanking me, you come back here to scream at me." Facing her completely delusional mother, Lu Ruyan felt like her head was going to explode. She lost it and screamed, "But do you even realize that everything you said is a lie? It is completely fake. Don't you get it? Once this gets exposed, we won't just lose our stock value, our entire family's decades of reputation will be completely destroyed." Wait, what? The rest of the family members watching the drama were completely stunned. Her mother was taken aback for a second, but quickly scoffed. "So what? Our family has been running Jiangbei for decades. We are a massive empire with deep roots. There is no way we are going down over some minor drama. And because of who? That useless gold digger? I only said a few facts. Is he going to magically overthrow us?" Feeling utterly defeated, she stared at her mother with eyes as cold as ice. She gritted her teeth, spitting out every single word. "What if I told you the person who stole those $500 million from the company was not my husband?" The entire Lu family froze. Her dad, who had been this whole time, suddenly looked dead serious and asked, "Ruyan, tell me right now, what is actually going on?" Ruyan collapsed onto the couch, her eyes filled with despair. "Mom, why did you do all of this behind my back without even asking me? Do you even realize my husband immediately called the cops? The police already cleared him. It turns out this entire thing is a massive setup." The family went wild. "A setup? Liu Kai's heart practically stopped. He gave his sister a shaky look and quickly tried to cover his tracks, saying, "Wait, we seriously misunderstood my brother-in-law." That was when Ruyan finally locked eyes with him, stared straight into his soul and asked, "Kai, tell me the truth. Who fed you this story?" The kid froze for a second, but then breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Sis, I was just checking in with the project partners, but yesterday they claimed my brother-in-law pulled out all the cash. I panicked and thought he was trying to ruin me, and since they had all this fake proof, I totally bought it." Suddenly, he started playing the victim, muttering, "This is all on me. I was just too impatient and trusted the wrong people." Ruyan glared at him, highly suspicious. "Is that really what happened? Then why did you keep me in the dark?" Kai looked down, his voice barely a whisper. "I was terrified, sis. You were literally in the middle of your wedding. I was scared that if I told you, you and my brother-in-law would start a massive screaming match right there and embarrass the whole family. Sis, I know I messed up, but I really wasn't thinking straight." Ruyan let out a heavy hiss, her face pale. "So you are telling me you did not even bother to double-check?" Kai tried to make another excuse, but his mom cut in, unable to watch any longer. Snapped. "Investigate what? Even if that Moo guy did not steal the money. It is a fact that he wanted to kick my son out of the company. Kai is basically still a kid. He just panicked because of some major drama. How is any of this his fault? If you ask me, that ungrateful trash is the real issue here. Where there is smoke, there is fire, and he probably did something shady to cause all this chaos anyway." Her mother's toxic behavior cut her off again. Ruyan felt completely exhausted dealing with a mother who abandoned all logic the second her precious son was involved. Even though Kai's excuse made some sense, she kept her ice-cold gaze on her mother. "Mom, you need to realize that Ruyan Tech is my husband's and my entire life. Our family owns shares too, and you playing these stupid games is going to ruin the entire business. This gets leaked. Can you even handle the fallout?" Her mother choked up for a second, but then just waved her hand like it was nothing. "So what if he did not do it? Make him take the fall. Compared to our company stock crashing, why can't he just take one for the team?" "Mom," Ruyan stared in absolute horror, her face turning completely white as she screamed, "How can you even say that? Do you have any idea what kind of hate my husband will get if he admits to stealing 500 million? You are literally his mother-in-law." But her mother did not care at all. "What, am I wrong? Keeping our stock from tanking is best for everyone. He is your husband. So shouldn't he support your career? What does he gain if you go broke? Who is going to pay for his lifestyle then?" Hearing this, Ruyan completely lost her mind with rage. "Do you even hear yourself? My husband is not some gold digger living off my money. Do you have any clue how much blood, sweat, and tears he poured into this company? When I first started Ruyan Tech, the entire startup fund came directly from him." What? Her parents and even her brother Kai were completely speechless. Her dad stuttered, "Ruyan, was the money to start the company really from Muge? Who else would it be?" Ruyan let out a desperate, exhausted laugh. "You guys do not know anything. When you threw me out off the streets back then, I did not even blame you, because my husband was always there in the shadows, carrying my career, and what did I do? To please you, I heard him over and over again. When you insulted him and called him a broke gold digger in front of everyone, I just sat there and did not even stand up for him, all because I wanted to keep the peace. Now I realize it is all my fault you guys look down on him so much. But now, just to protect your own money, you want to force the man who built me up take the blame for a crime he did not commit?" Ruyan was crying, utterly devastated by her own family. "I never hated you guys, but since I came back, you have treated my husband like absolute garbage." He was completely right. How you treat him is a reflection of how I allowed you to treat him. I was so obsessed with pleasing you that I completely abandoned my own husband. I actually thought I could fix his broken heart with a few cheap apologies, but I was so wrong. She glared at her mother, her voice reaching a breaking point as she screamed, "Dad, Mom, especially you, Mom. I do not even know what your obsession is with ruining my marriage. Ever since you showed up, your only goal has been to tear us apart. I tolerated your toxic attitude because you are my mother, but why do you have to completely destroy his life? Do you have any idea how clownish you look when you talk down to him? You called him a gold digger? A useless parasite, but you never gave me a single dollar for my business. He was the one funding everything. You call him a weak, sick loser, but have you ever wondered that he ruined his own health just to save my life? When I was stuck on a hospital bed for an entire year, did you guys show up or pay a single hospital bill? What right do you have to talk down to him?" Ruyan was drowning in regret. On her wedding night, she thought she did nothing wrong, but the second Qiao showed up, she realized this was no joke. Spilled the truth, her parents froze in shock, and Kai's face went completely pale. The entire Liu family had been running on pure delusions this whole time, convinced that the main character was just a broke loser. After all, when he arrived in Zhongbei 3 years ago, he was only 18 and needed her help to get into college. Even if he worked his butt off after high school, that pocket change was nothing to them. And when her family kicked her out, he crashed the engagement party to rescue her. To her parents, that was just a gold digger trying to secure the bag. They never changed their minds, even when he proved himself to be an absolute genius in college. By the time they met again, they still looked down on him. Because of this, Kai was fully convinced he was just a gold-digging pretty boy. He was so blinded by his own ego that he worked at Ruyan Tech for 6 months without ever realizing he was actually a major shareholder. That is why he talked so much trash when they were alone. Bro really thought having shares did not mean anything, because the family would eventually force him to sign them back over. But now, the reality check hits hard. Is not just her husband, he is the co-founder who literally funded the entire project from day one. With that level of loyalty, do you really think they can just get a quick divorce? And would he ever hand over his shares? Not a chance. Kai kept his head down, trying to process how cooked he was. Meanwhile, Ruyan kept venting, I know you despise my husband just because he's not from some elite family, but in this world, who actually gets born with a silver spoon? The police are about to drop their final report any minute now, and once my husband drops the real receipts, that gold digger label you put on him is going to be completely shattered. The entire Liu family, including me, will be exposed as ungrateful trash. This stupid scheme of yours won't save the company. Ruyan Tech is going straight to the abyss, and the Liu family's decades-old legacy that Grandpa worked so hard to build is about to be completely ruined all because of your big mouth. Ruyan's savage truth bomb absolutely blew her mom's mind. Meanwhile, Liu Kai was slouching on the couch, his usual smug face completely gone. The dad rubbed his temples, totally stressed, and asked Ruyan, is all of this actually true? Tears instantly flooded Ruyan's eyes as she broke down. Of course it is. You guys always treated my husband like trash, constantly humiliating him whenever and wherever you could. And now, he is literally divorcing me. He even brought his lawyer straight to my office. Everything I worked so hard to build is completely ruined because I took your side, and now my husband is done with me. I regret it so much. I was such a fool to ignore his pain just to please you guys. You did not just destroy my marriage, you literally made me break my own vows. Mom, are you happy now? The mom was totally speechless, but seeing her husband, her son, and even the maids watching, she felt completely embarrassed. She crossed her arms and snapped back. Okay, so what if I messed up? What is done is done. Why is it so hard for Brother Mu to just play along and take the blame? At worst, he can just stay home so nobody talks trash about him. Besides, his health is terrible anyway, so he can just rest at home. It is not like we cannot afford to feed him. Ruyan stared at her mom, her heart turning ice cold. Wow, talk about toxic. Some people just never change. Seeing his daughter's face, the dad snapped and whipped around, roaring at the mom. Have you lost your mind? You did not even know the facts and you started spreading rumors. Even if he made mistakes, he is still your son-in-law. How could you trash him like that to outsiders? Do you want to completely ruin the Liu family's reputation? The mom tried to talk back, but one death stare from the dad shut her up instantly. After dealing with her, the dad turned to Ruyan, rubbing his temples. Ruyan, do not be too sad. Your mom was totally wrong, but she was just clueless and acted out of love. Right now, blaming her will not solve anything. Our number one priority is saving your company's stock price. He sighed, remembering that the Liu family invested a whopping $2 billion to get 30% of Ruyan Tech back then. Now, after 1 year, it has been diluted to just 20%. If your company goes under, that entire $2 billion is going straight down the drain. Even if the Liu family is loaded, $2 billion is still a massive amount of money, and we have other shareholders to worry about. Ruyan's eyes suddenly lit up, and she eagerly asked, Dad, do you have a plan? Just as the dad was about to speak, Ruyan cut him off. Dad, if you are thinking about making my husband take the fall for mom's lies, forget it. Before, he only tolerated the Liu family because of me. But that does not mean he is weak, especially now that he is actually divorcing me. If you guys try to force him into this, it's over. It will only backfire. Of course I would not make him do that. The dad let out a fake laugh, brushing off the mom's hand as she secretly pulled his sleeve. He acted like he was deep in thought and said, but Ruyan Tech is your life's work. And if it goes down, our rivals win. Here is my idea. You need to talk to your husband first, calm him down, and buy us some time. Didn't your company sign the Feechin project even though there was a glitch? Chose you because Ruyan Tech's tech is literally unmatched. What if we offer them a bigger cut of the profits and negotiate again? Ruyan's eyes sparkled. Dad, you mean? The dad snapped his fingers. Exactly. If we lock down the Feechin project right now, we can just tell the public that your mom was misled and made mistakes because she was worried sick about Kai's injuries. Just a big misunderstanding. That way, both the stock price and your husband's anger will settle down. Ruyan fell into deep thought. Honestly, her dad's plan was actually genius. As for the embezzlement accusation, since the money was in his account, they could just say there was a glitch in the partnership and the money was refunded. And her mom? Just a desperate mother who spoke without thinking. Plus, since he was away for 6 years, it makes perfect sense that the Liu family did not know the full story. Then everything is a massive misunderstanding. It clears up perfectly. Even if some people do not buy it, as long as it is not a total disaster, the stock price won't crash. And with the feed-in project secured, Ruyan Tech would be completely safe. Ruyan was super tempted, but then she hesitated. Dad, your plan is fire, but I honestly have no idea if we can actually save the Feechin project. I have zero confidence. Before the dad could even speak, Kai suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Sis, I can actually help with that. Ruyan looked at him with surprise. Kai, what do you mean? Kai smirked. Sis, I have been grinding for the last 2 days trying to contact the project team to save this deal. I do not know all the details yet, but they sent a representative over, and I already set up a dinner with him. Sis, do you want to come with me? Ruyan was totally shocked. Wait, seriously? Kai nodded eagerly. Of course, Mr. Chen, the project director, just landed. He handed his phone over and Ruyan checked it. No way, it really was the head of the project. Her heart warmed up. Kai, thank you so much. Ruyan had no idea he was doing this behind the scenes. She had tried calling them herself today, but they were completely ice cold to her. She never expected Kai to actually clutch up like this. Even though nothing was guaranteed, just getting a meeting was a massive win. Thinking about how cold she had been to him lately, seeing him try so hard to save her, Ruyan felt a wave of relief. She looked at his excited face and sighed. Sure, Kai messed up recently, but he genuinely cared about his big sis. Unlike you, who only caused her embarrassment. Thinking of you, she fell silent for a moment, then said, Kai, how about you go meet Mr. Chen first? I need to head home to explain our plan to your brother-in-law, just in case he makes a move first and ruins everything. The mom scoffed dramatically. It is literally just a phone call. Why do you need to go there in person? If the client gets tired of waiting and walks, who is going to take the blame? The dad glared at her. Can you shut your mouth for once? Then he turned to Ruyan, his voice softening. Ruyan, your mom is annoying, but she actually has a point. Maybe you should meet the client first? Yeah, sis. Kai chimed in instantly. Cure Mr. Chen first. Then talk to Brother Mu. We will have way more leverage to negotiate and save this deal. Ruyan hesitated. Honestly, they made perfect sense. The key to saving her company was locking down this project. Otherwise, any explanation would just look incredibly weak. Everyone's attention would stay glued to the family drama, and the stock would still tank. Just when the family thought she was about to agree, Ruyan shook her head. Mom, Dad, still need to go home first. Brother Mu was already furious yesterday, and after what happened this morning, I have to taunt him. It won't take long. She was terrified that if he struck back, even securing the project wouldn't save them. Hearing her stay so stubborn, the mom and Kai started to panic. But the dad spoke up first. She is right. We have to keep my son-in-law happy first. Otherwise, if he exposes us, we are completely cooked. The dad's final words shut them up. Kai's eyes darted around as he urged, all right, sis, but hurry up. For Chen rarely agrees to meet. We cannot afford to blow this. Ruyan nodded, said her goodbyes, and quickly left the house. Second, Ruyan was out the door. The mom's face twisted as she sneered, seriously? He is just a useless freeloader. Why are we treating him like royalty? That is enough. The dad exploded in absolute fury. Bro, if you didn't run your big mouth 24/7, we wouldn't be in this absolute mess. If our daughter is telling the truth, you seriously still think Muge is just some trash leeching off us? Keep moving wild like this, you're gonna offend the wrong person and get cooked without even knowing why. Hands off this situation, especially when it comes to our daughter. If you stick your nose where it doesn't belong again, you're officially grounded for life. What? Father Lou completely snapped. He was so done with Mother Lou's absolute clown behavior today. Like, even if Muge was actually a nobody, who cares? But the plot twist. He's actually him. Spreading trash rumors outside like a clown, did she completely throw the family's reputation in the mud? Seeing him just walk upstairs after tearing her a new one, she slumped onto the couch, fuming, and threw a pillow in a total rage. Lu Kai rushed to comfort her, but the vibe was already ruined. Lu Ruyan walked back to her villa feeling completely drained. But the second she opened the door, she heard someone screaming, I'm gonna beat you to death. She frowned and saw her little sister, Lu Yanran, clutching her phone and raging hard at some game. Standard behavior for her, so she just dropped her bag and looked around the room. I was wondering why you weren't at home today. Turns out you ran over to my place. Wait, where is your brother-in-law? Lu Yanran rolled her eyes, talking about, don't even bring up your annoying husband. You literally can't even keep your own man in check. And now you're asking me? Lu Ruyan instantly snatched her sister by the ear, talking about, "You're getting real bold lately. Since when do you ignore my questions?" "Oh, oh, oh!" Lu Yanran screamed, completely dying from the pain. Rambled to pull her sister's hand away. "Answer me first." Okay, fine." Brother-in-law literally packed up and moved out. Lu Ruyan completely froze, her heart sinking instantly. She looked around and realized the house felt way too empty. Panicking, she yelled for the housekeeper. "Nanny Wang! Nanny Wang!" The old lady rushed out of the kitchen, her eyes totally red, crying second Miss Master really moved out. He took every single thing that belonged to him, like he's totally gone. She wiped her tears, looking absolutely devastated. But Lu Ruyan didn't even notice her tears. She was just standing there, completely brain-lagged and frozen. It took her a hot minute to snap back to reality, and then she bolted upstairs like a crazy person, with her sister right behind her. She threw open the master bedroom door, and the room was so clean it actually hurt to look at. But over half of his stuff was completely gone. All their old pictures and wedding photos deleted from existence. The only thing left was the faded wedding decoration on the wall and dead flower petals on the bed. Talk about a total nightmare. She collapsed onto the edge of the bed, her eyes totally blank. She whispered, "Not even one more chance? Is he seriously not giving me a single chance to fix this?" Her voice was shaking, sounding completely shattered. Her sister leaned against the door, watching her absolute downfall with a super complicated face. Lu Ruyan's eyes frantically searched the room until they locked onto the vanity table. Right there, a single lonely ring was shining like a slap in the face. She lunged forward, grabbing the wedding ring with shaking hands as tears streamed down her face. Her voice cracked, asking, "Babe, are you seriously throwing me away? Are we really getting a divorce? Why? Weren't we literally doing so well?" Her pathetic begging whispers were the exact spark that set off her sister's rage. Lu Yanran snapped, "Sis, if your husband was out there, messing around with some other girl, what would you even do?" Her words cut like a knife. Lu Ruyan's crying stopped instantly, her eyes turning dead cold. "What, are you telling me he's cheating on me?" Lu Yanran let out a cold laugh and shook her head. "What? So you seriously never changed, do you? In the past, you'd be throwing a massive fit of jealousy instead of immediately jumping to conclusions and asking if he's stepping out. Do you seriously think the point of my question is whether he's cheating? No wonder he wants to divorce you. It makes total sense now." She mocked her, saying, "He was totally right. Trust in this marriage became a luxury a long time ago." Lu Ruyan's face turned completely white as she realized she totally missed the point. Her sister kept pressing her hard, saying, "You always call me a kid who doesn't know anything. But even I know that love is selfish. A relationship is meant for two people, not three. And marriage is even more exclusive. Isn't a three-way relationship a bit too crowded?" She raised her voice, yelling, "You keep screaming that Lu Kai is just your little brother. But do you even know what boundaries are? Just visited him normally, he probably wouldn't even be this mad. But you literally have zero filter. You abandoned your own husband on your wedding night to run off and baby a guy you aren't even related to by blood." Her eyes were full of absolute disgust. "Isn't that just pure irony? You keep saying you only had the wedding yesterday, but bro, you guys have been married for 3 whole years." Her sister's words got even sharper. "In your eyes, being married for 3 years just like any normal day to you. Sis, you are actually so heartless." She got right in her face, saying, "You two were married for 3 years. You knew it. Our family knew it. But did anyone else know? He is literally a top-tier boss in Zhongbei, and you made him the biggest laughingstock in the entire city. You seriously think anyone cares about your relationship with Lu Kai? You think they care about some hidden story? They don't give a damn. They see a guy getting absolutely cuckolded by his own wife. Get it?" Lu Ruyan was shaking with pure screaming, "Shut up!" Face flushed red with fury. "I never did anything to betray him. I've been loyal. Lu Kai is practically family. Everyone in Zhongbei knows that." Lu Yanran sneered. "So what? Even if they believe he's your brother, it doesn't change the facts. Your clown behavior literally tells the entire world that your husband means absolutely nothing to you. Honestly, if you actually cheated on him tomorrow, nobody would even be surprised. Running away from your husband on your wedding night? That is wild. You literally set a brand new record for the worst wife in high society. Absolute legend." Lu Ruyan's brain was buzzing so hard she could barely breathe. She clutched her chest, leaning on the vanity, when the ring slipped from her hand and hit the floor with a loud metallic clink. Her sister's words cut deep like a sword. She stood there, completely stunned. Was she actually the villain here? Why was her own blood sister siding with her husband? And why did he have to leave her so ruthlessly? She used to ignore what everyone said, thinking she had a clean conscience. But today, getting absolutely dragged by her own little sister left her feeling totally humiliated and pathetic. Once the dizziness cleared, she slowly turned her head, her voice turning ice cold as she whispered, "You're defending him pretty hard. Did he tell you to say all this? Or do you have some secret agenda. A weird feeling hit her, suspecting her sister was hiding something massive. Hearing that, Lu Yanran's eyes instantly went wide. She looked shocked, but there was a definite flash of pure panic in her eyes. Lu Ruyan locked eyes with her, and when her sister didn't say a word, she let out a cold laugh. What? Is that question too hard for you to answer? Her sister gasped, then sneered. Wow, you're amazing, sis. You never understand the main point when it actually matters, but you're a professional when it comes to accusing people. I literally just defended him a little bit, and now you're being super paranoid. So I'm the bad guy here, right? She paused, her voice dropping to freezing temperatures. Seriously, why don't you go ask anyone out there? Absolutely, everyone is going to take his side on this. If you keep being this toxic and paranoid, your life is going to be completely ruined. Her sister's sarcastic tone made her chest tighten with pure rage. Her sister's eyes gleamed as if she just unlocked a secret masterclass in playing the victim. She smirked and said, Sis, how could you even think that about me and him? We are literally just brother-in-law and sister-in-law. At most, it's just pure, wholesome sibling energy. Then she suddenly acted all hurt, crying, You are being so unfair. He literally watched me grow up. You literally know how close we are. He loved you so much, and you're out here throwing wild accusations? That is wild. Lu Ruyan stood there, completely speechless and annoyed. Her sister kept twisting the knife, saying we practically grew up together, and I truly saw him as my real brother-in-law. If we're close, it's just normal family bonding. Can't you just stop being so dramatic? I'm honestly so disappointed in you. There is absolutely nothing going on between us, and I'm literally your own blood sister. Accusing me like this? You seriously owe me a massive apology right now. Blinks with a totally innocent face. Lu Ruyan stands there looking like an absolute fool, completely dazed, and asks, You want me to apologize? Lu Yanran just nods seriously. Smirk creeps onto her face as she says, Duh, what else? Boom. It finally clicks for Lu Ruyan. This brat is totally playing her. Her voice turns ice cold as she snaps. Yanran, do you even know what you are saying right now? But Yanran is too cheeky to care, replying, Of course I do. She is like, Wait, aren't I just repeating your exact words, sis? Sounds familiar, right? Since you say this trash to my husband all the damn time. Lu Ruyan clutches her chest as the truth hits her like a truck. Whenever you brought up Lu Kai, didn't my husband defend himself just like this? Talk about a massive face slap. Those words fly back like a heat-seeking boomerang, leaving her completely speechless. And oh, Yanran's is not done flexing yet. I literally just defended him a little, and you immediately accused us of having a secret thing. Now that the tables are turned on you, how does it feel, my dear big sis? Pretty satisfying, right? Did you ever once stop to think how my husband felt when you spat those exact words at him? Thud. Lu Ruyan collapses onto a chair, her face painted with pure regret. It is over for her confidence. Her heart stings with pure pain. She finally realizes just how toxic her words actually were. Her eyes turn bloodshot, and she suddenly lunges at Lu Yanran, grabbing her arm tight. Tell me. You know where he is, right? Where is my husband? You know his location. Tell me. Yanran is completely stunned, staring at her like, Wait, did my toxic sis finally unlock her brain? Do my words actually possess that much power? Seeing her hesitate, Lu Ruyan aggressively shakes her arm, begging, Just tell me already. Yanran spits it out on instinct. He is at the water cloud pavilion. The moment she hears that, Lu Ruyan bolts out of the room like a bullet, disappearing in a flash. Yanran blinks, snaps back to reality, and slaps her own forehead. Oh no, she cooked. Bun literally said he never wants to see her again. Are they going to throw hands? The little sister completely panics, rushing to the stairs and screaming, Sis, wait for me! I am coming with you. Meanwhile, over at the Water Cloud Pavilion, you are enjoying a rare moment of being slightly tipsy. Right then, Xiao Qiao calls you with some fire news. The police finished their investigation. That massive pile of cash was indeed refunded by the project developers. Although they still do not know why it was dumped into your personal account, it is more than enough to prove your innocence. The police even confirmed that this is just a minor business dispute between the developers and Ruyan Tech. There is zero embezzlement here, so the case is officially closed. You pinched the bridge of your nose and tell Xiao Qiao to just drop it. You know exactly what is going on. This whole thing was a calculated trap designed to ruin you. Even though it is a total setup, the masterminds behind it are smart enough to avoid crossing any legal red lines. It is just a minor business hiccup that they can easily pass off as a simple human error. The real goal from day one was to drive a massive wedge between you and Lu Ruyan. Even though you saw the trap coming, you still fell right into it. Whoever planned this knows your personalities all too well. Sensing your frustration, Xiao Qiao's voice turns dead serious. Boss, whoever is backing them is a total pro. I went through the police files and they left absolutely zero evidence for us to use against them. She goes on. Get this, back then, Ruyan Tech rushed to transfer the funds to show good faith without even signing an official contract first. The money is safe, sure. But because of that, the other side did not break any contract, meaning they do not have to pay a single cent in fines. You let out a slow sigh and reply, understood. Let's drop this for now, but keep a close eye on them. Especially the trash talking to Lu Kai. I want their identity immediately. Xiao Chao replies instantly. Already on it, boss. And honestly, Lu Kai actually has some moves. The guy running the project just landed, and he is staying at the Zhongbei Hotel tonight. Your brow furrows. Chen Xian? You think about it for a second in order. If Chen Tenzian is in town, Liu Kai is definitely cooking up something. Find a way to track their every move. I want real-time updates. Can you do that? Xiao Chao lets out a confident laugh. Too easy, boss. They are out in the open while we are in the shadows. It is a piece of cake. Your eyes flicker. Honestly, ever since you met Xiao Chao, this messy, chill woman has constantly blown your mind. She is just built different. You thought she was just a solid lawyer, but the more you work with her, the more you realize she is absolutely cracked. Her background must be insane. Since you two always worked well together while respecting each other's boundaries, you never pried. But today, she is flexing a whole new level of capability. Just as you're thinking this, her voice rings out again. So, what are we doing about that toxic woman from the Liu family? You let out a cold laugh. What else? Slap them with the official police report and sue her into oblivion. Xiao Chao accepts the order. Her voice sounds a bit surprised. Whoa, you are actually going all in. She is your mother-in-law. Your lips twitch with pure disdain. I am already divorcing her daughter. Why should I care about some trash mother-in-law trying to act tough? Xiao Chao shrugs it off with a casual fair enough and hangs up after a few more words. You set the phone down and gently swirl your glass, watching the ruby red wine shimmer under the light. Your mind is racing. Looking back, you finally realize your marriage was already completely broken from the start. You do not know much about this Chen Xian guy, but you know everything about the powerhouse Yining Group. The feed-in project was originally handed to Ruyan Tech after the Liu family pulled some strings with Yininging. They have worked together for years. They have never handled a $10 billion deal before, yet this massive contract was secured by the third young lady of the Liu family, Lu Ruyu. This totally secured her spot in the family, but it also made things incredibly suspicious. Lu Ruyu and Lu Ruyan have always hated each other, but since the project ended up with Ruyan Tech, you did not think much of it at first. After all, drones are not the Lu family's main business, and they already own shares in Ruyan Tech. It seemed totally normal back then. But now this massive crisis exploded out of nowhere. How could a $300 billion giant like Yining Group be this sloppy? Especially when the project manager showed up the second the drama started. Move is sketchy as hell. It turns out Chen Xian is actually a son-in-law who married into the powerful Jian family, the massive tycoons backing the Yining Group. He is literally just a trophy husband. Chen Xian was not even supposed to run the Fechen project. But after the Liu family interfered, they put Liu Kai in charge, and Yining Group conveniently swapped their manager to Chen Xian, an adopted son and a trophy husband. Two clowns running a $10 billion project together? The whole setup is incredibly sketchy and sends shivers down your spine. After all, Yining Group is the undisputed king of Lingnan. They are a massive corporate beast, and their legendary status is all thanks to one person, the founder Jian Ning. Known as the Queen of Lingnan, she took only 24 years to build this empire with assets exceeding $300 billion. What is crazy is that this 42-year-old woman started from absolutely nothing. She was just an ordinary village girl, which makes her rise even more legendary. She had her only daughter, Jian Yi, at age 18, who is now the president of Yining. The company name literally combines their names with the daughter's name first, showing just how much Jian Ning spoils her. Rumor has it that Jian Yi is a business genius, but her personality is incredibly aggressive. You really cannot fathom why an absolute legend like Jian Ning would ever let a useless trophy husband run a $10 billion deal. Even for a giant like Yining, $10 billion is no joke. Chen Xian was actually OP, it would make sense. But all signs point to him being total trash. Honestly, you do not even care anymore. Since you are walking away from this mess, you are letting Lu Ruyan deal with Ruyan Tech's garbage on her own. You are officially done. Just as her name crosses your mind, the electronic lock on your door suddenly clicks open. You whip your head around and find Lu Ruyan standing right there, with your cute little sister-in-law trailing behind her. The moment Yanran meets your gaze, she instinctively shrinks back. My love, Lu Ruyan whispers, her eyes turning red as she holds back her tears. You look away, dipping your finger in your glass and lazily drawing circles with the wine. Your voice is completely flat, cold as ice. What do you want? I am so sorry, she murmurs. You cut her off with a cold sneer. Save it. I have heard you say those words way too many times already. Hearing you call it completely worthless, Lu Ruyan's eyes go dead, her heart getting hit with a massive reality check. Back then, all it took was one apology and you would instantly fold and forgive her. But now, is it really over? She grits her teeth, practically begging at this point. Hubby, I know the trash I said before was impossible to put up with. I am honestly so sorry, please do not ignore me, okay? You give her this weird look, letting out a savage smirk. Oh, you said plenty of things back then. Which ones exactly? Well, it is, she stammers. Her face was already bright red after getting completely shut down by Lu Yanran. Facing you now, she cannot bring herself to say those toxic words. You casually glance at the two sisters, knowing exactly what is up. You point to the couch, wait for them to sit, and then drop the question. So what exactly is your goal here today? Hubby, Lu Ruyan completely breaks down, tears pouring out of her eyes. I cannot lose you. I know I did so much damage saying the absolute worst things to hurt you. Calling you toxic, calling you petty, saying your mindset was broken, it was all my fault. Even these past 2 days, I did not trust you for a single second. It is all my fault, enough. You slam your glass down on the table, cutting her off instantly with an icy glare. You came here just to yap, then save it. I have heard this exact script a million times. Every single time I forgive you, it takes less than 2 days for the same garbage to happen all over again. You look at her coldly, your voice dripping with pure exhaustion and disappointment. Ice does not freeze 3 feet deep in a single day. You can call me petty or say I am just being bitter, but I am done playing this endless cycle of begging for forgiveness. Hearing you draw the line so cleanly, Lu Ruyan turns pale as a ghost. She lunges forward, crying, Hubby, I really know I was wrong this time. You raise your hand, shutting her down with a cold, empty stare. That does not even matter. Maybe you finally get it, but we have been down this road too many times. Our trust is completely shattered. Just like how I do not believe a word you say, you always choose to believe random people the second they try to frame me. It is the exact same thing. You can tell me what is in your heart all you want, but I only care about what you actually did to me. You let out a soft chuckle. Keep talking about us being married. But if we are married, why could we never just talk? Take that embezzlement situation. Sure, the money went into my card, but you ignored the most basic details. Like the fact that you had the card the entire time. Shouldn't very first move have been to ask me what was going on? Lu Ruyan is completely speechless, tears pouring down her face. Stare at her without a single trace of emotion, just pure, empty exhaustion. Even if this was about the company, sorting it out was supposed to be a private matter between us. Even if we had to handle it professionally, you should have asked me first before running to the police or doing an internal investigation. You shake your head, your voice heavy with deep disappointment. But instead of doing the right thing, you chose the worst possible path. You can make up a million excuses, but you cannot deny one thing. A person's instant, subconscious choice is what they truly want in their heart. Lu Ruyan is absolutely shaken, her face instantly turning pale as her confidence completely shatters. Her lips tremble, and she whispers, Hubby, is there really no way to fix this? Fix this? You raise an eyebrow, giving her a bizarre look. If I demanded that you make a public statement cutting all ties with the Lu family forever, could you actually do it? Lu Ruyan flinches, her voice trembling. Hubby, they are my family. Family? You burst out laughing, looking at her with pure disgust. Your family? Besides your oldest sister, whom I have never even met. And Yanran. Do you honestly think a single person in that family cares about you? Your voice turns razor sharp, cutting her to the bone. Your father pretends to be neutral, but he only cares about his own reputation. Sure, he never said anything nasty to my face, but he does not give a damn about you either. He is just a cold bystander. And your mother, she acts all loving, but behind closed doors, she is ruthless, harsh, and selfish. She can accept an adopted son, but she cannot stand her own biological daughter just because you embarrassed her once. And she treats me like trash. Hypocritical and selfish, that is exactly who she is. You pause, your tone dropping below freezing. As for your third sister, Lu Ruyu, she is the absolute definition of a selfish snake who would betray anyone before letting anyone cross her. Dictatorial, stubborn, and completely full of herself. She looks capable on the outside, but she has zero vision and only knows how to scheme. She is only good at starting drama. And then there is Lu Kai. Your mother calls him kind-hearted. Your father thinks he is a sweet boy. But what about your third and fourth sisters? What do they actually think of him? You glare straight into Lu Ruyan's eyes. Have you seriously never wondered why he got close to you in the first place? When he was brought into the family, he lived with them for 6 years, but he has known you for less than a year. Why is he suddenly your absolute best friend? Lu Ruyan goes pale, like a hidden truth just smacked her in the face. Hubby, then why do you hate Xiao Kai so much? She actually had the nerve to ask that. Then, you and Lu Yanran exchange a glance, completely speechless at her stupidity. Yanran had been listening the whole time, totally agreeing with your breakdown, basically ready to worship you as her brother-in-law. But her sister's brain-dead question makes her feel like she just took a massive L. You cold snort and stare at Lu Ruyan. You only care about why I dislike him, but why have you never bothered to ask what your third and fourth sisters think? Is it because you think your third sister hates you and your fourth sister is too young, so you just completely ignore them? Lu Ruyan bites her lip, hesitating. But Lu Kai has never done anything to hurt me, right? You finish her sentence, a mocking smirk on your face. Lu Ruyan freezes, but she still hesitatingly nods. Xiao Kai really has never done anything to hurt me. You laugh, staring at her like she is some kind of comedy act. Your voice is full of mockery. Then do you not realize that you coming here today was completely pointless? Lu Ruyan's face goes pale as realization hits her like a truck. She came here to win you back, but what is she even yapping about now? You look at her, a smirk playing on your lips. See, I set a simple trap and you fell right into it again. Remember what I just said? A person's instant subconscious choice is their absolute truth. You scoff. Lu Ruyan looks at you, her eyes red and teary. Hubby played me. I admit it. I got used to ignoring your feelings, but I really know I messed up. I promise I will never talk to Lu Kai again. I will even fire him from the company. Sarcastic smirk plays on your lips as you effortlessly shut her down. Is that even possible? Even if you make that choice right now, will your mother agree? What if she starts throwing a massive tantrum? What are you going to do then? Lu Ruyan is instantly speechless, her mouth opening but not a single sound coming out. Hubby, please do not force me, okay? Her voice drops, filled with bitterness. You know, leaving the Lu family back then was not completely my parents' fault. It happened because I did not listen to them. Back then, Grandpa had just passed away, the company was a mess, and my parents had their backs against the wall. When I was stuck in that hospital bed, I spent a whole year thinking, and I wanted nothing more than to have my parents with me. You suddenly burst out laughing, a sound filled with pure, bitter irony. I finally get it now. Back when we lost our baby, why did you choose to forgive that trash, Lu Kai? Your glare is sharp as steel, cutting right through her. Lu Ruyan, real talk, you don't deserve to be a mother. You have zero clue what parenting even means. And you were literally on your deathbed, and your own parents didn't even look at you once. And yet, you still feel like you owe them? No wonder you think your own flesh and blood is less important than everyone else. Lu Ruyan frantically shakes her head, tears pouring out. No, I didn't. I just thought it was already over. Digging it up would only make things awkward for Lu Kai and my mom. Oh, really? You shut her down, pure rage burning in your eyes. Did you ever once care about my feelings? Your dad is your dad, and your mom is your mom. But what about Lu Kai? To me, he's just a stranger who literally killed my child. Who do you think you are telling me to forgive him? You clench your fists so hard your veins pop. That baby was yours, but he was mine too. You were so scared I'd blame you that you literally hid his entire existence from me. Before I even knew he existed, some trash decided he shouldn't be born, and his own mother helped them cover it up. Your eyes are bloodshot, your voice shaking with pure rage. Am I not supposed to blame you? Am I not supposed to get revenge for him? I might forgive you, but if I forgive that bastard Lu Kai, the one who actually did this, then I don't deserve to be a man. I wouldn't deserve to be a father for the rest of my life. Let me tell you right now, Lu Kai is dead. He's absolutely cooked. Whether it's taking my child or ruining my marriage, there is no way in hell I'm letting this go. Anyone who tries to stop me, my enemy. And that goes for you too. Boom. It's like a lightning bolt strikes inside Lu Ruyan's head. Enemy? She looks at you, completely unable to believe what she's hearing. Her lips tremble. You're going to treat me like an enemy? You say nothing, just staring at her with a heavy, cold gaze. Lu Ruyan's face goes completely pale. She has no idea what she did wrong this time. Is it really impossible to ever move past this? Is the hatred in your heart really that deep? Her voice is raspy, sounding absolutely devastated. Honey, what do I have to do to make you stop hating me? Meanwhile, Lu Yanran is sitting there, totally on pins and needles. This is the first time she has ever seen this terrifyingly cold side of her brother-in-law. And looking at her completely clueless sister, she literally has no words. It turns out her sister and brother-in-law actually had a child together, and that baby is gone all because of Lu Kai. And to protect Lu Kai, her own mother forced everyone to hide it from her brother-in-law, even keeping her sister in the dark. A sudden chill runs straight down Yanran's spine. She always knew her family was a bit distant compared to normal families, but she never imagined they could be this incredibly cold and toxic. You want me to let go of this grudge? Fine, it's simple. You don't even have to cut off the entire Lu family. Just completely cut ties with your parents. As for Lu Kai, no matter how I destroy him, you do not interfere. Do those two things and we won't get divorced. You glare at Lu Ruyan, waiting for her answer. Tone finally softens, and she hesitatingly steps closer. Honey, how about this? I promise I'll make sure Mom never gives you a hard time again, and I will never ever see Lu Kai again. Is that enough? You let out a cold laugh, your eyes dripping with mockery as you point at her. Do you honestly think that's possible? Your mother is literally still in the hospital trash talking me to anyone who will listen, telling everyone her son-in-law is completely worthless. Lu Ruyan, do you even believe yourself right now? You think we can just move past this? Suddenly, Lu Ruyan completely loses it, her voice trembling. But it's been 6 years. I've already backed down so much. What more do you want me to do? I've been with you for 6 years. Can't you just give me one more chance? You pinch the bridge of your nose, your voice dropping low. 6 years, whose 6 years isn't 6 years. In these 6 years, I was the one who was constantly hurt and forced to take the hit, wasn't I? Every single time, I was the one who had to compromise. Why does it always have to be me who forgives? Do you seriously think I'm just naturally weak and easy to push around? If that's what you really think, then all I can say is you look up. Your expression dead serious. You need to learn to accept it. Life is full of sudden losses. Spilled milk, lost bread, a lover who walked away, or family ties cut clean. At the end of the day, there are just some things that can never be fixed, no matter how hard you try. A bitter smile creeps onto your face, almost like you're talking to yourself or delivering a final sentence. You think I'm being heartless? No, after being broken for so long, I finally woke up to reality. Relationships are like building a house. You have to carefully lay every single brick. But destroying it, that only takes one bad sentence or just losing control of your emotions once. Even the person who cares about you the most will never walk back to you once you push them away with that kind of attitude. Lu Ruyan's face instantly drains of all color. Trembling, she asks, Are you really throwing me away? Chuckle. A touch of self-mockery in your smile. You know, getting close to anyone in this life is never easy. Family, lovers, or friends, those bonds are built piece by piece, but destroying them, one single word is all it takes. The people who actually cherish you will fight like hell to fix things, but those toxic words leave deep scars that sting for a lifetime. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan and her sisters fall dead silent. You look at her and can't help but sigh. Do you really think our problems can just be explained by one word or one outburst? You always call me petty, but even a man's man steals a breaking point, don't they? But your family crosses my line every single time, and your mother is 10 times worse. You stare dead at Lu Ruyan. You say I'm your husband, but did you ever actually stand up for me even once? You called me petty and small-minded. Your mother ridiculed me every chance she got, and you just pretended not to see it. Isn't that just your own passive-aggressive way of showing how much you look down on me? You lean back against the sofa, letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Your voice is completely drained. Your mother literally brainwashed you every single day, telling you that men go bad once they have money and that one breadwinner is enough for a family. She even taught you how to play mind games to keep me under your thumb. Are you seriously going to tell me you weren't influenced by that? You stare at her and she's completely speechless, her eyes filled with a mix of guilt and confusion. But you know what the most ironic part is? On one hand, she looked down on me, calling me a leech, while on the other hand, she made sure you always had the upper hand in our relationship. To you, only your family matters. You're so terrified of upsetting them, but when it comes to me getting hurt, you couldn't care less. Did you ever once stop to think that your casual, careless words could cut me so deep? Your voice drops to a whisper, filled with pure exhaustion. I'm only human, you know. I'm not made of stone. Some words just slice right through the soul. Your family slowly ground down my patience, day by day, and your casual whatever was never enough to shield me from their toxic insults. You stand up, turning your back to her as you walk over to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the sky has gone completely dark. The entire living room is silent, except for your heavy, tired breathing. You've kept these words locked deep inside for so long now that it's all out. You actually feel a weight lifting off your chest. You glance back at Lu Ruyan. Her eyes are glittering with unshed tears. For a brief second, you remember how you two first started out. Just two broke kids, hustling together, struggling through the worst of times, but always having each other's backs. But now, everything has changed. The Liu family has become an unbendable wall standing right between you. A sudden thought flashes through your mind. If the Liu family vanished from the picture, could you two actually go back to how things used to be? But there is absolutely no turning back now. You've played this question over and over in your head, but there is no real answer. You remember how Lu Ruyan always claimed she only cared about Lu Kai because she was a protective older sister. But no matter how you looked at it, it was never that simple. Even if Lu Kai vanished today, another toxic family member would just pop up tomorrow. As long as you and her are chained to the Lu family, your relationship is doomed to shatter. You didn't want to act like a judge, constantly keeping score of who was right or wrong. But Lu Ruyan's choices have already pushed you right to the edge. If you hadn't endured and gritted your teeth until this very year, why would all these old wounds suddenly explode right now? You shake your head and sigh. Honestly, you don't fully understand the timing either. You just tell yourself, just wait. Eventually, the real truth will come to light. But there is one thing you are absolutely certain of: this divorce is set in stone. From Lu Kai destroying your life to her family constantly messing things up, and on top of all that, Lu Ruyan's hollow, lying promises it is completely over. Trash situations finally pushed you past your limit. You thought keeping quiet would let you pretend everything was fine, but once the truth is out, it's over. No turning back. You stare her down, your voice cold as ice. Just leave. You got all the answers you wanted. Forced love is trash anyway. You can't force this stuff. It is what it is. Whether it is for Lu Jia or for Lu Kai, you need to learn to let go. I am not going to use this to threaten you anymore. Let's be real, any change you're showing right now is just temporary guilt. To put it bluntly, you do not actually mean it. Let's lay it all out. If you end up crying and regretting this down the line, you'll probably blame me for everything and say I ruined your life. No way I'm letting that happen. We were married once, so while we still have some decent memories, let's just end this. But damn, Lu Ruyan still couldn't win you back. She was so shocked she didn't even remember how she walked out, stumbled out of your house in a total daze, supported by Lu Yanran. The two of them sat in the car, but the engine never started, and Lu Yanran stayed dead silent. Your words completely shattered her reality today. Turns out, even without all the outside drama, a happy marriage can still be destroyed by constant toxic words and emotional breakdowns. But between her sister and brother-in-law, it was way deeper than just words or mood swings. The mother was constantly plotting, and trash guys like Yang Zi and Liu Kai were whispering poison in their ears. Just one Lu Xia made their lives pure hell. And with Liu Kai constantly wrecking things, any hope of them getting back together? Yeah, it's over. Liu Yanran looked at her sister, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. Right then, Lu Ruyan's phone buzzed. It was Liu Kai. Seeing his name on the screen made Liu Yanran absolutely furious. She wanted to decline the call immediately, but Lu Ruyan swiped fast. Stop it, it is for the company, Lu Ruyan said. Liu Yanran rolled her eyes and immediately leaned in to eavesdrop. Sis, where are you? Mr. Chen is already here waiting. Liu Kai's voice whined through the speaker. I am not feeling well today. Why don't you tell him? We will reschedule, Lu Ruyan replied, sounding completely drained. Wait, what? Liu Kai sounded totally shocked, then panicked. Sis, no way, that is not gonna fly. Chen is already mad because you are not here. He says we are not taking this seriously. Lu Ruyan frowned. I told you I am not feeling well. You are my brother, and you are the lead on this project. Can't you just represent me and talk to him? No, sis, Liu Kai quickly stammered. Experience, and honestly, I do not even know why Mr. Chen suddenly wants to cancel the deal. If you're not here, I am totally lost. Plus what? Plus my brother-in-law already leaked the news and his lawyers are prepping to sue Mom. What? Lu Ruyan's face went pale. You're saying he's actually suing Mom? Yeah, sis. If you don't believe me, just look at your phone. The internet is already blowing up with this stuff. Sis, you need to get over here right now. If we don't lock down this deal today, by tomorrow, it's over. As soon as he hung up, Lu Ruyan turned to her sister. Open your phone and search it up now. Lu Yanran rolled her eyes but pulled out her phone anyway, showing the screen to her sister. It was the exact statement you had Xiao Chao release. Lu Ruyan's eyes went wide, then she gasped for air. Too late. She was so stunned by what you said earlier that she completely forgot her other reason for coming. Now, not only did she fail to win you back, but her own mother is getting dragged to court. The internet was going absolutely wild and everyone was dragging her mother. Sure, some people were questioning your marriage with her too, but that drama hadn't blown up yet. She knew this was only because you showed mercy. If you had leaked the real evidence of how Ruyan Tech actually started up, man, to the public, she would look like the ultimate trash snake. Lu Ruyan stared at her phone in silence while Liu Kai kept blowing it up. Snapping under the pressure, she lost it and screamed. I said, I am not going. If you are too useless to close this deal yourself, then pack your bags and get out of my company. She slammed the phone down. Honestly, after everything you said today, she didn't give a damn about business dinners. The fact that you were leaving was a knot in her heart she couldn't untie. Who cares about the feed-in project? Who cares about the company's valuation? What if she just let it go? What if she just let nature take its course? Over all these years, the money the two of you made was more than enough to live like royalty for the rest of your lives. For the sake of this company, she had neglected you for way too long. So much drama had piled up, pushing your marriage off a cliff. What if she just abandoned all of it and dedicated every single second to fixing things with you? Could they actually be happy again? Feeling completely broken, she remembered the simple dream you two used to share. Babe, once we hit 5 million, let's buy a house, have 2 kids, and let someone else run the company. Back in that tiny rundown rental, she had held your hand, full of excitement. That memory was burned into her brain. Back then, you thought your wife, who was 3 years older than you, was the most adorable person on earth. Honestly, Ruyan Tech was literally down 5 million at the time, so making 5 million would have just gotten them back to zero. Well, you guys technically owned a company, but even with such a silly, naive-ish, it felt incredibly warm. At least you had each other. But now? The house is massive, and you have all the luxury in the world, but that warmth is completely gone. While you silently clean up the table, Xiao Qiao suddenly pings you. A real-time tracking feed. On the drive back, Lu Kai is spamming her phone with calls. Lu Ruyan declines them over and over until she finally just turns the phone off completely. Back in the day, she would be laser-focused even for a multi-million-dollar contract, let alone a $10 billion project. But today, it is a $10 billion mega deal, and she can't even bring herself to care. She used to be so confident. Running a $10 billion public company, holding a monopoly in the market, having a husband who absolutely adored her, and being hailed as Jiangbei's #1 beauty CEO. She didn't actually care about the beauty ranking. She just loved the prestige of being a powerhouse CEO. All the struggle and pain from before were just trophies of her success. What is that saying again? When you win, history is written in your favor. And it's true. Once Ruyan Tech blew up, all those brutal, struggling years, suddenly framed as inspiring origin stories by the public. But now that you're leaving, there is no one left to share the glory. Even if Ruyan Tech becomes #1 in Jiangbei, she is just going to be alone at the top. Public will probably call you an idiot for walking away from a golden ticket, but only she knows the truthy. You never cared about any of the fame. If she hadn't been so stubborn, still be healthy. You guys might not have been this wealthy, but you would have been genuinely happy. She remembered when she just got out of surgery and was recovering in bed while you dragged your own sick body to handle the company's business. She had touched your face, crying, but you just smiled and said, "My wife is a golden phoenix sent from heaven. If I don't grind to support her, how could I deserve this blessing?" To you, she was a gift from above. But look what she did to you. Meanwhile, in a luxury suite at the Jiangbei Hotel, Chen Xian is lounging in his chair, bug smirk playing on his lips as he casually asks, "What she is a no-show?" Lu Kai grumbles with a dark expression. Her phone is off. No idea what is going on. She totally agreed to this, but then she just flaked. Chen Xian chuckles, totally amused. Damn, she's still got that attitude, huh? Blowing off a $10 billion deal just like that. Lu Kai frowns, trying to probe him. "Mr. Chen, you seem pretty familiar with my sister?" Chen Xian just laughs it off. "Lu Ruyan? She is Jiangbei's #1 beauty CEO. Who doesn't know her?" Sure, Ruyan Tech is pretty small, but their tech is literally one of a kind in the entire country. No wonder a giant like our Yiming group has eyes on them. Hearing this, Lu Kai's mind started racing. On the outside, this guy always acts like some delicate, dramatic queen, but deep down, he is a straight-up opportunistic clout chaser desperate to climb to the top, and his radar for trouble is crazy sharp. Sensing something sus in Chen Xian's tone, his eyes darted around as he tried to play it cool. "Bro, you probably don't know, but my sister is usually a ruthless boss lady. But the second it involves my brother-in-law, she completely loses her grip. I'm telling you, he's definitely the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Wait, Moo." Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, letting those words sink in. Smirk crept onto his face. "Man, from the way you're talking, it sounds like you've got some secret motives when it comes to your second sister." Lu Kai panicked, instantly waving his hands. "No way! That is literally impossible. She's my sister. No matter how close we are, it is strictly family." But Chen Xian wasn't buying it. He caught every single bit of Lu Kai's panic, but instead of calling him out, he just laughed. "Well, Mu is definitely a beast. Even our higher-ups at Yiming Group have been studying him. With a husband that overpowered, Lu Ruyan probably thinks everyone else is trash." Glanced at Lu Kai, watching his face turn pale, and kept pushing. Though with all the drama blowing up online lately, it looks like they are hitting a rough patch. But honestly, even if they split, Bodice like her is still way out of anyone else's league. So bro, pack up those little fantasies. She is way too much for you to handle. Unless Lu Kai took the bait immediately. Unless what? But before he could even finish his sentence, he saw that wicked smirk on Chen Xian's face and realized he had walked straight into a trap. He let out a nervous laugh trying to play it off, but Chen Xian just waved his hand. "Save it. We are both guys, I get it." Chen Xian patted Lu Kai's shoulder, dropping a heavy truth bomb. An absolute top-tier goddess like Lu Ruyan. There is not a single guy out there who wouldn't want a piece of that. Lu Kai's eyes went wide. He pointed at Chen Xian, totally tongue-tied. "Bro, you actually..." Chen Xian just swirled his glass, raised an eyebrow, and said, "If we team up." Lu Kai froze, completely lost. "Team up? For what?" Chen Xian let out a chilling chuckle, voice turning cold. "You see, some things in this world are just born on a pedestal, way out of reach. For regular losers to get their hands on them, they either have to grind and become god tier themselves, or they drag her down from the heavens, drag her straight through the mud until she is completely ruined. Once she is broken, she won't have a choice anymore. What do you think?" Hearing this, Lu Kai's breathing hitched, his mind completely blown. It was like a dark new door had just been opened in his head. He knew exactly what Chen Xian meant, but he was still hesitating. Seeing him hesitate, Chen Xian kept pouring poison in his ear. Bro, we are actually exactly the same. Sure, my title as the Jian family's son-in-law looks flashy, but at the end of the day, I am just a trophy husband who married in. You actually have it better as an adopted son of the Liu family. But let's be real. That title alone won't get you jack. I know for a fact the heir of the Liu family has already been chosen. Do you honestly think stand a chance against Lu Ruyu? Come on, you are only chasing Lu Ruyan because you want to hijack Ruyan tech. Lu Kai felt a cold sweat run down his spine. In front of this guy, he had zero secrets. Only two people had ever read him like an open book, Chen Xian and Mu Ge. But he wasn't scared of Mu Ge because Lu Ruyan's favor always gave him massive plot armor. But Chen Xian? Bai was giving him insane, suffocating pressure. After a tense silence, he whispered, "So what's the plan, Mr. Chen?" Chen Xian just smiled, completely casual. "Easy. We just need that beautiful little flower to wither a bit. Once she is ruined, she won't be the one deciding who is worthy of her anymore." Wait, what? Lu Kai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. His voice was shaking with pure panic. "Mr. Chen you don't mean Chen Xian just laughed it off like they were discussing the weather? Hey, who doesn't love a beautiful woman?" Even though he was playing it cool, his toxic intentions were crystal clear. Liu Kai's gut told him to back out, but Chen Xian had already read his mind. He slapped his shoulder and whispered, "Bro, you don't get many chances to rewrite your destiny in this life. Once you get real power, any girl you want will literally be throwing themselves at you. Hit me up once you make up your mind, but you only have 48 hours. The clock is ticking." With that, Chen Xian turned and walked out, leaving Liu Kai completely frozen in place, mind absolutely racing as he struggled with the choice. Meanwhile, back at your place, you set your phone down, your gaze suddenly turning cold. The screen was showing a live feed straight from the Zhongbei Hotel. You had only told Xiao Qiao to keep an eye on Chen Xian and Liu Kai just in case, but no way. Us caught them, red-handed plotting a massive scheme against Lu Ruyan. Honestly, thank God you shut her down so hard earlier today, because if she had actually gone to that dinner, she would have been completely cooked. Chen Xian really is a master manipulator. He never openly said how he was going to ruin her, but his hints were crystal clear. He weaponized Liu Kai's thirst for power, told him straight to his face that he was trash, and completely shattered his sanity. He is treating Liu Kai like a literal dog while he takes all the loot. But these clowns forgot one crucial detail. Lu Ruyan is still your wife. Until that divorce paper is signed, trying to mess with her is a direct face slap to you, Lin Nan. The eldest daughter of the powerhouse Jian family finds out about this betrayal. Chen Xianzhen is going to be absolutely destroyed. The cops might need solid evidence to lock him up, but for an absolute queen like her, she only needs a bad mood to ruin his entire life. You learned a long time ago that when the rulers of the world get mad, they will literally paint the town red. There are no kings today, but these elite families still treat ordinary people like puppets. To them, rules are just chains to keep the weak in line while they do whatever they want. If you want to escape this toxic cycle, you either have to become the monster yourself, or when their stupid rules start suffocating you, you just flip the table and break the game. When it comes down to a fair fight between the rich and the poor, everyone only has one life to lose. It just depends on who is crazy enough to bet it all. And you have always been that guy. Keeping your morals is your inner light, but throwing away your life for what is right is your ultimate flex. Big brain planning is your skill, but going kamikaze is your true power. Instead of living like a coward, you would rather go down in a blaze of glory. That night, you slept like a baby, but the internet absolutely exploded. The moment the old grandma from the Liu family started talking trash, you slammed down cold, hard evidence and threatened to sue. The tables turned instantly. At first, the netizens were just eating popcorn, calling you an ungrateful leech who was trying to act tough. I mean, in the morning, Lu Ruyan was literally crying on stream defending you. And by afternoon, you were dragging her mom to court. The drama was absolutely wild. But the second Xiao Qiao leaked the official police report online, the entire internet went silent. Nobody can argue with official government stamps. And to top it off, the truth about you sacrificing your own health and donating bone marrow to save your wife and from had already been confirmed by Lu Ruyan herself. Imagine destroying your own body to build Ruyan tech, only to get called a useless sick bag by her family. Who wouldn't lose their mind? If you were really some talentless parasite, how did you even end up half dead from overworking? People finally started waking up. Sure, some thought Lu Ruyan was just being biased, but the way you were ready to drag them to hell proved you had the ultimate trump card. While the internet was losing its mind, the Liu family mansion was in absolute chaos. Lu's father and the mysterious Lu Ruyu both stormed back home, leaving his mom shaking in the corner, too terrified to even breathe. Bro was especially terrified of his third daughter. This Liu family heiress was glaring at her own mother with a face so dark she looked ready to bury her alive. Honestly, in Liu Ruyu's eyes, the entire Liu family was just straight up trash. But then her second sister, Liu Ruyan, built a $10 billion company from absolute scratch, which was threatening her spot as the heir. Ruyu finally found a chance to snatch a piece of Ruyan tech, but her clueless mother just had to go and poke a giant hornet's nest. Mom, Liu Ruyu said, tapping her fingers on the table, with your absolute clown brain, the most you could do is hire thugs to mess with Brother Mu and pay reporters to drag his name through the mud. Who actually came up with this scheme for you? The old lady's lips started trembling. No, nobody, she muttered. Liu Ruyu sneered. What did my brother-in-law even do to you? You kept calling him a gold digger and a pretty boy. She locked her cold eyes onto her mother. Now the internet completely flipped the script. The receipts are out, proving you went out of your way to frame your own son-in-law. So tell me, how are you going to fix this mess? Seriously, you've completely blown my mind. Liu Ruyu got angrier. No matter how toxic wealthy families get, they keep the drama behind closed doors. Who in their right mind has nothing better to do than attack their own son-in-law? I literally told you a million times that Brother Mu is not a pushover. Her tone turned dead serious. Back then, my second sister didn't take a single dime from the family, yet they still built their business from zero. Did you really think they were just easy targets? If you want to play the fool, go ahead, but do not drag the entire Liu family down to embarrass ourselves. Do you honestly think this family is still as powerful as it was back when Grandpa was running things? Every single power player in Zhongbei is watching us, waiting to rip us to shreds. And what do? You practically hand them the ammunition on a silver platter. A mother-in-law fighting her own son-in-law in public. What a joke. Liu Ruyu let out a harsh laugh. What kind of noble lady acts like a total Karen? The police haven't even finished the investigation, and you're already screaming like a lunatic. Do you think you're above the law or something? If you hate Brother Mu, fine, bully him at home all you want. Besides, Liu Ruyan is clueless anyway. She doesn't even know how to stand up for her own husband. Honestly, she deserves it. But if you think Brother Mu is some weakling, do not drag the rest of us down with you. Do you seriously think those two built their empire purely on luck? What did this family ever give them? You know the answer to that. Fine when you brag to your friends about how they took advantage of us. Nobody cares about your lies. But if you're dumb enough to believe your own hype, Brother Mu is going to destroy you, and you won't even see it coming. I am warning you right now, if you want to keep living under this roof, stop causing drama. Otherwise, don't blame it when I kick you out on the street. Slam! Liu Ruyu crashed her teacup onto the table, turned around and marched upstairs, leaving her parents standing there completely stunned. She was absolutely ruthless. Ever since the old patriarch passed away, she used her sheer savagery to seize total control of the family, and even her own father couldn't do anything about it. He actually tried to overthrow her a couple of times, but she easily shut him down and purged all of his allies. Honestly, the Liu family has been a total train wreck lately. Right after the old man died, they were on thin ice, and with all the constant backstabbing, the drama literally never stopped. Since they couldn't control their third daughter, the parents tried to leech off the second sister's startup, Ruyan Tech. But there was no way Liu Ruyu would let her second sister escape her grasp. She played along and used her parents as bait to make her move. Against all odds, she actually scored shares in the company. Once Ruyan Tech goes public, she'll easily be able to swallow it whole. But along the way, she realized that you were the biggest obstacle in her path. After scheming, she planted Liu Kai as a spy. She absolutely despised him, but since he was a shareholder, she had a perfect excuse to slide him in. Honestly, if Ruyan Tech wasn't such a gold mine, she would have tried to recruit you herself. How her sister got this lucky is insane. Not only was she Grandpa's favorite, but she also has a genius like you totally whipped. While the rest of the Liu family are completely blind to how overpowered you are, Ruyu has been watching you like a hawk. She knows about every single problem you silently solved behind the scenes. Swallowing her pride, she honestly believes your moves are even slicker than hers. That's why. To take down her sister, her #1 priority was to get rid of you first. Her master plan was to make you lose all hope in her sister so she could steal the company. Too bad her family is literally brain dead. Her mother's clown behavior didn't even scratch Ruyan Tech, and now it's dragging down the entire Liu corporation. Remember, she sacrificed her entire social life and sacrificed everything just to rule the Liu corporation. There was no way she was going to let her brainless parents ruin her life's work. Not even her actual parents. Right now, your lawsuit against her mother looks like a simple defamation case, but to elites, reputation is literally everything. If their rivals catch wind of this, the Liu corporation is cooked. Ruyan Tech's stock was crashing, which was the perfect time for her to strike. But thanks to her mom's epic fail, she had to redirect all her cash to save her own company. No wonder she's absolutely losing her mind right now. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Lu Ruyan was chugging drinks with her younger sister, drowning her sorrows till she was completely wasted. Why? Yanran, I literally backed down so much. Why won't he just forgive me? He was never like this before. I swear I learned my lesson. She grabbed her sister's arm, shaking it. Tell me, does he not love me anymore? Yanran was screaming internally. If this wasn't her own sister, she would have ghosted her hours ago. Look, sis, I'm sure he still has feelings for you, but this divorce is definitely happening. She swallowed her words, keeping that last part to herself. But if he still loves me, why is he forcing this divorce? Ruyan slurred, looking up. I literally begged him so many times. Do you even listen to him when you guys talk? Yanran finally snapped. He literally explained the issue clear as day. But you spent the entire time defending other people. You keep talking about how hard it is for you, but your excuses are just forcing him to tolerate all the toxic stuff that hurt him in the first place. You keep saying you're going to kick Liu Kai out, but the second he called when we left, what was going through your head? But I didn't even agree to meet him. Ruyan pouted, looking totally confused. Yanran rolled her eyes. Yeah, you didn't go, but the way you answered that call was nothing like what you promised him. You keep complaining that he's not being understanding, but when have you ever stood in his shoes? A divorce isn't just some random decision, doesn't just happen overnight. People don't just wake up one day and decide to leave. The disappointment builds up over time. She paused. Look, I've never been in a relationship, but it's just like friendship. Even the best of friends will ghost you if they're constantly ignored and distrusted. If I treat you as my number one, but to you, I'm just an afterthought, I'm obviously going to walk away, right? Ruyan suddenly froze, panic written all over her face. Wait, are you saying his mind was already made up long before this? Duh, Yanran shrugged. Marriage is a huge deal. Unless someone gets caught red-handed cheating in bed, nobody just files for divorce over one tiny mistake. Ruyan sat there completely paralyzed, her eyes totally blank. Seeing her staring into space, Yanran waved a hand in front of her face. Sis? What's going on in that head of yours? Ruyan hesitated, but finally spilled everything Liu Kai had told her at the hospital, especially the part where you overheard him talking about the divorce over the phone, which had been living rent-free in her head. Hearing this, Yanran lost her temper. Sis, I swear, your husband is actually so valid for divorcing you. Ruyan was left completely speechless. Yanran let out a frustrated sigh, shaking her head at her sister who was literally 10 years older than her. Seriously, you're literally in your 30s. Why are you still acting like a clueless little kid? She slammed her glass down and started counting on her fingers. Sis, how many times have you and your husband fought over that loser Liu Kai? All that guy does is play the victim and pretend to be innocent. Every single time, he ruins your relationship. And even now, when you're literally getting a divorce, he's still here trying to cause drama on purpose. Lu Ruyan kept chugging her drink in dead silence. They say alcohol clears your head, and damn, her brain was actually getting sharper. When she sat back and thought about it, it all made sense. Every time you two got into a fight, Liu Kai would instantly jump in to apologize, making it look like you were the petty one. And back then, she actually blamed you for not being the bigger person. But now that her sister pointed it out, she realized how clueless she had been. Sis, are you actually stupid? Liu Yanran stomped her feet, totally frustrated. Love is supposed to be between two people, so why the heck are you apologizing because of some third wheel? Does he even deserve to be forgiven? Besides, every time that trash Liu Kai apologizes, things only get worse. It is so obvious he is playing games. She was getting more and more hyped up. If you ask me, Mom and Dad never cared about your marriage. To them, a divorce is no big deal. They would just find you another guy they actually like. Suddenly, crash. The glass slipped from Lu Ruyan's hand and shattered on the floor. It finally hit her. She was so busy throwing a tantrum that she never even asked you what really happened. Lu Yanran let out a cold laugh, saying, "Oh, so now you are panicking? You did not ask a single thing you should have, but did everything you should not have." Furious, she started counting on her fingers, bringing up the kid. You hid it from brother-in-law and went straight to the hospital to get rid of the baby all on your own. Did you even treat him like a husband? If I were him, I would have divorced you 800 times already. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan felt a chill run down her spine. She looked completely soul-crushed. She finally realized that after all these years of being spoiled by you, she had completely taken you for granted. Seeing her sister looking so broken, Lu Yanran did not have the heart to kick her while she was down. She actually just found out today by pure luck that things were this bad between them. Seriously, that trash Liu Kai is a straight-up curse, ruining a perfectly good marriage like this. Thinking back to when she went to the hospital to beat down Liu Kai this afternoon, she still felt it was not enough. But what broke her heart even more was her brother-in-law, Muge. The man who used to be so warm and gentle now had no light left in his eyes, looking as cold as ice. She let out a heavy sigh. It looks like her sister's marriage is officially cooked. After what felt like forever, Liu Ruyan finally muttered, "So what should I do now?" Her voice was barely a whisper. Liu Yanran just rolled her eyes and snapped, "No clue." First thing the next morning, Xiao Qiao was already grinding at the office. He packed up all the paperwork and headed straight for the court, filed the lawsuit, and made it crystal clear, absolutely no settlement under any circumstances. Once that was done, he immediately posted the official court notice online for everyone to see. He was basically telling Lu Min, get ready to get served and stand in court. People just starting their workdays woke up to this massive drama, and the internet instantly exploded. A son-in-law suing his own mother-in-law? Sure, the charges were not crazy, but the drama was absolute gold. Everyone thought you were just flexing to scare them with a fake lawyer letter. But nope, this was a real deal attack. Even though the court had not ruled yet, Xiao Qiao's savage move got people changing their minds real quick. Over at the Liu family house, it was pure chaos. The moment Liu Ruyu saw the news, she just yelled, "I am heading to the office," and stormed out the door. She was so incredibly mad. Honestly, Liu Ruyan was totally involved in this, but you were still protecting her. It made absolutely no sense. In her eyes, your lawsuit would definitely hit Ruyan Tech, but it would not completely destroy them. After all, their drone tech was top tier, so even if their stock took a little hit, their foundation was still solid. But the main Lu Corporation was cooked. They were already struggling with outdated businesses, and now this massive mess landed right on them. After this storm blows over, the Lu Corporation is going to be completely ruined. Meanwhile, Mother Lu was losing her mind back at the Lu family estate, totally panicking. Furious, Mother Lu immediately spammed a call to Liu Ruyan. Still hungover, Liu Ruyan woke up with a killer headache, only to hear her mother screaming through the phone, unreasonably demanding that you drop the lawsuit. And on top of that, demanding a public apology. She had to force herself to sit up, feeling like trash. Right then, Liu Yanran walked in with some hangover soup, her face completely cold. Liu Ruyan took the bowl with a forced smile, asking if she was also here to make her go beg her brother-in-law. She was finally feeling the pressure of being stuck in the middle. Back then, you were always the one to back down. But now that you suddenly went God mode, she was completely lost. Go or do not go, it is up to you. Forgiving you is my brother-in-law's call, Liu Yanran said, slamming the bowl onto the nightstand. Since you can never say no to mom anyway, you might as well use this chance to open your eyes. This left Liu Ruyan even more confused. Her hungover brain was already fried, and now it was completely spinning. Taking slow sips of the soup, she suddenly asked what she would do in her place. "I would let them burn," Liu Yanran snapped, gritting her teeth. A 50-something-year-old woman acting that childish. She deserves to get destroyed. Just thinking about how much their mom favored that trash Lu Kai made Liu Yanran furious. She used to be the baby of the family, but ever since Lu Kai showed up, even her spotlight was stolen. "Sis, think about our oldest sister." Liu Yanran's eyes drifted off. Even though she had a different mother, she treated us better than our actual mom ever did. If her heart had not been completely broken, would she have cut us off for 7 whole years? Liu Ruyan froze. Her oldest sister, Liu Liluo, a name almost forgotten, who went to college nearby but refused to even visit on weekends. The moment grandfather passed away, she left the country and never returned for 7 years. Do you really think she was just disappointed in this family? Obviously, Liu Yanran sneered. They say a father cold, but in our house, our own dad is completely useless. While grandfather was alive, she still had someone backing her up, but once he was gone, she stopped talking, but the message was loud and clear. Liu Ruyan could only swallow her own bitter feelings in silence. After all, she was also kicked out of the family for years after grandfather passed away. As she thought about it, she remembered the time her oldest sister first left and went completely off the grid. When they finally reconnected, her sister was completely distant. Especially when she got sick, her sister did not even call to check on her. Just like that, they became total strangers. "Let us go," she sighed, telling her sister. "Mom is going to show up any minute. Let us see if we can talk your brother-in-law down." Liu Yanran rolled her eyes. "Talk him down? In your dreams. Do you still think he is that same soft pushover who used to do whatever you wanted? Meanwhile, you were actually enjoying some rare peace, feeling lighter than you had in over a year. You slowly finished your breakfast and got lost in a classic book. Honestly, you only got into this because of your rough childhood. If you had not been busy chasing Liu Ruyan back then, you probably would have majored in literature. Even though you made bank in business later, those 2 mildly successful novels you wrote were still your true passion. Lately, you were thinking that once this divorce goes through, you might just become a full-time writer. It is not that our classic literature is bad, but those deep poetic vibes are so complex that even locals have to study them for Over 10 years just to get the basic idea, let alone foreigners. Just as you were daydreaming, your door lock started beeping like crazy, making you frown as you went to open it. And there they were, Lu Ruyan, her toxic mother, and that trash Lu Kai standing outside. Your face instantly went dark. Call me if you want something. Looking at clowns makes my head hurt. You went to slam the door right in their faces. Babe, Lu Ruyan panicked and reached out to block it, getting her hand pinched in the door. You yelled at her, "Are you crazy?" The shout made Mother Lu flinch, but Lu Ruyan just forced a smile and said she was fine. Still mad, but seeing her make such a ridiculous, painful face made you soften up a bit, so you let them in. Only for her sake, you coldly warned the mother and son, "If you want to talk, do it nicely or get the hell out. You ungrateful brat." Bang! You grabbed Lu Ruyan, yanked her inside, and slammed the door shut with a thunderous crash. The clowns outside were completely dumbfounded. Like, bro, I literally told you I specialize in shutting down absolute idiots, yet you're still barking out there like dogs? You really think you're him? You coldly spat out, not even bothering to spare them a glance. That's when Mother Lu finally snapped out of it outside, instantly screeching at the top of her lungs. "Muge, you absolute animal. I am your mother-in-law. Have you completely lost your mind? Say one more word and I'm calling the cops." You barked right back. You were done giving face to this toxic Karen. Lu Ruyan spoke up in a weak, pathetic voice. "Hubby, maybe we should let my mom in first just to put some medicine on?" But you didn't even blink, and she instantly shut her mouth, curling up on the couch looking all hurt and pathetic. But when you turned around to grab the first aid kit, you caught the sister-in-law, Yanran, secretly giving you a thumbs up. And, okay, the little sister-in-law is actually so clutch. Slam. You tossed the medical kit onto the coffee table. Lu Ruyan was on a phone call, and you could hear some trash screaming through the receiver from a mile away. You snatched the phone and chucked it aside, grabbing her swollen hand to violently rub in the pain relief oil. "If you're begging for help, act like it, otherwise get lost. It's not my face getting ruined in court anyway." The voice on the phone went dead silent, and even the clowns outside went completely quiet. Lu Ruyan was hissing in pain, but seeing your cold, emotionless face as you treated her hand, she felt a wave of sweet and bitter emotions. She thought, hubby clearly still cares about me, so why is he being so cold? Suddenly let go, casually wiping your fingers. Lu Ruyan frantically shot a look at her sister. Yanran rolled her eyes and spoke up. "Brother-in-law, if you're gonna show mercy, just say it straight. Let my mom know why she's getting wrecked so you can get some payback, right?" Lu Ruyan glared at her with wide eyes, thinking, "I asked you to make peace, and you're out here pouring gasoline on the fire?" You almost laughed out loud. Sister-in-law is literally elite. Yanran is right. You leaned back on the couch. Some debts are definitely getting paid today. Seeing her brother-in-law finally relent, Yanran immediately jogged over and threw the door open. Instantly, Mother Lu and Lu Kai barged in with furious looks, acting all tough. The old lady immediately hogged the couch, and just as Lu Kai tried to sit down beside her, you locked eyes with him and barked, "Stand up." Turning to Mother Lu, you said, "Consider this a tiny bit of respect. Even though you make me sick, you're still Ruyan's mom, so you get a seat." But when you looked back at Lu Kai, your voice turned ice cold. "As for you, what kind of trash are you to think you can sit in my house?" Those words slashed like a knife, making Kai's face turn bright red. Don't mind how this punk used to flex on you. Ever since you cracked his head open last time, and with the divorce news dropping, he has been acting like a total coward. Right now, he's regretting his entire life, terrified you're gonna expose all his dirty secrets. His legs were shaking so hard he didn't even dare to take a step. Mother Lu absolutely lost her mind. "Muge, me coming here in person is giving you major face." You literally laughed in her face. "Did I beg you to show up?" Seeing the old lady about to blow a fuse, you raised your voice and roared, "If you don't want to talk, then get the hell out." "I don't waste my breath on absolute idiots." Lu Ruyan panicked and grabbed your sleeve, but you violently brushed her off. Her eyes welled up with tears. "Oh, so now you're hurting? When your whole family was treating me like absolute garbage back then, why didn't you think about this moment?" Staring at the old lady's face, you said word by word, "Fu Hongyan, do you still think you're some big shot? Do you remember the last family banquet?" Those words were like triggering and explosive, except for Yanran, who was totally confused. Everyone else's faces instantly turned ghost white. You sneered, ripping open the old scars. The elite families of Zhongbei threw a banquet, and even the guard dogs had their own food bowls. Yet you conveniently forgot to give me chopsticks. Yanran's eyes popped in absolute shock, only to hear Mother Lu roll her eyes and mutter, "What a petty thing to hold a grudge over. Screw you." You slammed the table so hard the old lady literally jumped. "Is this just about food? Your trash family slapped me right in the face, and now you have the nerve to beg for peace?" You completely destroyed Mother Lu, leaving her rolling her eyes. She pointed a trembling finger at you. "Do you have no respect for rules?" "Rules?" You snapped right back. In my house, I am the rule. Stop trying to bluff me with your fake high society garbage. Mother Lu shook with pure rage like an old dog that just got its tail stepped on. Muga, do you even respect me as your elder? Elder? You almost laughed in her face. When you were calling me a useless loser, did you think about being an elder? You tapped your fingers heavily against the coffee table. Right now, the whole city is talking. And wasn't that all because you personally went out and spread those toxic rumors? What, you can burn down the house, but I can't even light a candle? The old lady's face turned completely purple, and she suddenly tried to pull a power move, threatening you with, believe it or not, I will make Ruyan divorce you right now. Froze for 2 seconds, then burst out laughing. Wait, there's actually a win like that? The old lady thought she had you cornered, smugly crossing her legs. My daughter has always been obedient. If I tell her to jump, she asks how high. Barked and looked over at Lu Ruyan. Did you hear that? Your mom wants you to divorce me. Lu Ruyan froze in absolute shock. Meanwhile, Yanren was looking at her own mother like she was a complete idiot. Did this old lady seriously forget that my brother-in-law is the one pushing for the divorce? Lu Kai was low-key celebrating, pretending to be the good guy. Brother-in-law, just apologize to mom. Hold up, you pretended to clean your ear? Is brain dead a family trait for you guys? You demand a press conference and a public apology? What, do you think we are starring in some drama? That's when Yanran delivered an absolute god-tier roast. No, brother-in-law. Mom's last name is Fu, not Lu. Being garbage is a Fu family trait, so don't blame us, Lias. Old lady shook with pure rage. This is rebellion. Enough, you slammed your hand down, making the teacups rattle. Fu Hongyan, do you think this is a flea market? If you want to throw a tantrum, take your drama back to the Fu family shrine. Turning to your sister-in-law, your voice instantly softened. At least Yanran actually has a brain. The young girl immediately grinned from ear to ear, thinking that her brother-in-law really was the best to her, which made her secretly hope a lawyer could somehow award her custody to him. Lu Ruyan finally couldn't take it anymore. Mom, are you here to resolve this, or are you just trying to pick a fight? Seeing the old lady get choked up, she bit her lip and gently tugged your sleeve. Hubby, what do I have to do for you to forgive me? You sneered, cutting her off instantly. When she was throwing dirt on my name, why didn't she think about leaving some room for mercy? Your cold eyes swept over Mother Lu's twisted, ugly face. If you're willing to sign the divorce papers, I might actually consider dropping the charges. Lu Ruyan was completely paralyzed by your absolute coldness. She froze, mind going totally blank, whispering the word divorce over and over again like she'd lost her mind. You sneered, sliding the divorce agreement right in front of her. Sign it, and I'll drop the lawsuit right now. Lu Ruyan felt her heart skip a beat, literally forgetting how to breathe. Meanwhile, Mother Lu's eyes lit up. This loser son-in-law was actually asking for a divorce? It was like winning the lottery for her. She immediately got hyped up. Ruyan, hurry up and shut up. Lu Ruyan suddenly exploded, her voice so sharp it could literally pierce the ceiling. I am never, ever getting a divorce in this lifetime. Mom, you caused this mess, so deal with it yourself. If you don't help me get my husband back, you can look forward getting publicly humiliated in court. Hearing this, even you were left stunned. Wait, did the sun just rise from the west? This girl actually dared to talk back to her own mother? Before anyone could even process what happened, Lu Ruyan grabbed her bag and bolted. I have stuff to deal with at the office. She ran off like her life depended on it, terrified that if she stayed one more second, she'd burst into tears. You scratched your chin, completely baffled. Why does this girl act like a completely different person the moment divorce comes up? She used to be a complete coward in front of the Lu family, but now she's actually growing a spine? Get out. You weren't in the mood to waste any more time, so you kicked the remaining 2 clowns out, just as Mother Lu was about to lose it again. Slowly pulled out your phone. How about we let the cops decide if you're here to negotiate or to threaten me? Mother Lu was so furious she raised her hand to slap you, but Lu Kai grabbed her with all his strength. The guy was actually smart enough to notice the security camera blinking in the corner. Don't do it. Lu Kai was sweating bullets, cursing his luck. He had already learned the hard way how brutal you could be. This went viral online. His fake innocent routine would get absolutely exposed by netizens. For the next 2 days, you had a totally chill time, just lounging around at home reading, or just taking casual walks outside. You dumped all the annoying legal drama onto Xiao Qiao. Even though this female lawyer was super chaotic and messy, she was actually cracked at her job. She didn't just destroy people in court, but she also handled every single task perfectly, which made you super satisfied. But you still kept your guard up. It's not that you're paranoid, just that she was starting to feel low-key mysterious. Back when you first met her, Xiao Qiao was always completely broke every month, even though she had a pretty big reputation. But let's be real, his reputation was kind of infamous. Ever since he became your personal lawyer, he's been the one teaching you all those shady tricks step by step. That's the only reason you got a ruthless reputation in Zhongbei's elite circle while keeping your hands clean. But lately you've started having doubts. A guy who just paid off his mortgage, then could barely cover daily expenses, how did he get the balls to dig into the prosecutors in just a few years? And damn, he actually found a ton of dirt. The craziest part? You told him to keep an eye on Chen Zian. Bai actually managed to bug the Zhongbei hotel. Not just the dining rooms, but he's got real-time surveillance inside Chen Zian's actual bedroom. No way, that is not something a normal person can pull off. A 5-star hotel is not something you can mess with. It takes a massive budget, and those places cost a fortune to run. Honestly, hotel services alone barely make any money. It's all about landmark prestige, real estate value, those shady policy favors. Just looking at these two things, anyone owning a 5-star hotel has got massive backing. Xiao Qiao doing this was basically kicking a hornet's nest, but he went and did it anyway. How could you not suspect him? But then again, right now, you can't find anyone more capable than Xiao Qiao. Besides, you've been thinking, what does he even want from you? Money? Sure, with your Ruyan Tech shares, you've got some cash. But risking a war with the big bosses behind Zhongbei Hotel for that? Just not worth it. As for the Liu family and Liu Ruyan, she has completely given up on them. She got some calls over the last 2 days, but every single one ended in a massive fight. Xiao Qiao already filed the divorce papers, and now they're just waiting for court. Plus, your lawsuit against Mama Lu was filed even before the divorce. These past 2 days been an absolute nightmare for Liu Ruyan and the Liu Corporation. Even though Ruyan Tech stock didn't crash completely, it's still way lower than before the wedding. While Liu Ruyan was busy stabilizing the company, Liu Kai kept pressuring her to meet with Chen Zian. But Liu Ruyan absolutely refused to go out for business dinners. If they wanted to talk business, they had to come to the office. Looks like your words actually worked. But the Liu Su family has it the worst. You blocked Mama Lu, and when Papa Lu called to negotiate, you shut him down instantly. Left with no choice, Liu Ryu had to step up herself. You've always kept your distance from this third sister-in-law. No real beef, but you guys just don't click. So when she asked you to drop the lawsuit, you straight up blasted the Liu family over the phone and ripped them a new one. Seeing that you wouldn't budge, Liu Ruyu was panicking. She never expected her family to offend you this badly. Sure, Ruyan Tech's market value is only a quarter of the Liu Corporation, but when it comes to cash flow, 40 billion Liu Corporation actually can't compete with Ruyan Tech. Ruyan Tech can easily keep a 10 billion business running, but ever since Liu Ruyu took over the family business, most of her energy was wasted on internal power struggles and restructuring. Even though the company is filled with her people, making those assets profitable isn't going to happen overnight. Plus, the Liu family is already drowning in debt, so she is completely stressed out right now. When she got home from work, Liu Ruyu didn't even glance at her parents sitting in the living room. Straight up pointed at Liu Kai. Come upstairs. She walked up without even looking back. Liu Kai instantly shivered. Out of the whole family, this third sister is his absolute nightmare. Papa and Mama Lu were completely confused. Why were these two, who usually couldn't stand each other, suddenly having a private talk? Normally, no matter how much Liu Kai tried to suck up to her, she would just ignore him. Dragging his feet upstairs, Liu Kai fearfully pushed open the study door, only to find Liu Ruyu sitting there with an icy face. Before he could speak, she sneered. Why are you standing so far away, scared I'm going to eat you? Liu Kai braced himself and took 2 steps forward. Smack. A brutal slap landed right across his face. It was so hard his lips started bleeding and his cheek swelled up instantly. He didn't even dare to make a sound, standing there like a dog. Haven't seen you in 6 months, and you think you're hot stuff now? Liu Ruyu squinted her eyes, sharp as a knife. How dare you plot against Liu Ruyan? Third sister, I smack. Another slap. What did I tell you to do? I only told you to kick Mugi out. Who told you to scheme behind my back? Her voice was freezing cold. You were the one who put Mom up to talking trash outside, weren't you? Liu Kai was trembling. This woman looked like she was about to eat him alive. Liu Ryu grabbed him by the collar. Don't forget, I brought you into the family and I can kick you right out. I gave you a chance, didn't I? A street rat from the slums. You really think you're worthy of the eldest daughter of the Liu family? She got angrier and slammed him to the floor. A trash like you wants to take over Ruyan Tech? Keep dreaming. Liu Kai lay on the floor, his fists clenched tight, his eyes burning with rage. But when she questioned him again, he had to act totally submissive. You're right, third sister. I really didn't mean to, Liu Kai stammered. Just that Mu Gei and second sister were too close, shuts up. Liu Ruyu cut him off, her eyes looking at him like he was a cockroach. Stop putting on an act. You think I don't know what kind of trash you are? She sneered, taking 2 steps closer. I told you to split them up, and instead you dragged the whole family down. You think your little brain can replace Mu Gei? You're not even fit to carry his shoes. Liu Kai's knuckles turned white. He suddenly looked up and snapped. Third sister, I've been with the Liu family for 6 years. I've always seen this place as my home. Bullshit. Liu Ruyu slammed her hand on the desk. Who do you think you are? If it wasn't for me, you'd still be digging through trash in the slums. But didn't you always want to buy Ruyan Tech's shares? Liu Kai asked, getting bold. Second sister has been secretly buying more, if not for the stock crash this time. And what happened? Liu Ruyu was shaking with rage. Mom, that idiot, opened her big mouth and caused our stock to tank. And that bastard Muga took the chance to sue us. Now all of Zhongbei is laughing at us. The more she thought about it, the madder she got. Her perfect financial plans were completely ruined. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan used her savings to stay perfectly stable during this storm. I'll spare your dog life this time. Lu Ru took a sip of her coffee, her eyes ice cold. Remember your place. If you ever make your own moves again. She left the threat hanging, but Liu Kai was already shaking with fear, bowing and scraping. Don't worry, third sister. I'll get right on it. Get out. Lu Ruyu slammed her cup down, not even looking at him. Once the door closed, Liu Kai's face twisted like a straight-up demon. He gritted his teeth, punching the floor as he roared. Muga, why does everyone revolve around you? Lu Ruyan wants you, and even that bitch, Lu Ruyu, respects you. He slammed the floor repeatedly, like a mad dog that got its bone stolen. He finally saw it clearly. In Lu Ruyu's eyes, he's just a chained dog, teased with a piece of meat dangled in front of him, but never actually letting him eat. For 6 years, the Liu family dressed him in fancy clothes but treated him like trash underneath. It wasn't until he joined Ruyan Tech that he couldn't hold back his dark desires anymore. Didn't just want to ruin you, he wanted to climb up by stepping on your bones. But today, Liu Ruyu's casual words slipped him back to reality. Even without you, what is Liu Kai anyway? He's cooked. Started from nothing with a broke girl and built a 10 billion business. Meanwhile, he had all the best resources from the Liu family, and yet he's worse than an average college student. What's even more frustrating, Liu Ruyan's flirting. She literally messed up her own wedding photos, so maybe she just treated him as a plaything for her sisters. Thinking of this, Liu Kai suddenly grinned. No turning back now. Would you let him go? Would Liu Ruyu protect him? Hell no. Since he's dead either way, why not go all in? He wiped his face, his eyes laced with venom. So you're just standing there, wondering what to eat for dinner, when suddenly your phone blows up. Yo, bro, no way you're back in the country. You laugh, hitting answer while kicking the fridge door shut with your foot. On the other end, Shu Mo lets out a massive laugh. Bro, you already know, missed your wedding because of some overseas project, but I literally just touched down. Time to grab some drinks and make up for it. Now, you and this guy go way back to your college days. You met this senior in the literature department, and he actually got you in as Professor Song's final student. He stayed in Zhongbei doing publishing, and honestly, he's one of your only real ones in the city. Same old spot, Old Mo Fish House, let's go. The second you park and slide out of your car, you spot your bro waving like crazy from across the street. Two grown men meeting up means one thing, a massive bear hug. Then, Shumo's loud voice instantly blasts in your ear. Yo, look who it is. Living the absolute dream, huh? Look at that glow, man. Marriage really hits different. You just smile and stay quiet. Sensing the vibe, Shumo instantly switches gears. All right, let's go, let's go. Get inside first. Since I missed your wedding, I got us the ultimate feast today. I am absolutely drinking you under the table. You just shake your head and laugh. Yeah, right, bro. Clock the biggest game, but always fold first. Remember that dinner with Boss Zhang? 2 beers in and you were literally hiding under the table. I had to carry your heavy self back and almost broke my back. Shumo rubs his hands, laughing it off. Hey, I'm allergic to alcohol, okay? But seriously, go all out today. I'll personally drive you home afterward. See? I didn't even bring my car. Pats his chest, looking exactly like some shady insurance salesman. You roll your eyes, completely done with him. Please, we've been bros for 10 years, and I've literally never seen you touch a steering wheel. Last time you promised to take me for a spin, you hired a driver instead, and I ended up puking my guts out in the back seat. As you step into the private room, the delicious food smell hits you. A few drinks later, the real talk finally starts. Suddenly, Shumo puts down his chopsticks, looking super hesitant. Hey, so you and that Liu family heiress Yusai. Bro, it's literally trending everywhere. Are you seriously pretending you don't know? Whirl your glass, watching the amber liquid spin around. It's honestly kind of funny. Sumo lets out a heavy sigh. Man, to the rest of the world, you guys look like the ultimate power couple. But marriage is like shoes, man. Only you know if they're pinching your feet. He downs half his glass. If you ask me, even the strongest love can't survive this much drama. You just stare at the table, completely zoned out. True. Everyone thought you were head over heels, but when it came to your boundaries, you were actually the sharpest one there. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan, who acted all cold and untouchable, was actually just a reckless emotional mess. Shumo asks, so, what's the move? Shumo taps his fingers on the table. Divorce. The moment you say it, a massive weight literally lifts off your chest. Shumo just nods, not even trying to convince you otherwise. Yeah, the Liu family was way too out of league anyway. Shifts the vibe. But hey, you can't just drown your sorrows in alcohol forever. What's next for you? You spin your glass and smile. Maybe some media and cultural investments. Kill some time and finally live out my old artistic dream. Oh, look at Boss Moo trying to get all sophisticated. Shumo teases, but you instantly shut him down. Don't turn this on me, bro. Who was the one calling me at 3 in the morning last month? Who was crying about getting a divorce? You chased her for 4 whole years, and you guys haven't even hit your 1-year anniversary yet. Shumo's smile instantly freezes. You notice his hand playing with his lighter, shaking. Your stomach instantly drops. Bro? Shumo suddenly forces a smile that looks worse than actual crying. Man, I'm running out of time. Clack, your chopsticks drop right onto the plate. Sumo throws back his head and downs the entire glass of baijiu. His throat tightens as he says, literally, your boy is cooked. He smiles with completely bloodshot eyes and your head starts spinning. Bro, tell me you're joking right now. Your voice goes way up and you're gripping your glass so hard your knuckles turn white. Shumo swallows hard, his face twisting into a bitter smile. Late-stage stomach cancer. I've got 1 month left. Tops. Screech! You slam your chair back, standing up so fast it makes a horrible scraping sound on the floor. Stare dead at Shumo's pale face. Say that again. Are you serious? Shumo closes his eyes, a single tear rolling down his face. Literally 3 days after Mo Ran said shoulds to propose, I got the diagnosis. I was too terrified to tell anyone, has no idea. Your fists clench so hard they pop and pure rage suddenly boils up inside you. Are you kidding me? You grab him by the collar. But your voice is literally shaking. So that's why you called me at 3 in the morning asking me to watch over them. You've been planning this divorce the whole time. Shumo, what kind of tragic movie are you trying to star in? My own life is a complete train wreck, and you expect me to play babysitter for you? You begged and pleaded to get her to marry you, and now you want to act like some tragic hero and just disappear? You knew this was going to happen. Why did you even marry her? It sounds like rage, but honestly, it's pure panic. If this idiot dies, what is even left for you in this trash city? Shumo just keeps his head down, fingers tapping nervously on the table. Maybe I was just too greedy, his voice is completely shot. I spent 4 years chasing her, and when she finally said yes, I just wanted to be selfish for once. The day I got diagnosed, I was literally puking my guts out in the hospital bathroom. But that night, I still grit my teeth and slip the ring onto her finger. He laughs, but it looks absolutely heartbreaking. But when we actually got the marriage certificate, I folded. What if we had a kid who never even got to see their dad's face? The room goes dead silent. You open your mouth, but nothing comes out. Shumo's whole tragic hero act sounds selfless, but honestly, it's pure trash. He literally made every single decision for Shumo Ran without even giving her a choice. Seriously, how is this any different from Liu Ruyan getting an abortion behind your back? Forget it, we're done here. You slam down your last drink and stand up to leave, but Shumo grabs your wrist. Moo, please. His eyes are completely red. I've never asked you for anything, but Mo Ran, get off me. You shove him away. Stop playing the dying man card. She's not some 3-year-old kid. Why are you trying to micromanage her life? You hid the marriage, you hid the divorce, and now you're hiding your own death. Shumo, are you actually insane? Those words hit him like a bullet. He freezes, looking paler than a ghost. The words get caught in his throat, and whatever hope he had that you'd just agree is completely shattered. He looks like he's been stripped bare and thrown into the freezing cold. He's got absolutely nowhere to hide. Finally, he forces out a few shaky words. I lied to her. I need to tell her the truth. I was just a coward, so selfish. He looks up at you, his eyes begging. But I have one last request. You want to shut him down instantly, but you soften up at the last second. If it's about playing babysitter for your wife, forget it. Anything else, spit it out. Shumo sighs, a bitter smile crossing his face. Moran Culture is the company she and I've built from the ground up. It's the only thing she and Hongdo have to live on. Mo Ran is incredible at her job, but she's way too naive when it comes to business politics. So you want me to back her up when things get rough? No, that's not enough. Shumo shakes his head. I'm splitting my shares into 2. One half goes to Hongdo, and I want to sell the other half to you. That cash will keep Mo Ran safe. Sell to me? You frown. Yes, Shumo says, his face dead serious. Mo Ran Culture might be local to Zhongbei, but we've already unlocked the global market. It's a gold mine, trust me. You hesitate. I'll think about it. Honestly, their global expansion is actually fire, but you never planned to get into that market. Plus, you know exactly what he's doing. A favor only goes so far, but if you're financially locked in, that's a whole different story. Shumo is trying to lock you in as her permanent shield. It's actually a solid deal, but you can't make the call just yet. Seeing that they were getting nowhere, Shumo stood up with a grin and said, "Let's go. Let me drive you home first." You nodded, not wanting to reject him again. I mean, you already shut down like 3 of his requests today. Saying no again would just make you look cold. The vibe in the car was super heavy, but both of you stayed quiet about the drama, just making some awkward small talk. Outside, the car was just cruising smoothly into the dark night. Bam! A blinding high beam flashes right in front of you. You and Shu Mo instantly close your eyes. Next thing you know, crash! A massive explosion of sound. You both fly forward, and your forehead slams straight into the dashboard. Shumo's chest takes the full force of the impact, slamming right into the steering wheel. Oh God, he turns pale as a ghost, cold sweat dripping down his face, his whole body shaking out of control. Senior brother, Muge! You both scream at the same time, but before you can even breathe, that blinding light flashes again. A massive truck is speeding straight towards you guys, loses it, and screams, "Jump out! Now!" He rips off his seatbelt, and you finally snap out of the shock, frantically trying to unbuckle yours. The second you throw the door open, a massive force shoves you hard from behind. Half your body is barely out of the car when a deafening boom explodes in your ears. The car is sent flying into the air, and you crash onto the asphalt, rolling over and over. Seriously, if you had been a millisecond slow, that truck would have completely crushed you. Your whole body feels like it's broken into a million pieces. You're lying there in the dirt, staring at the twisted, smoking pile of metal wreckage like 10 meters away. Half of the car is completely flattened. Shumo is hanging limply out of the door, his upper body dangling, staring right at you. Senior brother, you try to scream his name, but you just cough up a massive mouthful of blood. Sound is a pathetic whisper. You try to crawl toward him, but your strength is fading fast, like a leaking balloon. If Shumo hadn't pushed you out at the very last second, you would have been the one crushed in that metal coffin. The truck driver is standing on the curb, freaking out and stomping his feet, but Shumo, he's just staring at you with a faint smile on his face. No way. Senior brother. Your eyes go completely bloodshot as you watch Shumo's head slowly drop. Coughing up blood, you desperately reach for your phone with shaking hands, unlock it, roll to a number you haven't called in 7 long years. The moment it connects, a shocked, joyful voice gasps, "Agay," you choke out, "Sis, help me," before another wave of blood blocks your throat. Muge? Her voice completely panics. Gathering every ounce of strength left in your body, you wheeze. "Sis, save me." Meanwhile, in the capital's powerful Sufam mansion, Mu Yun had just put her 2 kids to sleep when her phone suddenly buzzes. When she sees the caller ID, a number she hasn't seen in 7 years, she almost drops her phone. She picks up, "Heart racing, Muge?" She hadn't used that name in 7 years. She thought her little brother would never speak to her again. And now, he's actually calling her. But before she can even smile, his weak, trembling voice comes through. "Sis, help me." Mu Yun's mind goes completely blank, her phone slipping from her fingers. On the other end, there's nothing but the faint sound of passing cars. She loses her mind and screams into the receiver. "Muge, Muge, answer me! What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Sprints downstairs, leaving her slippers behind as she runs. After blasting a few emergency calls, she screams at the maids, "Get the car ready. We are going to the airport right now." Meanwhile, in the living room, a man in a wheelchair quietly watches her panic. Once Mu Yun hangs up, his raspy voice breaks the silence. "Are you going to Jiangbei?" Mu Yun turns around, glaring at her husband with eyes like ice. "If I don't go now, my brother is going to die." The man falls silent for a long moment, then sighs. "Go." He slowly wheels himself away, his back looking even more frail than usual. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Lu Ruyan and her crew are sitting on opposite sides, like they're in a literal war zone. Her fingers are clenched so tight they've gone completely white, tears streaming down her face. She keeps muttering, "How did this happen? Babe, please, you can't leave me. How am I supposed to live without you? You promised me you'd be okay." She glares at the operating room doors, wishing she could literally force you back to life with her eyes. Just finished a brutal overtime shift and was exhausted, only to get a call that her husband was in a massive car crash. She rushed to the hospital, only to find Xiao Qiao already waiting there. She didn't even have the energy to wonder why Xiao Qiao was there. Like, who cares about that right now? When they wheeled you into surgery, Lu Ruyan was completely numb. The cops told her your car was sandwiched from both sides. The hit-and-run driver from behind fled the scene immediately, and the truck driver in front was supposedly drunk. The cops said they were still investigating, but Lu Ruyan isn't an idiot. This was no accident. Someone wanted you dead. The thought makes her break out in a cold sweat. The red light of the operating room stays on. 4 hours pass and still nothing. Doors stay shut. Lu Ruyan is crying her eyes out, while Lu Yanran holds her hand tightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Qiao keeps pacing, glancing at the operating room and then down the hallway like she's waiting for a major arrival. The hospital corridor is dead silent. Suddenly, the elevator dings. Xiao Qiao snaps to her feet, staring straight at the doors. Click, 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 high heels tap against the tile floor. It's a sharp, confident rhythm that makes everyone's heart skip a beat. The Liu sisters look up, Liu Ruyan's face still covered in tears. Her eyes are totally red. Then a tall, stunning woman steps out at the end of the hallway. Behind her is a secretary in a sharp white suit, followed by two literal rows of massive bodyguards. She's wearing a stylish fringed shirt, a dark green skirt, and her hair is held up casually with a single jade hairpin. She looks about 27 or 28, radiating absolute elegance and nobility. But her eyes, cold as ice, showing a terrifying absolute authority. Click-clack of her heels abruptly stops. Mu Yun stands right in front of the operating room, staring at the bright red light. Slowly, the icy glare in her eyes begins to melt. Places a look of pure, heartbreaking pain, guilt, regret, and a deeply hidden tenderness. The entire hallway falls dead silent. Even the usually loud and dramatic Liu Ruyan is too intimidated to make a sound. Liu Yanran sneaks a look at Mu Yun's perfect side profile, her heart beating crazy fast. She's stunning. Seriously, she's the definition of a goddess. Miss Mu Xiao whispers nervously, clutching her shirt tightly. Everyone else thought Muj was a nobody with no family, but Xiao Chao knew how deeply this sister loved her brother. She was sent here to watch over him in secret, keeping the low profile. Mu Yun suddenly turns her head. How long has he been in there? Her voice is as cold as a mountain spring, making even the arrogant Liu Ruyan feel totally outclassed. 4 hours. It should be over soon. Before Xiao Chao can finish, Zhao walks over with a hot coffee, saying, "Please, sit down and wait." But Mu Yun completely ignores her, standing perfectly straight. This makes the Liu sisters feel extremely awkward. They don't know whether to sit or stand, looking like two guilty kids sent to the principal's office. Excuse me, who are you?" Liu Yanran musters up the courage to ask, terrified but totally drawn to her. Surprisingly, Mu Yun actually reacts, a faint smirk playing on her lips. The Chow sisters are completely shocked. Did the sun rise from the west today? The legendary cold heiress is actually talking to a stranger. "I'm Mu Yun." She pauses, her eyelashes casting a soft shadow. "Sister." Liu Yanran's jaw completely hits the floor. She walks around Mu Yun, completely starstruck, and gasps, "No wonder. You and my brother-in-law have the exact same sharp jawline." But Liu Ruyan, she's about to pass out. Cold sweat completely drenching her shirt. Oh my god, her husband has a literal goddess sister. And if she finds out about all the awful things Liu Ruyan has done lately, it's over. Trembling, she tries to squeak out. Tessesis, but Mu Yun gives her a single icy glare that freezes her on the spot. It feels like an invisible hand is choking her. Hooked. Absolutely cooked. Seeing how respectfully Xiao Chao acts around Mu Yun, she knows all her toxic behavior has definitely been reported. Liu Ruyan's knees give out, and she collapses into her seat. It's over. She is totally done for. Operating room light finally turns green. The second the doctor steps out, everyone swarms him. The surgery was a total success, he says, but his eyes are totally glued to Mu Yun. This girl hasn't even said a single word, but why does it feel like everyone is waiting for her to call the shots? Liu Ruyan bursts out crying on the spot, but this time it's actually tears of joy. Thank goodness, finally a win. "Sis, take a breath," Liu Yanran quickly says, trying to calm her older sister down. Mu Yun spots this little move, and honestly, she respects the younger sister a bit more now. But the moment she glances back at Liu Ruyan, her eyes turn straight up, ice. "Oh, so now you're crying a whole river?" "In the last 6 months, my brother was hospitalized 3 times, and every single time, Xiao Chao had to call us in the middle of the night. And you call yourself his wife?" Realizing her brother literally almost died for a trash woman like this, Mu Yun grits her teeth in pure rage. Just then, the operating room doors fly wide open. Mu Yun bolts forward, but the second her hand almost touches Muji's pale face, she flinches back. Her voice trembles as she whispers, "Brother." Tears start pouring down her face like a broken necklace. She messily wipes her face with her sleeve, forcing her crying voice into a steady, "Sis is here for you now," around them. The entire room goes dead silent. Nobody dares to make a sound. And even Liu Ruyan is just shaking like a leaf, clutching the edge of the bed. Finally, the doctor musters up the courage to say, "The patient just got out of surgery. We need to move him." Mu Yun takes a deep breath and steps back, but her eyes are glued to the gurney. The second he's pushed into the intensive care unit, Mu Yun whips around and calls out Liu Ruyan, "Stay." Those 2 words hit so hard, Liu Ruyan's legs instantly turn to jelly. Plot twist, it's reckoning time, and she is absolutely cooked. "Last year, my brother was hospitalized 4 times, and every single time he had to register himself." Mu Yun sits down completely calm, her voice deadpan as if she's just making small talk. But then she drops, "The person you need to apologize to isn't me." Liu Ruyan's fists are shaking so hard. "I will apologize to him the second he wakes up." Mu Yun suddenly laughs, but her smile is colder than a winter storm. "You think that is what my brother actually wants?" She leans forward. "Do you want to know what I hate most about you? You completely crush his heart, and then you play the victim like you had no choice." Liu Ruyan's face turns bright red, choked up with no comeback. She tries to defend herself, but Mu Yun shuts her down instantly. Honestly, you are not even close to being qualified to be a daughter-in-law of our Mu family. Before she can even finish, Lu Ruyan suddenly sits up straight. Our marriage is between the two of us. She tries to sound tough, but her shaky voice completely gives her away. Oh, I know, Mu Yun says, slowly spinning her teacup, doesn't even look up. But as his family, I'm just keeping it real with you. Besides, you two are literally about to sign the divorce papers anyway, aren't you? Lu Ruyan's face turns pale as a ghost. Didn't your family always treat my brother like trash? Mu Yun suddenly looks up, her eyes sharp as daggers. You talk a big game about loving him, but you let your family walk all over him. Is that how you show your love as a wife? She sneers. My brother actually has some backbone. He never complained to me about any of your familkage. Honestly, marrying you was a major brain rot move, but at least he acted like a real man and didn't go around crying about how unfair his life was. She leans in close, tapping her fingers on the table. But look at you. Miss Liu, you made such a massive scene that the whole town is gossiping about it. You think that makes you look good? Lu Ruyan clutches her skirt so hard her knuckles turn white. If you actually care about your 6 years together, stop holding him back. Mu Yun leans back. Just sign the papers and divorce. Holding him back? Lu Ruyan's voice goes completely out of pitch. Obviously, Mu Yun scoffs. He's your actual husband, yet he has to walk on eggshells around you like you are a thief. And you? You always tell him he is just overreacting over nothing. That is not draining his life away, then what is? She suddenly glares at Ah Shin, her eyes turning dead cold. And on top of that, I will never ever let anyone lay a finger on him again. What do you mean, lay a finger on him? Lu Ruyan jumps up, her chair screeching loudly against the floor. Suddenly, she remembers the police officer's weird, hesitant face earlier, and a cold sweat breaks out all over her back. But Mu Yun doesn't even answer. Instead, she just pivots. Your family is supposed to be a big deal in Jiangbei. How hard is it to protect a single person? Her eyes scan then a bodyguard standing behind Lu Runan, and she scoffs. CEO Lu of Ruyan Tech. You walk around with a whole squad of bodyguards. But what about my brother? Your multi-billion-dollar company can't even hire him a driver? This hits like a massive face slap, leaving Lu Ruyan's ears literally ringing. The embarrassment of their wedding night, the brutal arguments over the Feechin project, endless memories flash before her eyes. It's true, even his bodyguard was something she forced on him back then, but she never actually cared about giving him real protection. Was I really that blind and careless? She stumbles back, leaning against the wall for support. Suddenly, she realizes that in this entire marriage, all the love, patience, and resources he showered her with, she had returned absolutely zero of it. On a material level, he was already doing amazing on his own. But what about actually being there for him? By the 3rd year of their marriage, she was always busy. Every single time he wanted to spend time together, she blew him off using her career as an excuse. But I do not want to divorce. Lu Ruyan suddenly close at Mu Yun's feet, her face completely covered in tears. I know I messed up. I will make it up to him, I swear. Make it up to him? Mu Yun scoffs as if she just heard the biggest joke in the world, as she reaches out and grabs Lu Ruyan by the chin. Make it up to him with what? Your fake, toxic tears? Mu Yun's words slice right to the bone as she glares down at Lu Ruyan with pure contempt. Your idea of making things right is pushing him into the abyss, pulling him back, and then acting like nothing happened while you play the good little wife? Mu Yun gets more and more heated, pointing her finger right in Lu Ruyan's face. Do you think my brother is some loser who has nobody else? Or does our Mu family look like we can't afford a wife? This verbal beatdown leaves Lu Ruyan shaking to her core. Past few days, whether it was Liu Kai, Liu Yanran, or even an outsider like Xiao Qiao, everyone felt they could take shots at him. But Mu Yun's words are like a dagger straight to her soul. And honestly, she is completely right. He was always the one giving you everything, while his own needs were either shut down immediately or never even allowed to be said out loud. What else does he even owe you? Lu Ruyan grits her teeth. Relationship stuff needs to be mutual, and if he is completely over it, it's over. You said you wanted love, but you clearly didn't care about his. Even if that is true, Lu Ruyan suddenly looks up, her voice shaking. I know I messed up, but compared to some random outsider, aren't I, his wife of 6 years, the most suitable one for him? She gets more and more worked up, raising her voice like crazy. I made mistakes, sure, but it is not like I committed some unforgivable crime. Either way, I am not agreeing to this divorce. Lu Ruyan is acting like she just got a major power-up, straightening her back. We are not separated, and I never cheated on him. Even if you think I am too close to Liu Kai, he is my legally recognized brother. I would say that straight to a judge's face. She glares at Mu Yun. Even if you are his actual sister, then you really override the law. Mu Yun just scoffs at this trash logic. Oh, so in your world, the bare minimum for a marriage is just not committing a crime. Have you completely thrown your morals out the window? Hits Lu Ruyan like a bucket of freezing ice water, making her whole body shiver. Your family might have some power in Zhongbei, Mu Yun says, her gaze cutting through her like a blade, but let me tell you, there are some things money can never buy. Lu Ruyan's spine goes completely cold under her gaze. Meeting her in-laws for the first time, and she gets absolutely destroyed. She stands there with her mouth wide open, completely speechless. Seriously, since Mu Yun showed up, how many times has she been roasted into total silence? Desperately wants to argue back, but in front of this absolute queen, any excuse she makes just sounds pathetic. The two of them just sit there in awkward silence, and the room goes so quiet you could literally hear a pin drop. Lu Ruyan originally thought that even if she messed up, she could just apologize and use her family's massive influence to keep her marriage. But Mu Yun showing up completely crushes her confidence. Sister's last words made it crystal clear she does not give a single damn about the Lu family. With a powerhouse sister backing him up, there is no way Mu Jie is ever letting himself be controlled by her again. As dawn finally breaks, Da Qiao walks over quietly and whispers in Mu Yun's ear, "Miss, our young master's car crash was definitely a setup, but whoever contacted the driver did a crazy good job hiding their tracks. They used burner phones and untraceable text messages, and the trail goes completely dead right there." She pauses before adding the hit-and-run crew was even more professional. They specifically chose a blind spot with 0 security cameras, so we have absolutely nothing to go on. Mu Yun's fists clench so hard her knuckles crack, but her face stays completely emotionless as she coldly orders, "Keep digging." When the Lu sisters overhear this, their faces instantly lose all color. To pull off a hit this clean in Zhongbei, definitely not your average player. Mu Yun gave Lu Ruyan a side-eye, cooking up some thoughts. Then she asked, "What else?" Da Qiao hesitated. "The guy in the car with young master. Him. He was one of his few real friends in Zhongbei. Died on impact. We dug into his background and his name is Xu Mo." Mu Yun locked her brows, tapping her fingers on the table. "You mean the college senior? Those two were absolute brothers." Da Qiao nodded fast. "Exactly. Young master had deep history with him." But he hesitated. Shumo was terminally ill. Doctors gave him 3 months max. Muyun's eyes turned ice cold. "Did he have a motive?" Da Qiao shook his head. "We ran the numbers. 0 motive." Mu Yun went quiet, her hand pausing in midair. She trusted her crew. These guys were top-tier pros she handpicked herself, and none of them would dare play games with her. But now the lead went totally cold. She was dying of frustration but had 0 moves left. She just waved her hand to dismiss Da Qiao. But Da Qiao didn't budge, stared at Mu Yun's bloodshot eyes, feeling bad for her. "Boss, you haven't slept in 24 hours. I'm not tired," she capped, but her exhausted face said it all. Da Qiao sighed, not wanting to push his luck. On the side, Lu Ruyan and Lu Yanran were eavesdropping hard, dying to ask questions but too scared to speak up. Lu Ruyan was also running on fumes after pulling an all-nighter. She was dead tired from work and Mu Yun had just humbled her. Her eyelids were heavy, but she refused to back down and show weakness. She grit her teeth and powered through, completely ignoring her sister's warnings to rest. Meanwhile, you were trapped in a massive nightmare. A giant black beast was chasing you down. Just as it was about to rip you apart, your sister literally dropped from the sky. With her fragile body, she went God mode and drove the monster away. You reached out to grab her, wanting to tell her you never hated her, but she didn't even look back as she walked straight into the darkness. No matter how loud you screamed, she didn't stop. When you finally blinked your eyes open, you were in a hospital bed. You glanced at the couch and froze. No way. It was your sister whom you hadn't seen in years. She looked totally exhausted, but you recognized her instantly as you croaked out. Hearing your voice, Moon shot awake from her sleep. The moment your eyes met, her tears just started flooding down. She rushed over, kneeling by your bed, crying her eyes out. "Lil bro, you're finally awake." You reached out a shaking hand to wipe her tears, but she quickly wiped her face and ran out to get the doctor. Watching her hurry off, it hit you. This was literally the only time she had ever cried in her life. Even when your parents passed away, she didn't shed a single tear. Back then, you were huddled at the hospital entrance like a stray cat. She tried to pat your head, but you straight up punched her in the face. Then you two literally had a fist fight right outside the hospital. Your usually perfect sister ended up with her hair completely messed up. But weirdly enough, that fight broke the ice between you two. Honestly, your feelings for this sister, who was 12 years older than you, super complicated. When you were kids, she always snatched your snacks and made you cry. But once you fell into a river and almost drowned. After she dragged you out and beat you up, completely changed. Later, your grandfather couldn't take it anymore and took her away. After that, you two drifted apart. As you were lost in these memories, your sister walked back in with the doctor. Once they checked your wounds, she softly asked if it hurt, but you only cared about one thing. "How's Shumo?" "He didn't make it." Her words made your tears soak straight through the pillow. That was the brother who shoved you out of the car at the final second. You guys literally had an argument the day before. If he hadn't risked his life to save you, both of you would be dead right now. Mu Yun stood by your bed, biting her lip, holding tissues that were already soaked with your tears. She knew that even though she only cared about keeping you alive, Shumo literally saved her little brother's life. She owed him a debt she could never repay. Wife came to see you a couple of days ago. She gently wiped your tears. If you really want to pay him back, you need to get strong first. You tried to sit up, but she immediately held your shoulders down. Don't move. In a couple of days, once you're feeling better, I'll personally go with you to pay your final respects. You stubbornly turned your head away and Mu Yun sighed, walking out. Second she opened the door, she ran straight into the Liu family, rushing in. Liu Ruyan practically sprinted to your bed, and her relief actually looked genuine. Babe, you're finally awake. Then, Liu Mother's screeching voice echoed from down the hall. Oh please, look at this survivor son-in-law acting like he's too good for us. You kept a straight face and ignored her. Liu Ruyan quickly whipped around to glare at her mother. Knowing you needed peace, she snapped at her family. Stop causing a scene here. You gave them an icy stare. You've seen me. I'm alive. Now if you have nothing else to do, get out. After all, I'm not like a certain someone who gets a tiny scratch and acts like they're dying. This completely shut the Liu family up, especially Liu Kai, who looked highly offended. Sure, he was being dramatic, but a scratch is still an injury, right? Liu Kai played the victim card and said, Brother-in-law, I know you hate me, but my parents and sisters came all this way for you. How can you disrespect them like this? Honestly, he made you want to throw up. If you weren't stuck in bed, you would have straight up slapped him twice. A grown man acting this soft and whiny. Are you mad the car crash didn't kill me, so you came to cringe me to death? Liu Kai's face went pale. Brother-in-law, if you don't want me here, I'll just leave. Why do you have to attack me? Triggered Liu's mother. You ungrateful trash. You got into a crash. Don't you dare take it out on my son. You let out a cold laugh and looked at Liu Ruyan. Look at this. Your family. If Liu Kai was the one in this bed, your mom wouldn't even dare to raise her voice. Liu Ruyan's face flushed red, completely embarrassed as she had messed up yet again. Mom, she stood up instantly. If you guys keep acting like this, get out right now. I brought you here to fix things with my husband, not to stress him out. Liu's mother absolutely lost her mind. You think I wanted to come here? If you hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have even bothered. He literally sued his own mother-in-law. Does he even deserve to be our son-in-law? I hope he dies. Bam, the door was kicked open. Mu Yun stood there, holding a thermos, looking absolutely terrifying. A squad of guards rushed in behind her, pushing the Liu family back, and a loud slap echoed through the room, landing clean on Liu's mother's face. So this is how elite families behave. Mu Yun's voice was ice cold. Liu Ruyan, look at what your so-called love did to my brother. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in sheer terror. Liu's mother scrambled off the floor, pointing a shaking finger at Mu Yun. You miserable brat! Slap! Another heavy blow sent her right back down, knocking her flat on the floor. Old Liu, are you just going to stand there? Liu's mother wailed, but her husband snapped. Shut up! He wasn't a brainless idiot like his wife. Putting aside the terrifying bodyguards in black suits filling the room, Mu Yun's raw aura alone was totally built different. He stood up slowly. Who saved the fake talk? Mu Yun cut him off cold. She tossed the thermos onto the nightstand, grabbed Liu Ruyan by the arm, and literally threw her out of the way. Da Qiao quickly pulled up a chair. Mu Yun leaned over to gently brush the hair out of your eyes. Must be starving. Have some hot soup first. I'll handle these clowns for you. You grinned, holding the bowl, a warm feeling spreading in your chest. Honestly, this fiercely protective side of her was absolutely legendary. Mu Yun caught you smirking. Small smile tugged at her lips too. But the second she sat down, her face turned cold as ice. Yanren, find a seat. She gestured toward Liu Yanren, then glared at Liu Ruyan with pure disgust. As for you, trash, keep standing and wake up your brain. Meanwhile, Liu Yanran was smiling like crazy just because Mu Yun called her by her first name. Bro heard his second sister was going to make him stand as punishment and jumped straight to your bedside like a scared rabbit. He was like, beautiful sis, I think I will just stand. Mu Yun did not even bother with this little trickster. Her razor-sharp gaze swept right over the Liu family. 6 years ago, when the family split, my brother's share of the estate literally built Ruyan Tech from the up. She locked eyes with Liu Ruyan and sneered. Funny how your company did not get a single bit of help from the Liu family. So why are you treating my brother like some easy target now? Calling him a boy toy and a sickly weakling. She slammed the table and stood right up, shouting, do you think our Mu family is completely gone? Mother Liu stumbled back in sheer terror. You trash caused trouble 12 times this past year, so getting 12 slaps in return is totally fair, right? Instantly, Mu Yun's bodyguard stepped up and grabbed Mother Liu. Father Liu was absolutely furious. Audacious. Where do you think you are? This is Jiangbei. The Liu family has decades of prestige here. Do you really think you can just trample on us? Muyan just shrugged and said calm, then why don't you go ask if the legendary Shu family of the capital is afraid of your little Jiangbei Liu family? It was like someone pressed the pause button. The entire Liu family went dead silent, their faces turning bright red. No way, the Shu family is an absolute powerhouse. Crushing the Lius would be easier than stepping on an ant. Seeing the guards lock down his wife, Father Liu tried to beg you for mercy, but you were just casually playing with your soup spoon, totally enjoying the show. Lu Ruyan was stomping her feet in a panic. She wanted her parents to realize how OP Muyan was, but these frogs in a well just had to run straight into a death trap. The face slaps started raining down hard. Mother Lu was left sobbing on the floor, while Father Lu's face turned completely dark. This was not just a beating. This was literally ripping the Lu family's pride off and stomping all over it. Father Glue glanced over at you, casually sipping your soup, and his heart sank. He realized when they publicly humiliated you back then, you must have felt 100 times worse than this. While he was stressing, Muyan's voice cut through the air like a knife. Boss Lu, your wife kept calling my brother a boy toy and a weakling every single day, and you did not even bother to double-check the facts. Father Lu looked up right into Munyan's icy gaze, feeling a cold shiver run down his spine. Actually, forget it. Munyan suddenly looked bored. You are just a useless loser who let his own daughter steal the family business. Beating you would only dirty my hands. Those words hit like a hot iron, making Father Lu shake all over. The great head of the Lu family was nothing but a trash-tier loser in her eyes. But thinking about how Lu Ruyu had stripped away all his power, and how he only knew how to take his anger out on his youngest daughter, he could not even say a single word back. Over in the corner, Lu Yanran's eyes were practically glowing. She wanted to cheer for Muyan so bad. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Lu Ruyu stared at Muyan with a burning intensity. She swore to herself that one day, she would be just as dominant and absolute. While the family was busy plotting, nobody noticed Lu Kai breaking out in a cold sweat. Then, Muyan sneered Lu Rian, "Oh, Lu Rian, you let a pathetic piece of trash like this ruin your marriage? You are seriously on a whole new level of stupid. Save me. Shut up." Muyan waved her hand dismissively. One of you was kicked out, and the other left on his own. You two should have been riding or dying together through thick and thin. How is it that you could survive being broke, but now that you are rich, you let this trash ruin everything? Muyan suddenly leaned down and grabbed Lu Ruyan by the chin. Let me guess, did playing the rich lady go to your head so much that you forgot who literally dragged you back from the brink of death? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in pure shock as Muyan's devastating words hit her. You are living off the Mu family's wealth while destroying the very hands that feed you. Lu Ruyan, did you completely lose your damn mind and conscience? That line was like a blade, ripping away all of Lu Ruyan's self-deception. Suddenly, she remembered her sister's harsh words and the judgmental stares of everyone around her. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor. Please, husband. Sister, give me a chance to make things right. You stared down at this woman. Once so incredibly proud she kept her head high even after being abandoned at the altar, you suddenly flashed back to your wedding 6 years ago, seeing her eyes red as she told the crowd, "If anyone is willing to marry me, I will marry them." Seeing Lu Ruyan kneeling there, your mind was a total mess. Back then, even when her own family pointed fingers and called her unwanted garbage, she kept her back straight and declared she would marry anyone who wanted her. But now, she was begging at your feet, leaving you feeling both pity and cold disappointment. You took a deep breath, your voice completely hoarse. Lu Ruyan, ever since I donated my bone marrow to save you, did you even know I have to go to the hospital every single week for medicine? Do you even remember how many times I had to go these past 6 months? Lu Ruyan turned pale as a ghost, her lips trembling but not a single word came out. You let out a bitter laugh, but you definitely remember exactly how many times Lu Kai went to the hospital, right? Because every single time he checked in, you were right there by his side. Closed your eyes in sheer exhaustion, so tell me, why on earth should I give you another chance? The room went dead silent. Even Lu Yanran and Lu Ruyu looked at their sister in absolute shock. They could never have imagined that Lu Ruyan would obsess over some adopted brother while completely ignoring the husband who literally saved her life. You opened your eyes, your voice chillingly calm. I do not need you to repay me for saving your life, and we are even for you taking me in back then. Let us just end this cleanly. Either you sign the divorce papers right now, or we will let the court settle this. Right on cue, 2 bodyguards dragged Lu Kai forward and kicked him hard behind the knees. Boom! He hit the floor, screaming in absolute agony. Your gaze turned sharp as a blade. If my investigation proves you had anything to do with this car accident, I will ruin your entire family. And if the Lu family dares to interfere, I will wipe them off the face of Jiangbei forever. Lu Kai was shaking like a leaf, screaming, Sis, I would never dare hurt you. You sneered coldly. Whether it was you or not, we will find out soon enough. Ruining my marriage, framing me, and getting Fu Hongyan to trash my reputation. We are settling all of this today. Before you could even finish, you broke into a violent coughing fit. Muyan rushed over to rub your back, yelling at the guards, "Pin him down!" Strutted over to Lu Kai in her high heels and slammed her foot right onto his head. "Scum like you deserves nothing less." Boom! His face slammed hard against the cold floor. As Lu Kai screamed in pain, Muyan calmly told the guards, "Keep hitting him with this exact force. Either he does a full 100 head slams or he passes out." The Liu family marched in acting all tough, but they slunk away like kicked puppies, looking absolutely miserable. Liu Ruyan was completely dazed. The absolute beatdown in the hospital room today had completely shattered her. Desperately needed to find a quiet place to process this absolute mess. Liu Yanran tried to linger around, but Liu Ruyu grabbed her arm and dragged her out of there. Right after they left, the cops showed up at your door. They pulled out their notebooks to ask about the car accident, and you told them every single detail you knew. But since everything happened so fast, you barely even realized what went down. The crash was over in a flash, leaving absolutely zero clues behind. The officers came up completely empty-handed and had to leave disappointed. Muyan gently tucked you in, looking worried. "Stop stressing over it and just focus on recovering first." "You shook your head, sis. Who do you think is actually pulling the strings behind all of this?" Muyan paused for a second and gave you a look. "Come on, don't you already have a pretty good idea? You called me the absolute second the accident happened, so it is clear you do not really trust that wife of yours either." Stayed quiet, because she was right. The moment that crash happened, you knew it was no accident. But as for who actually orchestrated the hit, you were still completely in the dark. Back then, you could not trust a single soul, not even your own wife. In the end, your only option was to scroll through your contacts and call your big sis, whom you had not spoken to in years. "I really cannot bring myself to fully trust her right now." You sighed, "But I do not think she is behind this." Moonyan raised an eyebrow. "So calling me was basically just your insurance policy?" You laughed bitterly. "Remember when I first met Xiao Chow? She was just a broke lawyer stressing over her mortgage, with some reputation but zero cash. Yet, she somehow managed to handle every single task I gave her perfectly. There is no way she did not have someone powerful backing her up. So how were you so sure she was working for me?" Muyan asked with a knowing smile. You sighed. "Who else could it be but you? If Xiao Chow had not been covering my back all these years, my secrets would have been exposed ages ago. Pull off something like that, I really could not think of anyone else. To be honest, your past self had absolutely no clue what your big sis actually did for a living. In your memories, every time you two met, he is literally a completely different person now. Back when he was 18, the longest we ever hung out was barely 2 weeks. His phone was ringing off the hook back then. Sometimes he'd literally smash his phone in rage, and other times he'd be so depressed it was wild. But most of the time, he had this crazy aura that made him look like an absolute boss. You did not dare cross him. Only later did you realize that was the vibe of a true peak player. Muyan was actually vibing with your answer. She asked, "If you do not trust Lu Ruyan, why did you count her out first? She has been secretly buying up tons of shares in Ruyan Tech. If you kick the bucket, she gets to inherit your entire fortune legally. Plus, with this divorce drama, as long as you are alive, her seat is shaking. Isn't that enough motive for a setup? That is why you did not go to her first." You nodded. On paper, she is definitely sus, but no way she would do something this diabolical. Rationally, you knew you had to suspect Lu Ruyan. Like Moonyan said, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, you cannot gamble with your life. Going to Moonyan's meant Xiao Chow would be the first to reach you. Big sis backing you up, Xiao Chow would definitely sweep the area clean and eliminate any threats. You had to protect your own life, after all, but deep down, you just knew Lu Ruyan would not cross that line. Honestly, if she had not spent the last 6 months completely trashing your trust, you would have believed her in a heartbeat, motive or not. Muyan just shrugged it off and asked, "All right, so who is the second suspect on your list?" "The Wu family," you said, cold and direct. "Specifically, the eldest son of the main house of the Zhongbei Wu family. I completely played that young master 3 years ago. If anyone in Zhongbei wants me dead, it is him. Wu family is definitely top of the list." "But you are still hesitant," Muyan pointed out, hitting the nail on the head. You let out a heavy sigh. "Yeah, they are definitely sus. But that was 3 years ago. If they wanted to take me out, why wait until now?" You muttered. Muyan scoffed. "You ran in a whole circle just to avoid saying it. Your real prime suspect is Lu Kai, isn't it?" Her face instantly went cold at the mention of Lu Kai. Your wife is not stupid, so why does she turn brainless the second Lu Kai is around? You rubbed your nose, totally embarrassed. Standing in front of your big sister, you could not really defend Lu Ruyan, so you quickly changed the subject. "If we are talking motive, Lu Kai has the biggest one by far." the Wu family at least cares about keeping up appearances with Ruyan Tech and the Liu family, but Lu Kai has zero chill. You have to admit, the Liu family's power keeps the Wu family in check. For all, you are still Lu Ruyan's husband. If the Wu family tries to put you in a t-shirt, who knows if the Liu family will use it as an excuse to start a war. High society has its own rules. Once you cross that line, nobody else is going to just watch. Just like that Wu family heir, he broke the rules, and that is why you absolutely destroyed him. But Lu Kai, he is a different story. You continued your analysis. He has been living with Elias for 6 years, but he has not learned a single thing about how to survive in this world. The main thing is, Lu Ruyu holds all the keys to the Liu family fortune. The other daughters might not have much power, but they still get their cut. But Lu Kai, he is just an adopted kid. Lu Ruyu would never let him touch a single cent. If he wants to climb the social ladder, Ruyan Tech is his only shot. Muyan nodded. No lies detected. He is doing everything he can to push you out just so he can secure the bag. Exactly. You suddenly remembered Chen Xian's little scheme, burring in Lu Kai's ear. You quickly said if you have eyes and ears, you should probably put a tail on Lu Ruyan for now. Muyan frowned. Are you actually worried about her? Not exactly. You quickly broke down the common between Chen Xian and Lu Kai. Muyan caught on instantly and sneered. Your wife is a walking contradiction. From what you are saying, she clearly looks down on Lu Kai, yet she keeps leading him on. Is she plotting something, or does she just love the attention? Women are a mystery, honestly. I have seen plenty like her, holding on to their marriage while playing these toxic games on the side. And Lu Ruyan has the ultimate cheat code. She uses the he is just my brother excuse to flirt whenever she wants. Fine, Moonyan agreed. I will put some eyes on her, at least until the divorce is finalized. I won't let her do anything crazy or let anyone play her. It is a deal. At this moment, Moonyan finally got where you were coming from. Living in a marriage where you constantly have to sleep with one eye open is straight up exhausting, especially with a snake like Lu Kai around. If Lu Ruyan actually looked down on him, the only way he could ever stand on her level, completely ruin her first. Once she has hit rock bottom, he can swoop in and play the hero. Muyan paused, thinking it over, then asked, so you think Lu Kai's play all about those Ruyan Tech shares? You went silent for a second. If I divorce her, even if I get taken out, my fortune won't go to her. Sure, she is currently sitting in the CE's chair of Ruyan Tech, but that is only because she has my shares and her family's backing. Since we know she is not the mastermind, the only one left is Lu Kai, who has been drooling over her this whole time. His real intentions probably obvious to everyone except Lu Ruyan herself, or maybe she knows and is just playing dumb. Little did they know, while you and Muyun were putting the pieces together, Lu Ruyan was starting to have her own doubts. The second the family left the room, she checked Lu Kai into the hospital. After getting absolutely wrecked by Muyun's bodyguards, he definitely needed a checkup. She stayed behind in his room alone. The rest of the Lu family thought everything was business as usual, but plot twist. As soon as they stepped out, Lu Ruyan stared down at Lu Kai lying on the bed and said coldly, "Drop the act. I know you are awake." Lu Kai panicked, but if he opened his eyes now, he would look like a total clown who got caught faking a faint for sympathy. He decided to double down and keep playing dead, but Lu Ruyan was completely out of patience. Her voice went ice cold. Lu Kai, if you keep faking it, you are dead to me. Don't ever show your face near me again. Shoot. Lu Kai knew his game was up. Slowly opened his eyes, putting on his best puppy dog face. Sis Ruyan, it really is you. I thought I was dreaming. Ouch, my head hurts so bad. Can you check it for me? Lu Ruyan just stared at him with pure, icy disgust. That look of absolute detachment made his little performance look so cringe that he had to shut his mouth immediately. I have one question. Her voice was sharper than a knife. Did you have anything to do with that car crash? Lu Kai's face instantly paled, looking like he had been wrongfully accused of a crime. He cried out, "Sis, swear I had nothing to do with that." Yeah, I hate my brother-in-law, but I would never put a hit on someone. If I am lying, may God strike me. Lu Ruyan locked eyes with him, trying to read his soul. Sis, I admit I am insanely jealous of him, but I am not a murderer. Besides, I do not even have the connections to pull off something like that. He looked so pathetic and desperate that it actually sounded real. Seeing his face, Lu Ruyan started to hesitate, but she didn't let up. You said you are jealous of him. Jealous of what exactly? Lu Kai stammered, sneaking a nervous glance at her face, refusing to spit it out. Lu Ruyan scoffed. What, is that a hard question to answer? No, it is not that. I think he is amazing, and he actually helps you with your business. Meanwhile, I am just a useless kid who always causes trouble for you. That is why I am jealous. That is it? Yeah, that is really it. Lu Ruyan stared at him for a long moment, her tone softening just a bit. You are still young, and you are still a student. It is totally normal that you cannot match up to him yet. There is literally nothing to be jealous of. But, Liu Kai started stuttering again. For some reason, Liu Ruyan pushed even harder. Is there something else you are hiding? Liu Kai squeezed his eyes shut, looking like he was about to make a massive gamble. Suddenly blurted out, because I am in love with you. Sis, that is why I hate him. Are you insane? Liu Ruyan's face went pale. I am your older sister. How could you even think that? And I am a married woman. So what? Liu Kai snapped, suddenly getting emotional. I have loved you since day one. I've been with this family for 6 years. Third sister hates me. Yanran hates me too. Only you treat me well, Sister Ruyan. I used to think it was just sibling love, but then I realized I was wrong. Seeing you with my brother-in-law literally made me lose my mind. That is when it hit me. This is real love. I am a grown man now. Shut up. Liu Ruyan was shaking with pure rage. I have only ever seen you as a brother. I do not know what kind of delusional trip you are on, but let me warn you right now. Drop these crazy thoughts immediately if you still want to be my brother. Otherwise, you are dead to me. No way. We are not even related by blood. I love you. What is so wrong with that? Liu Ruyan was completely speechless. Looking at Liu Kai, he felt like a total stranger. That crazy, obsessed look in his eyes made her skin crawl. Suddenly, she remembered your warnings. Connecting the dots with everything Liu Kai had done, a cold shiver ran right up her spine. She locked eyes with him and demanded, if you are this twisted, then that car accident was your doing, was it not? This question absolutely broke Liu Kai's brain. Bro thought he could just change the subject. He did not expect his sister, who used to believe all his lies, to suddenly get this sharp. His heart was pounding as she stared him down with those cold eyes. Brit, he grabbed a fruit knife off the table and slashed his own wrist. Blood gushed out instantly. Sister Ruyan, if you do not believe me, will my life prove it? He growled those words out, and Liu Ruyan went completely pale. She panicked, grabbing tissues to stop the bleeding while screaming for the doctor. The hospital room went into pure chaos. The moment you wake up, you see Sister Muyun heading out. She tells you to rest up and has Xiao Xiao show you what they recovered from the crash site. Your eyes lock onto that long box. Once Xiao Xiao opens it, Muyun touches the jade bamboo rod inside, her hands literally shaking. This thing is legendary. Back in the day, Muyun bought it to make peace with Dad. She went through so much to find this gift. Even though they fell out again, the old man kept polishing it right up until the accident. Your eyes tear up as you talk about it. You want her to keep it as a memory, but Muyun just wipes her tears, turns around, and storms out without a word. Once the room empties, you stare at the bamboo rod, completely stunned. When you grabbed it, weird notification pops up in your head. The Myriad Realms fishing rod. No way. Is this thing haunted? You rub your eyes, wondering if the crash broke your brain, but the dried blood on the tip makes it crystal clear. This treasure was right next to you during the crash, and it definitely activated once it tasted your blood. You are losing it. In a web novel, this is a cheat code, but having it happen to you in real life is terrifying. Shaking, you touch the rod. The more you look, the more it looks like a mini fishing rod. Suddenly, a wild idea hits you. This thing can actually fish up treasures from other dimensions. Would you not basically become a god? The thought alone blows your mind. But what happens next is even crazier. The tip of the rod shoots out a fishing line. It ripples in midair and completely vanishes. No way, your jaw drops. Is this line seriously tearing through space to fish in another world? Your hands are sweating as you grip the rod. Your heart is racing with absolute terror and hype. 15 minutes later, you feel a sudden pulse and the air ripples again. Boom! A spinning jade pendant is hanging right on the hook. You check to make sure nobody is watching, then reach out to grab it. The moment you touch it, it turns into a beam of light and shoots right into your forehead. You are completely dazed. Suddenly, a weakened version of Yue Qiluo's soul paper-cutting art floods your brain. Prompt reads, Paper Puppet Secret Art. You gasp out loud, this treasure is actually legit. Even though it is a nerfed version, you sit there studying it and realize this technique is low-key broken. If you can fish up some godly pills next, you might finally cure your weak body. You glance at the closed door and cast the line again. But after waiting for over 2.5 hours, nothing happens. Eventually, you drift off and fall fast asleep. When you wake up, it is already dark outside. Seeing Muyun curled up on the folding sofa sleeping soundly, your heart aches. She must have stayed by your side for 3 straight days and nights. You want to put a blanket over her, but you realize your body still not move. All you can do is turn your head and watch her quietly. For the first time in over 1 year, you feel truly safe. Suddenly, Muyun jolts awake and sits straight up. Are you hungry? I have some warm porridge on the stove. You slowly shake your head. I am really okay. You do not have to keep... Before you can finish, she cuts you off with a smile. What? Am I annoying you? You wave your hands in a panic. No way! I am just worried you will burn yourself out. Muyun grabs a warm towel to wipe your face. Her fingertips tremble. I did not watch you back then and let you fall into the river. I guess I am just paying off my debt in this life. Hearing her bring that up, you hesitate before mumbling. Dad beat you so hard you bled that day. Why are you bringing up ancient history? She snaps. The room goes dead silent. Finally, you cannot help but ask, sis, did you hate me back then? Seeing her instantly pull her hand back, you get your answer. During the harvest that year, even your 7-year-old brother was working in the fields. But 10-year-old Moon was forced to stay home to babysit you. You always knew she resented it. Less than 1 year after her mom passed, your mother married in and had you. Even though your mom was nice, village kids teased them for having a stepmother. She used to pinch your cheeks just to vent. That day, she snuck out to play, and 3-year-old you wandered to the river alone. When Dad slapped her so hard she hit the edge of the well, forehead bleeding, you saw her cry like that for the very first time. It was grandfather who stepped in, chasing Dad around the yard with a broom before taking Muyan away that same day. From then on, she lived with him and barely came home even through high school. Later, when the family business took off, she refused to take a single penny. After grandfather passed, she became like a broken kite, barely showing up once a year, but you knew exactly what was up. She held a massive grudge. Dad was the one she hated, became her punching bag. Still, whenever she visited, you followed her around like a puppy. Not because you were shameless, but because you felt like you owed her. It was not until your parents and second brother got into accidents that you two finally made up. But by then, she had already made it big in the capital. She never even introduced her husband's family. Watching her stir the porridge, you suddenly grin. Sis, I actually regretted fighting with you that year. Her hand stops. Really? Because I remember a certain brat laughing his head off. You scratch your head, totally embarrassed, but it makes her burst out laughing. Feeding you, she chuckles. A 26-year-old beating up a 14-year-old, then now that is a guaranteed win. You huff in annoyance. No kidding, I was trying to act cute and you literally gave me 2 black eyes. Both of you burst out laughing. You remember how she slowly fixed her hair after that fight, acting like a proud champion. Once the bowl is empty, sis, did the Chi family give you a hard time? Muyan does not even flinch. She keeps wiping her hands, her voice completely flat. I run the show now. Who do they think they are? She sounds incredibly badass, but you spot a cold, dangerous flash in her eyes. Oh man, your sister is literally a top-tier boss now. You blink in awe. I lean in with a goofy grin and ask her, wait, how OP are you actually right now? If I roll with you, can I basically run the whole Zhongbei area? Muyun bursts out laughing and pokes my forehead. You are 25 years old and you still want to be a lazy rich kid relying on your big sister? I pout. My voice suddenly drops. I have spent years fighting, tooth and nail for everyone else, working like a dog. Muyan raises an eyebrow and suddenly gets serious. Honestly, if you really want to be a slacker, go ahead. With what I can do now, keeping you set for life is an absolute piece of cake. Damn, no way. Talk about a massive flex. My eyes go wide. She slowly stirs her coffee, her tone suddenly turning freezing cold. Honestly, I actually wanted you to be a useless playboy. Look at you. You poured your heart out for some trash woman, only to lose everything. How embarrassing is that? Then she suddenly smirks and winks at me. As long as it is legal, you can play around as much as you want. I almost choke on my own spit. Wait, don't you girls absolutely hate players? Muyan just shrugs like it is obvious. How is that even the same? My own man? No way. But my little brother or future son? The more players, the better. Okay, wow. The double standards are too real. I quickly changed the subject. By the way, sis, what are my twin niece and nephew named again? The moment kids are mentioned, Muyan completely softens up. The girl is Wangshu, and the boy is Jingchen. Their nicknames are Tuan Tuan and Yuanyuan. They are starting elementary school soon. Oh, you gotta bring them to see me, I say, rubbing my hands in pure excitement. In my head, I can already see those 2 adorable little kids chasing after me, yelling, Uncle! But Muyan just gives me this mysterious smile. We will talk about that once you are out of the hospital. Seeing my blank face, she explains, I am going to bring them to Zhongbei and dump them on you. Don't you dare complain about babysitting. No way. Absolutely not. I am grinning from ear to ear, completely missing the sudden flash of sadness in my sister's eyes. To think someone who loves kids this much, would she suddenly get serious again? But seriously, what are your plans now? You can't just be a total parasite, right? I grin at her. Wait, didn't you just say you wanted to support me forever? Muyan laughs and smacks me. Hey, your sister works a government job. I can't afford your crazy spending. Plus, she suddenly leans in close, lowering her voice. If you can just let go of that incident, forget being a playboy. Even the elite Lin and Jian families would have to stay out of your way. My face instantly freezes. What do you mean by that? Seeing my reaction, Muyan lets out a long sigh. Go visit Yao when you have some free time. I keep my head down and stay dead silent. Honestly, I don't even want to hear that name. Even if my sister's hinting that she is incredibly successful now, the knot in my heart is still completely stuck. Seeing my stubborn face, Moonyin sighs again, looking incredibly stressed. I quickly changed the subject. By the way, what about the stuff the cops brought over? I didn't see my laptop. Your laptop? Moonyin frowns. They said they returned everything. Suddenly, her face drops. Wait, did you have something top secret on that computer? Nothing crazy, just the technical specs for the Generation 2 drones. Then it suddenly hits me. Sis, do you think someone targeted me for that? Muyan's expression turns completely serious. Think about it. The first Gen Tech alone built a $10 billion empire. If this second Gen Tech got leaked, Ruyan Technologies' market value would easily skyrocket to $40 or $50 billion. My heart skips a beat, but I shake my head. No way, that is impossible. I only had that file on my laptop to fix a bug. The full, complete version is heavily encrypted back at the company. No one besides Lu Ruyan even knew it was on my laptop. And what if your brain-dead wife was the one who leaked that info? Muyan asks, narrowing her eyes. I frown. Even if someone wanted the specs, they wouldn't literally commit murder just for an unfinished, bugged version, right? So you think the killer was actually targeting you and just took the laptop as a bonus? Hard to say. I rub my temples. Or maybe it just got lost at the crash site. That car was blown to absolute pieces. There is no way. Muyan cuts me off. They recovered literally every piece of junk from that wreck. Do you really think they would miss a whole laptop? Either someone is after a multi-billion-dollar file, or they came to end you and swiped your tech on the way. I am telling the cops to look into this right now. Wait, don't! I quickly grab her hand to stop her from calling. An official investigation has way too much red tape. I actually left a back door in my laptop. Let me track it myself. I might be able to bait out the real mastermind. Muyan thinks about it and nods. Fair enough. If you need backup, just say the word. The moment my sister leaves, my smile completely vanishes. I pull out a pair of scissors and some white paper, and with a mix of rusty yet oddly familiar moves, I cut out 3 paper puppets. Actually pretty cute, I mutter. I form a hand seal, and my vision instantly goes dark. Out of the 3 paper puppets, only the little girl puppet floats up into the air. The other 2 just lie there completely limp like dead fish. Of course. My head is literally buzzing, feeling like someone scooped out half my brain. Suddenly, a creepy laugh echoes through the hospital room. The paper puppet wobbles in midair, and with that eerie giggling, it is enough to give anyone goosebumps. What the hell? I instantly rip the little paper puppet off my face and poke its head in annoyance. You little brainless piece of paper. Who taught you to jump onto my face like that? Go! I toss it away, but the paper puppet actually lets out a sweet, bell-like giggle and drifts right toward the window. My eyes almost pop out of my head as I watch it slip straight through the solid glass and vanish. Oh, wow. This paper puppet technique is way more OP than I thought. Even though I can only control a weakened version right now, having a literal flying camera is insanely convenient. It is literally the ultimate cheat code. Meanwhile, Lu Kai slinks back to the Lu household looking like a beaten dog. After dealing with his parents, he slams his door shut, locks it, and threatens to slit his wrists. Normally, if this guy gets a paper cut, he screams so loud the entire neighborhood hears it. But today, even though he actually went through with it, Lu Ruyan just had a doctor quickly patch him up before rushing right back to the office. After the absolute chaos my sister and I caused, Lu Ruyan is finally keeping her distance. Meanwhile, Lu Kai sneakily pulls a silver laptop out of a hidden compartment. The paint on the case is completely chipped, but the way he is staring at this beat-up laptop makes him look like a starving wolf looking at a piece of meat. Turns out he knew a long time ago that the second-gen drone tech was saved on my personal laptop. That was his entire reason for sneaking into Ruyan technology. He originally wanted to kick me out to get his hands on it, but Lu Ruyan wasn't that stupid. Even though she made him the technical director, she kept all the master admin access completely locked down. Who would have thought he would get this lucky and just stumble into it? Sneering, he opens up a foreign WeChat account and sends a message to a contact named Darkhouse. The goods are secured, but it is gonna cost you extra. He spends over 10 minutes typing away on his phone, before finally putting it down, letting out a massive sigh of relief. A twisted, sinister grin spreads across his face. Well, well, Mu. You got lucky and survived that crash, but now your most precious asset is gone. This game isn't over yet. He has absolutely no idea that my little paper spy in the corner is broadcasting everything straight to my brain. Honestly, I already figured the tracking software on my laptop might not work. After all, the thief wants the data. They don't even need to go online. Once he is done gloating, Lu Kai pulls out his phone and makes a call. I am in for that deal we talked about. But here is the thing. That bitch Lu Ruyan doesn't trust me anymore. You are going to have to find your own way in. On the other end of the line, Chinzan taps his fingers lazily. So I have to do all the heavy lifting myself? Then what exactly are you good for? That line instantly shuts Lu Kai up. Back in the day, he could easily manipulate Lu Ruyan, but now he remains completely silent. Chen Zian suddenly lowers his voice. But actually, there is one little favor you can do for me. Hearing the request, Lu Kai's eyes practically bulge out of his skull. You want me to do that? Otherwise, you don't get a free ride without putting in some work. Lu Kai's face twists with anxiety. Finally, he grashes his teeth and stomps his foot. Fine, see you at the usual spot. Chen Xian just chuckles through the receiver. Let us make it another day. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan is staring at the clock, desperately waiting for the workday to end. She has been utterly exhausted lately. Her marriage is falling apart, the company is in absolute chaos, and her hospitalized husband is being completely guarded by her sister-in-law. She originally wanted to confront Muyan to put her in her place, but things just kept spiraling out of control, and now I won't even agree to see her. She calls for her assistant, Ching Ching, who walks in looking stressed out of her mind. Director Chen is pressuring us about the drone project again. They said if she stalls any longer, Yiming Group is walking away and finding someone else. Meeting is tonight at the Junhao Hotel. Slam! Liu Ruyan threw her bag onto the table. She knew this trash Chen Xian was up to no good, but her company was literally on life support. Shareholders are going wild, screaming for answers. She whispered, if only you were here. But remembering how you and Mu Yun treated her, she just sighed. Get the car ready. Meanwhile, over at the Junhao Hotel, Chen Xian was laughing his head off seeing Lu Kai rush in. Bro, what did your head do to offend you? You just healed and now you are bandaged up again. Lu Kai rubbed his neck, super awkward. Did she actually agree to come? Does she even have a choice? Chen Xian smirked, taking a slow sip of his wine. No way. This guy had spent the last few days threat-talking every single shareholder at Ruyan Tech. Lu Ruyan was totally cornered now. Seeing Lu Kai hesitating, Chen Xian threw an arm over his shoulder. Bro, you want to make it big, but you are stressing over a girl? Once you hit the jackpot, Zhangbei's #1 beauty CEO is nothing. Even Brother Mu dumped her like trash, didn't he? Lu Kai clenched his fists, dead silent. Suddenly, Chen Xian pulled a shady little packet from his pocket and shoved it into his hand. Once you seal the deal, you think Lu Ruyan will dare to say a word? But Lu Kai was still hesitating. Chen Xian leaned in, whispering like a literal demon. Chance to change your life don't come twice, bro? Oh. Boom. That hit Liu Kai right where it hurt. Thinking about all the disrespect he had been taking lately, he grabbed the packet and shoved it straight into his pocket. Back at the hotel, Lu Ruyan strutted into the VIP room in her high heels, only to catch Chen Xian and Lu Kai whispering like total snakes. Her heart dropped. Something was seriously off. Chen Xian is a big-shot representative of Yiming Group, so why on earth was he treating a nobody like Lu Kai like a VIP? A coincidence? No way. She used to think her little brother was just a business genius, but now, a cold shiver ran straight down her spine. Oh look, Zhangbei's #1 gorgeous CEO actually blessed us with her presence. Chen Xian stood up, staring her down with creepy, greedy eyes. Guess Yiming Group's name doesn't hold much weight anymore, huh? Lu Ruyan swallowed her rage. I had family issues. Totally get it, totally get it. Suddenly, Chen Xian leaned right into her ear and whispered just a few words. Plot twist! Lu Ruyan's face went completely ghost white. She instantly spun around and kicked her assistants out of the room. Beckoned. The door slammed shut. Lu Ruyan's voice started shaking. What did you just say? He is alive? No way, I saw it with my own eyes. Ruyan Chen Xian reached out, trying to touch her cheek. Voice was dripping with fake sweetness. Do you still remember the moon over Qingming Lake? The year you wore that pretty white dress? Lu Ruyan stumbled back like she got electrocuted, her nails digging so deep into her palms they almost bled. How did he know that? Her voice was trembling out of control. All the memories she tried so hard to bury came rushing back. That summer night, when she was 18, the silver moonlight on the water, and the boy who promised her the stars. Supposed to be their secret. Because I am Ah Jing. Chen Xian lunged forward, but Lu Ruyan grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it, pointing the sharp glass right at his throat. With bloodshot eyes, she spat. Bullshit. Ah, Jing burned to ashes. I literally buried his remains myself. But then Chen Xian started listing secret after secret that only the two of them ever shared. Suddenly, her hand holding the bottle began to tremble uncontrollably. Chen Xian grabbed her wrist. Lu Ruyu was the one who dragged me out of that fire. Boom! That was like a dagger straight to her chest. She suddenly remembered how her third sister always stole everything from her. Her dolls, study abroad spots. She even stole her first love. On her wedding day, Ah Jing vanished. When she saw him again, he was just her sister's loyal dog. And then came that sketchy fire. Lu Ruyan locked eyes with Chen Xian. You survived. Why do you look like this now? And how on earth did you become the son-in-law of the powerful Jian family? At the mention of the Jians, Chen Xian's eyes flared with pure hatred. Ruyan, do you really think I wanted this? That woman, Jian Yi, is a literal monster. She only treats me as a cheap stand-in she can beat and trash whenever she wants. Stand-in. How is that even possible? Lu Ruyan's brow furrowed deep. She had a million questions, but looking at Chen Xian's face filled with murderous rage, he didn't seem to be capping. Why don't you go ask your dear little sister? Chen Xian roared, his eyes bloodshot. She threatened my parents' lives and kidnapped me on our actual wedding day. Ruyan, you know how it was My parents hated the idea of me marrying into your family, so not a single relative of mine showed up. Lu Ruyan's eyes darkened. Yeah, she remembered that perfectly. I was too terrified to even show up at my own wedding. And when I wanted to find you and explain, that toxic snake Lu Ruyu threatened me again. She said the Lu family was totally humiliated and they would hunt me down. Chen Zian was getting hyper-emotional now. I didn't believe her at first. I knew you would protect me. But then she told me that you got so mad, you immediately got engaged to someone else right there. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan went completely stiff. Took her a long time to find her voice. Then what about that abandoned factory? That was all Lu Ruyu's sick trap. Chen Zian slammed his fist on the table. She was the one who set that fire. She wanted to frame you for burning me alive so she could force you to hand over your shares in the Lu group. She played you like a fiddle. Man, she is pure evil. Lu Ruyan's legs gave out and she collapsed into her chair. So all these years, she was being played like a fool by her own flesh and blood. She sat there in shock before she finally asked, but if she hated us so much, why did she save you from the fire? Chen Zian started stuttering, but under her killer glare, finally spilled the tea. Because she wanted to use my new identity. Lu Ruyan let out a cold, mocking laugh. The Jian family is absolute royalty. Who are you to even stand near them? You really think you could pull that off? But I did, didn't I? Chen Zian's reply shut her up instantly. Ruyan, if you don't believe me, just think about why Lu Ruyu pushed so hard to set up the Fidian project. She and Jian Yi were college classmates. She knew Jian Yi was obsessed with her first love, her white moonlight. And my face looked 70% like him. Seeing Lu Ruyan staring at him in disbelief, Chen Zian gave a bitter laugh. Lu Ruyu saved my life and sent me abroad for plastic surgery just so I could be a fake version of that guy. Her goal? He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Obviously, once I got a foothold in the Jian family, she could use me to steal massive contracts from Yiming Group. On the outside, I look like a king, but behind closed doors, I am just Jian Yi's emotional punching bag. Suddenly, he got super hyped up, but when I heard the project was going to your Ruyan Tech, I couldn't take it anymore. I just had to see you. Shut up, Lu Ruyan cut him off. Her mind was in absolute chaos, a storm of emotions. But looking at Chen Zian's obsessive, burning eyes, she instinctively backed away. I have a husband and a family now. The past is dead, let it go. Why should I? Chen Zian lunged forward to grab her. Screaming, Lu Ruyan dragged a chair between them to block him off. He immediately clutched his chest, looking like his heart was literally breaking. I have missed you every single night for years. Now that the truth is out, why can't we just restart? To literally forget everything we had, what we had. Lu Ruyan zoned out for a split second, but her eyes quickly went sharp and clear again. No matter how good it was, it is in the past. Besides, can you even stand up to Lu Ruyu? Can you fight the Jian family? No way. Then a light bulb went off. Wait, so you did not come here to talk business today at all? You just wanted to see me? That whole embezzlement scandal was your doing too, wasn't it? Lu Ruyan scoffed. You cooked up that entire mess just to have an excuse to come to Jiangbei and see me. Chen Zhan's eyes flickered. Inside, he was losing his mind, cursing like crazy. Spent so much energy acting out this sob story. But Lu Ruyan was not buying it at all. Did she seriously not believe a single word? He felt so incredibly choked. What did he have that loser Lu Kai did not? That kid has zero cash and zero power. How did he wrap Lu Ruyan around his finger in just 6 months? Honestly, it wasn't that Lu Ruyan did not believe him. She just was not that naive, helpless little girl anymore. Ruyan Tech is literally nothing to the Jian family. Chen's was going to throw away all that wealth and status just to chase after a married woman? Bro, who is he trying to fool? Plus, Lu Ruyu still has him by the throat with all that blackmail. Lu Ruyu did not spend years setting this trap just to let him jump ship. If you only brought nonsense to the table today, let's pretend we never met. Lu Ruyan grabbed her bag and stood up. If the Feed-In project is just a scam, don't ever contact me again. Then, I have zero time to play these childish games with you. Chen Zian quickly blocked her path. Ruyan, that is President Lu to you, she snapped, cutting him off. Or Mrs. Moose, who works too. I would hate for my husband to get the wrong idea. Staring at the gorgeous, radiant woman in front of him, a sick, twisted desire flared in Chen Zian's eyes. There was no way he was letting a goddess like her walk away. President Lu, he sighed, putting on his best puppy dog face. Even if we can't be together anymore, just have one last farewell drink to say goodbye to the past. Lu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat as she stared at this face, so familiar yet so strange now. All those crazy past misunderstandings flashed through her mind. For a second, she completely zoned out. But then your cold, piercing eyes flashed in her mind. Like seriously, one trash like Lu Kai had already ruined her marriage, and now this guy, Chen Zian, is trying to wiggle his way in too? She took the glass and sighed. Mr. Chen, the past is the past. You're not even the same person anymore, so let's just move on. But the moment their glasses clinked, Lu Ruyan completely missed the creepy, obsessive look in Chen Zian's eyes. Suddenly, her hair started spinning, and she realized, oh crap, You drugged me. Before she could even fall, Chen Xian snatched her limp body, leaning right into her ear, whisper creeping, I told you we'd finish what we started in our past life. Right outside the VIP room, Lu Kai's phone started buzzing like crazy. He looked down at the screen, face instantly turned pitch black with rage. But the second he looked up, he forced a fake smile. Hey, Ching Ching Ching, stop right there! Ching Ching backed away a step, totally disgusted. Call me Assistant He. Hearing my name come out of your mouth makes me throw up. Literally disgusting. Lu Kai clenched his jaw so hard it hurt, wishing he could tear this woman to pieces. This absolute trash thought a tiny assistant dares to talk down to me? Just wait until I control Lu Ruyan. I'll make you kneel and lick my shoes first. But outwardly, he kept smiling. Assistant He, President Lu wants you to grab the contract. Looks like Mr. Chen is finally ready to sign. He Ching Ching frowned, thinking, wait, already? Oh, come on. Lu Kai rubbed his hands, acting all humble. Our tech is top tier, and we probably gave them a huge discount. Why don't you go in and check for yourself? This totally hit her weak spot. She glanced at the closed VIP door, finally turned around in her high heels. I mean, every single shareholder was watching this deal. If she ruined it by being nosy, she'd be cooked. The moment she disappeared down the hallway, Lu Kai's smile instantly vanished. His hands shook as he pushed open the VIP door. Surinam Ruyan was passed out cold on the table while Chen Xian was casually fixing his tie. Damn, Brother Lu, you really are heartless. Chen Xian smirked, staring down his little partner in crime. You know, you can still back out if you're scared. Lu Kai stared at Ruyan's flushed cheeks, his throat feeling incredibly tight. But thinking about all the dirt they had on him, he knew he was already locked in. He slowly bent down and picked up the woman he had been obsessing over for ages. Right after they left, boom, the hotel lobby doors were slammed open. Xiao Qiao burst in with a massive squad of bodyguards, and right behind them were police officers in uniform. Lu Kai had just tossed a completely zoned-out Ruyan onto the suite bed when Chen Xian stood at the door with a disgusting smirk. All right, Brother Lu, do me a favor and watch the door, will ya? Chen Xian. Lu Kai exploded, shaking with pure rage. His fists clenched so hard his knuckles popped. I'm helping you, but that doesn't mean you can step on me like trash. Do you have any idea? Idea about what? That you're secretly in love with her? Chen Xian scoffed, looking at him with pure disdain. Bro, go look in a mirror. Who do you think you are? Letting you guard my door is a favor, got it? He literally slapped Lu Kai's cheeks mockingly. Lu Kai's eyes went red with pure hatred, but he had to swallow his pride and hold it in. Chen Xian smirked, dropping a harsh reality check. Think about your trash status in the Liu family. Once those two old bags kick the bucket, you're absolutely nothing. But just as Chen Xian started unbuttoning his shirt to shut the door, bam, 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 someone started violently pounding on the door outside. Both of them froze, their faces turning pale. Before they could even react, a loud shout echoed from the hallway, Police! Open the door! Chen Xian grabbed Lu Kai by the collar, raging, You bastard, did you set me up? As Lu Kai tried to explain, pounding got even louder. Open up, or we are breaking the door down. Both of them completely panicked. Chen Xian looked at the drugged-out Ruyan on the bed, and cold sweat started dripping down his face. If this gets out, his family will literally skin him alive. Lu Kai's knees went completely weak as he whimpered. Maybe we hide her in the bathroom and turn on the shower? The cops can't just bust into a bathroom, right? But before they could even move, bang, the suite door was smashed wide open. Xiao Qiao walked in, leading a whole squad of police officers. Chen Xian and Lu Kai stood there utterly frozen. When the cops flashed a search warrant right in their faces, they knew it was over. Xiao Qiao glanced at Ruyan, who looked completely disheveled, and immediately turned to the lead officer. Please send a female officer with me to the hospital to secure the medical evidence. The officer nodded and immediately got someone on it. Meanwhile, in your hospital room, you saw everything through your paper doll's vision and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Keeping up that magic was exhausting, so you cut the link and instantly passed out. Over at Ruyan's room, Xiao Qiao watched the doctor draw her blood and hook her up to an IV drip. Only then did she finally breathe. Seriously, her heart had been beating out of her chest. The second she got your call, she had rushed to the hotel like crazy, dialing the police on the way. Thank God they got there just in time. But she couldn't help but wonder, how did you know? Mu Yun's people were only watching Ruyan, yet you called before anything even happened. Chow. It is a good thing you called when you did. Officer Lu walked over, handing her a warm cup of water. Otherwise, this would have been a total disaster. She remembered it clearly the moment the call came in. The higher-ups were blowing up their phones demanding immediate action. Xiao Qiao took the cup and nodded. Did you secure all the evidence at the hotel? Don't worry, Officer Lu replied, patting her bag, sealed the glasses and the bottles. The forensics team is running tests tonight. Once we get the hospital's lab report, the evidence chain will be airtight. Right on cue, a nurse walked in with the lab results. Xiao Qiao snapped a photo, told Officer Liu to rush it to the precinct, and immediately called Mu Yun to update her. She thought about calling you, but knowing you had just woke up and needed rest, she decided to stay and watch over Ruyan. Where am I? Ruan muttered, slowly opening her eyes. She gasped and bolted upright, but when she saw Xiao Qiao sitting right next to her, she froze. She was completely lost. Panicking, she pulled back the blanket to check her clothes, but Xiao Qiao quickly held her down. Relax, President Liu. You almost became the lead actress in a questionable movie, but luckily we got there just in time. Ruyan's face went completely pale. Where is that bastard, Chen Xian? Oh, he is currently chilling behind bars. Xiao Qiao sneered, crossing her legs. But honestly, shouldn't you be worrying about your precious little brother first? If he hadn't played inside man, assistant, he would never have been lured away. Hearing the whole story, Ruyan looked like she literally had her soul ripped out. The first love she treated like gold had drugged her, and the brother she loved with all her heart had set her up. All her past memories started flashing like a bad movie. Rage, heartbreak, and pure guilt crushed her all at once. Finally, she choked out, I want to see Brother Mu. The clipboard in Xiao Qiao's hand dropped to the floor. He just woke up and needs to rest. Plus, you're literally hooked up to an IV before she could even finish. Ruyan just stared blankly at the IV bag, tears pouring down her face. She suddenly pulled the blanket over her head, curling up into a tight ball. The room went completely silent save for the slow drip of the IV. Xiao Qiao watched the blanket shake violently as Ruyan sobbed, feeling a massive wave of mixed emotions. Honestly, from your perspective, this woman got exactly what she deserved. But as another woman, she couldn't help but feel bad. Getting thrown into a literal fire by the very brother she raised and protected that has got to hurt. Suddenly, her phone started ringing loudly, breaking the silence. Ruyan reached for her phone. The caller ID read Mom. Without even thinking, she swiped decline. But the phone immediately rang again like a nightmare. The second she finally answered it, a screeching voice came through so loud that even Xiao Qiao winced. You want me to forgive him? Ruyan suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs. Who is actually your child here? Do you have any idea what that absolute monster just did to me? She gripped the bedsheet so hard her knuckles turned white. Fine. If you love Lu Kai so much, we are completely done. I'm cutting ties with you. She hurled her phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Ruyan buried her face in her hands, shrinking back into the blanket, desperately choking back her tears. She finally saw the truth. After working like a slave for her family all these years, her mother still only cared about her precious son. Remembering what you told her that day, your choice was never me. Her heart felt like it was being ripped apart by a knife. After what felt like forever, a muffled voice came from under the blanket. Miss Chow, if I cut ties with my family right now, will he ever forgive me? She pulled back the blanket, her eyes swollen and red, yet holding on to one tiny shred of hope. The pen in Xiao Chow's hand slipped and dropped onto the clipboard. Honestly, she had absolutely no idea how to answer that. Back in the day, he might have tried to talk his way out of this. But now, bro is cooked because your oldest sister is a total overprotective demon. She finally got her long-lost little brother back. You think she's just gonna let him jump right back into the fire? No way! First thing in the morning, Xiao Chow's footsteps wake you up, and boom, there he is standing by your bed with breakfast. While you're eating, he starts spilling all the tea from last night, telling you every single detail. You just sit there completely stunned for a second before it finally clicks. You immediately ask him, wait, where's my big sister? He blurts out, oh, she just left without saying a word. You roll your eyes like, bro, I asked where she went, not what she said. Xiao Qiao just scratches his head and laughs. Hey, we're just regular employees, boss. We don't dare track the boss's location. All right, fine. Total waste of a question. To everyone else, your big sister is this terrifying, ruthless CEO. But to you, behind closed doors, she's just a normal, sweet older sister who loves to pamper you. But thinking back to yesterday, when she absolutely cleared the room and shut down the entire Liu family in the hospital, damn, she has never flexed her aura like that before. I mean, she works in government, and those people usually love to keep a low profile, right? Since you can't get any info on her, you just change the subject. So, when did the doctor say I can get out of here? Deep down, you know your wounds aren't fully healed, but hospitals are just depressing. Xiao Chao's eyes go wide. Boss, you were literally on the operating table for over 4 hours. Even a tiny scratch takes a week to heal. You shut your mouth. Yeah, that was kind of a dumb question. But then, you remember the real business and ask, when is the court hearing for Fu Hongyan and Liu Ruyan? Hearing this, Xiao Qiao gets hyped. Now we're talking. He counts on his fingers and says Fu Hongyan's trial is tomorrow. I'll go keep an eye on it myself. But as for President Liu, he suddenly freezes. Wait, did they pull some scheme? You perk up your ears. Nah, not really, Xiao Qiao shrugs. Just that President Liu has been pulling strings and calling in favors. If your big sister doesn't step in, our winning chance is 70% at best. After all, on paper, Liu Kai is still her biological brother. your eyebrows knit together. So the judge might just think this is a family squabble? Exactly. Xiao Chao throws his hands up in the air. The Liu family and Ruyan Tech have been ruling Zhongbei for ages. Their network is crazy deep. Before he can finish, you cut him off. But what if my big sister makes a move? Xiao Chao gets this smug, sneaky grin on his face. If your sister steps in, she'll absolutely crush them. But he rubs his fingers together. You know how it is. Government favors are expensive to pay back. You stroke your chin, calculating. Making your sister burn a massive favor just for a divorce case is definitely a bad trade. While you're figuring it out, Xiao Chao leans in and whispers, "Boss, do you really not feel anything for President Liu anymore?" Stare out the window for a long moment before speaking. "I'm only human and marriage isn't a game. I could coddle her for a while, but I can't play babysitter forever. From the moment she started leaving me stranded on the side of the road, over and over again, this marriage was dead. Regret? It's too late for that now. Once something is shattered, even if you try to repair it with gold, it's still broken." Xiao Chao silently packs up the dishes without a word, leaving nothing but the quiet clatter of the plates in the room. These past 2 days, Lu Rian's life has been living hell. Her mother is constantly breathing down her neck, and the company's shareholders are breathing down her neck like absolute vultures. Every time she walks out of a meeting, she just wants to bury her head in paperwork and hide. For 6 years, Ruyan Tech has never been this close to falling apart. Heh, and the worst part? She can't stop thinking about you. Back in the day, whenever garbage like this happened, she'd just hide behind your back. Back then, which of those shareholders would even dare to say a word? But now, the second they heard about the divorce, those greedy old bastards showed their true colors. She stares at the photo of you two on her desk, and tears start streaming down her face. "Hubby, what do I do?" While she's sobbing, He Ching suddenly bursts through the door. "President Liu, your mother is on the rooftop, threatening to jump." By the time Liu Ruyan races up there, sure enough, she sees her mother sitting on the edge of the railing, throwing a massive tantrum, screaming for her ungrateful daughter to get over here right now or she'll jump. The security guards are just standing there, too terrified to move. Liu Ruyan completely breaks down. "Mom, do you really have to drive me to my grave to be happy? Just sign the settlement agreement and I will leave." Her mother looks at her daughter's bloodshot eyes, guiltily looking away, saying, "Oh, come on, it's not like you got hurt. Xiao Kai is going to prison." "No way," Lu Ru again screams. "I used to do everything you said, which is why everyone thought they could just walk all over me. Don't you know what Lu Kai did? Am I actually your daughter, or is Lu Kai your real child? Why are you doing this to me? What did I ever do to deserve this?" Facing her daughter's breakdown, her mother hesitates for a second, but thinking about Lu Kai locked up in the detention center, she hardens her heart. "If you don't sign this, I am jumping right now, and you'll have to live with being the monster who forced her own mother to her death." "Fine." Lu Rian suddenly lets out this creepy, unhinged laugh. "I'll sign it." Her mother is thrilled. "Sign it, and I promise I'll never bother you again." As Lu Rian takes the paper, her fingers are trembling. She suddenly remembers what you told her in the hospital. There are no do-overs in life. "I will sign this, but on one condition," Lu Ruyan adds, her voice dead cold. Her mother's heart drops. She stammers, "What is it?" "I want you to agree that as of this moment, we are completely cutting ties." Lu Ruyan's voice is freezing cold. "Whether you live or die, it has absolutely nothing to do with me." "What?" Her mother shakes with pure rage. "Oh, so you don't want to?" Lu Ruyan cuts her off immediately, points at the edge of the roof and sneers. "Then go ahead and jump. Honestly, without a mother like you, my life is going to be 10 times better anyway." Her mother completely freezes. Looking at her second daughter's ruthless eyes, she looks exactly like the third daughter who ran away from home years ago. "I used to be so stupid, always thinking that blood is thicker than water." Lu Ruyan laughs through her tears. "But now I see that I should have done what my sister did and cut you off a long time ago. You don't even deserve to call yourself a mother." She glares at her mother, speaking slowly and deliberately. "I am going to watch you lose everyone you love and die completely alone." The employees watching are absolutely speechless. But honestly, nobody thinks she's out of line. Seeing her mother's face turn a furious shade of purple is actually so satisfying to watch. In the end, the settlement gets signed. The moment Liu Kai and Chen Zian step out of jail, Xiao Chao immediately calls your hospital room. You lean back against the pillows, eyes closed, feeling this heavy weight in your chest. Finally, you answer the phone. "Take our guys in corner Chen Zian. Do not let him leave Zhongbei alive." Xiao Chao asks, "What about Liu Kai?" That old witch definitely hid him away. You let out a cold laugh. "Deal with Chen Zian first. We'll handle Liu Kai's debt piece by piece." You slam the phone onto the table, completely ignoring the sharp pain of your wounds tearing open. As you're trying to catch your breath, the door suddenly flies open. And Lu Ruyan is standing there, looking like an absolute ghost. The second your eyes meet, she collapses onto your bed, crying her eyes out. You want to comfort her, but you force yourself to hold back, leaving this tense, heavy silence between you. Hearing her sob so hard she can barely breathe just makes the rage inside you burn even hotter. After what feels like forever, she looks up, her eyes swollen and red. Hubby, are you really not even going to comfort me anymore? Why? You just look at her deadpan. Isn't this the path you chose for yourself? When your mother was standing on that ledge, she knew exactly how to play you because she knew you wouldn't let her jump. I get that you're her daughter, and it's hard, but what has that woman ever done besides control you? Are you still trying to figure out why her adopted son matters more than her own blood? Stare straight into her eyes, just like I can't figure out why a husband who went through hell and back for you is worth less than a brother who isn't even blood related. Lu Ruyan starts trembling all over, begging you through her tears. Hubby, please, can we not talk about this today? I really can't take this anymore. You can't take it? You raise your voice, snapping at her. Then who's going to tell me how the hell I'm supposed to forgive you? Looking at her messy, tear-stained face, you do not even feel bad. Honestly, it just makes you sick. I am your husband. Do you actually think I just want some cheap apology and regret? Every single I am sorry is just a massive face slap to me. You think you can blame your mom for forcing you to sign that settlement agreement today? In my book, my wife was almost ruined, and now the culprit gets to walk free. And now you are begging for forgiveness? You grit your teeth, every word cutting like a knife. This is a straight-up insult. You are humiliating me to death, don't you get it? In a criminal case, a settlement only reduces their sentence, but it can't wipe away the crime. If Liu Kai and Chen Xian want to walk away scot-free, you'd have to personally claim it was consensual. But saying it was consensual, that is literally throwing my dignity on the ground and stomping all over it. You close your eyes, and all you can hear is a voice mocking you. Your wife was drugged and almost assaulted, but she told the cops it was consensual. That humiliation hits like a red-hot branding iron, burning you until your entire body shakes. Slumped on the floor, Lu Ruyan looks completely empty. She thought you were just mad because she dropped the charges to protect her mother, but she had no idea that your heart was drowning in the bitter poison of betrayal. You let out a long, heavy sigh, barely having the energy to speak anymore. I honestly don't get it. Liu Kai made you hurt me over and over again. And he almost sold you off to some random guy, but you still forgave him? Chen Xian was about to ruin your life, yet you still signed that paper? And your mother, has she ever acted like a real mom all these years? Even if she actually died today, as long as I, Mugi, am here, who would dare talk trash about you? You slammed the divorce papers onto the nightstand. This is Xiao Chao taking pity on her, throwing her one final lifeline. Once a court divorce begins, there is no turning back, but with this agreement, she can choose to sign it or rip it to shreds. Staring at the paper, Lu Ruyan suddenly clutches her chest, huge tears splashing onto the page. She came here hoping you would comfort her, or at least scream at her, but she never expected this. Husband, do we really have to sign this? She asks, her voice trembling. Sure, you don't have to, you sneer. The court lawsuit is still active anyway. It just means a few more trips to the courthouse for me. I know you've been pulling strings to mess with the verdict lately. Back then, that might have actually been a hassle for me. But now? You shake your head, pointing at the settlement agreement. You literally handed me the ultimate proof that our marriage is dead. Those words hit her like a sledgehammer, making her vision go black. Without that paper, you would have needed Mu Yun to step in just to get a divorce. But now? It is right there in black and white for the court to see. She admitted to voluntarily drinking spiked wine, basically screams that she was cheating. Seeing her face turn pale as a ghost, you keep going. 3 years of marriage, 0 kids. Keep whatever shares of Ruin Tech you want. All I want is the second-generation drone tech from Hayu Media, plus those 4 years of dividends. That is more than enough to buy it out. Let's just end this cleanly. If you ever get the cash and want the company back, I'll sell it to you at market price. You push the papers toward her, but until then, I'm sending an accountant to keep tabs on everything. We were married, so let's keep this civil. Hoyu Media is her private piggy bank. She used the money from it, secretly buy tons of Ruyan Tech shares, easily worth 800 to 900 million. You calculate that 4 years of dividends will bring in over 400 million. Combined with the second-generation drone tech, buying out Hayu Media is a total breeze. Hey, just because you are getting divorced doesn't mean you should take an L, right? But out of nowhere, she bursts into tears, grabbing your hand like her life depends on it. Husband, I'm sorry. I was so wrong. I really get it now. I don't want a divorce. What is the point of living without you? I already cut ties with my mom. She can never control my life again. She is an absolute mess, tears and mascara running down her face. I don't care about the company or the money. I just want you. A sharp pain stabs through your heart and your eyes sting with tears. But forgiving her? Your husband. Sure, I could forgive you, you say, shaking your head with a bitter smile. But as Mu Gay, how am I supposed to forgive myself when my heart is already in pieces? All that trash is branded into my brain. As long as I'm still your husband, it's just going to keep torturing me day after day. The room goes dead silent, except for her quiet sobbing. One of you is crying, the other is completely numb, creating an eerie quiet. Honestly, you can't even remember the last time things were this peaceful between you two. As night falls, she finally stops crying, suddenly looking dead calm, like she finally accepted reality. Staring at the divorce agreement, now wrinkled from her tears, she lets out a soft sigh. Husband, I'll sign. She looks up at you. You can have all the assets. I only have one condition. Please just eat one last meal with me. Her voice is barely a whisper. Think of it as our goodbye. Looking at her bloodshot eyes, you somehow find yourself nodding. That dinner is completely silent, without a single interruption, almost like fate planned it that way. You catch her stealing glances at you, her eyes screaming how much she wished this was just a normal dinner. While clearing the table, she pulls out a necklace. Hanging from it is your wedding ring. You recognize it instantly. That ring was on your finger for 3 whole years. Husband, she whispers, rubbing the metal as her voice trembles. I always dreamed of the day I could put this back on your finger. Just one last time, please. She suddenly grabs your wrist, trying to slide it on. Your throat tightens, but you shake your head. Rings come off, flowers wither, and people move on. Looking at her tear-filled eyes, your voice goes raspy. Lu Ruyan, it is time we both start living for ourselves. Your chest feels like a dull knife, slowly sawing through you. I get it now. She tucks the necklace back under her collar, letting it rest against her skin. Her voice is barely a whisper. I am going to wear this for the rest of my life. Just like I will remember you forever. There is no room left for anyone else. She mechanically signs the divorce papers. She has written her name countless times over the years, but this time, the pen scratches the paper with a harsh, scraping sound. It is just her name, but it feels like someone is ripping a piece of her heart out. Signing two to massive documents on the very same day one threw her marriage into the abyss, and the other nailed the coffin shut. She is too numb to even feel the pain anymore. As she stumbles out the door, she wonders if you will even show up to finalize the papers tomorrow. Honestly, that might be for the best. It saves her from breaking down again. Xiao Chao feels bad for her too, so she offers to drive her home. Back in the hospital room, stare at the signed agreement. Honestly, you do not even feel the satisfaction you expected. You suddenly remember your wedding vows. We are one. Your glory is my pride. Well, look at you now. You lost your pride, and she completely ruined her glory. Love always starts out like a fresh mountain spring, but it ends up as nothing but dead leaves on the ground. Right after she leaves, Bu Yoon strolls into the room. She looks around the spotless space and clicks her tongue. Damn, little bro, I'm impressed. I thought she was going to throw a massive tantrum, but you actually got her to sign quietly. You chuckle bitterly, knowing a dramatic scene would not have changed anything. Seriously, you're built different, Mu Yoon says, sitting on the edge of the bed. Xiao Chao told me about everything that happened over the years, and I was honestly worried you would go soft on her. Soft? You roll your eyes at her. If you were soft, would you have run away from home back then? Mu Yun sighs. To be fair, she isn't a bad person. She just completely loses her mind when it actually matters. Failed every single 50-50 choice. And this final one? She drags out her words, looking at you. She blew it again. You keep quiet. Yep, your big sis saw right through your master plan. Whole situation was just one big test. There was no way that old hag from her family would let Lu Kai get a criminal record. She was always going to force Lu Ruyan to sign that settlement. Saving her brother else meant stabbing you in the back again. Protecting her husband meant starting a war with her own mother. Instead, she tried to take a third option, signing sultans and Bubba cutting ties with her mom. What if she actually stood her ground and refused to sign? Muyin suddenly asks, would you have given her another shot? You shake your head. Sis, you know it would have ended the same way no matter what. Option 1 was an instant game over. But option 2, you let out a bitter laugh. With her personality, she would have ended up blaming me anyway. Second, someone whispered in her ear. She would feel like she sacrificed everything just for me. Over time, even the strongest love gets totally ruined. That is why it had to end. Ever since the Liu family showed up, this bad ending was already set in stone. First thing, the next morning, you get carefully lifted into the van. That pitch black suit you wore? Damn, it stood out like crazy. Chow glanced at you, totally unable to hold back. Boss Joe, are you seriously not going to see her one last time? You just looked down, fixing your cuffs. You let out a heavy sigh. Forget it. Getting a divorce should be a clean break. But we already said our piece. Meeting up? Nah, that is just extra. Right outside the government office, Lu Ruyan saw only Chow show up, and her eyes instantly went dead. That exhausted face of hers? Even a ton of makeup could not hide how cooked she looked. Just you? Her voice was literally shaking when she asked, though she already knew the brutal truth. Xiao could only scratch his head in awkward silence. Like, he could not just tell her that her soon-to-be ex-husband was hiding in the car right behind them, watching the whole thing play out. So he just cracked a dry joke. Otherwise, what, do you want me to split myself in two? Talk about an ice-cold joke. Lu Ruyan barely forced a smile and stayed silent. She stared blankly toward the hospital, zoning out for what felt like forever, before whispering, "Let us go." They went inside and were back out in literally 2 minutes. Chow held that freshly minted divorce paper, totally cringing. Helping another guy's wife get a divorce? So awkward. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan spoke up. "Did he say anything before you came here?" Chow quickly whipped out a USB drive and handed it over. "Boss told me to give you this." Lu just stood there, looking desperate for more words, so Chow felt bad and spoke up. "Look, President Liu, since we are already here, do not keep looking back. Just move on." Hearing that, Lu Ruyan completely lost it. She stared at that divorce paper, squatted right there on the steps, and started subbing like crazy in front of everyone. Xiao was panicking hard. In his head, he was screaming, "Bro, I just tried to give some basic advice. How did I make her cry?" Thank God He Ching showed up to save him, so Xiao dipped out of there instantly. Watched this entire drama from the car. When Xiao handed you that little red divorce booklet, your fingers traced over it again and again. Finally, you whispered, "Let us go." Meanwhile, Shumo's funeral hall had been set up for 7 whole days, and almost everyone who came to pay respects had left. Final day, only Shumaran and Shu Hongdo were left keeping watch. One was his wife, and the other was his little sister, the only family he had grown up with. When you rolled in on your wheelchair, the room went dead silent, like you could hear a pin drop. Shumaran looked pretty calm, but Shu Hongdo's eyes were swollen red like peaches. You stared at Shumo's portrait on the altar. Your heart was in absolute ruins. This senior brother had never once gotten mad at you. Even though your last talk was a total mess, he still threw away his aimed life to save yours. You turned to the others. "Everyone, please leave. I want to be alone with him." The moment you said that, Chow let go of the wheelchair and backed right out. Shu Moran gave you a super complicated look, while Shu Hongdo opened her mouth, trying to call you by that familiar name, but the words got stuck in her throat. She could not say a thing. Once everyone left, you looked at his smiling black and white photo and completely broke down, "Senior brother." Just saying those 2 words, and you instantly deflated like a popped balloon. You bent over, opening your mouth but unable to make a single sound, tears splashing onto your pants as the veins on your hands popped out. Outside, Shu Hongdu looked through the crack in the door, and seeing you like that made her burst into tears all over again. She knew better than anyone how tight you and her brother were. From those brutal orphan days to making it in the real world, you two were closer than actual blood brothers. Seeing you crying like a helpless kid right now tore her apart, because in that horrific car crash, her brother and you were together. But her brother died, and you lived. Honestly, she could not help but think, if her brother had not given you a ride like he always did, would he still be alive? That dark thought had been looping in her head ever since she got the news. But when she followed Shu Moran to the hospital and saw you lying in the ICU with tubes hooked up everywhere, all that anger somehow just washed away. But still, she could never be as close to you as she used to be. About half an hour later, Shu Moran walked in holding a document. Hearing her, you quickly wiped your face, but your eyes were still bloodshot. "He left this for you. He said you guys already made a deal." You glanced at the title. "Share transfer agreement." You immediately pushed it back. "I will handle whatever he asked of me, but I do not need this. Give it to Hongdu or keep it for yourself." Your voice was incredibly raspy. You paused, then whispered. "In the split second of the crash, he pushed me out of the way. That is why he no need to explain." Shu Moran cut you off, her voice eerily calm, though her fingers clutching the paper were shaking like crazy. After a long silence, her grip loosened and she whispered, "This was his choice, and I respect it. You did not have to say a word. No one would have ever known. But you chose to tell the truth, which proves you actually respected your brotherhood." She took a deep breath, her eyes locking onto yours. "But Gu Xingzhou as his wife, just because I understand his choice does not mean I am not angry. He only had 3 months left to live anyway. Passing away peacefully versus throwing his life away to save yours? From where I stand, I would have chosen the first option in a heartbeat. Maybe he saw this as some grand escape, but did he ever ask me? Sure, he could do that. But I can never forgive him for it." Your chest tightened. "You knew? How could I not?" She turned her head toward Shumo's photo, her eyes finally welling with tears. "Chased me for 4 years, but after we got married, he came up with every excuse in the book to never touch me. I am not an idiot. I secretly asked his doctor and knew he was dying a long time ago. I was waiting for him to tell me himself. I never expected that I would only find out the truth from a goodbye letter hidden in his clothes. I hate him. He chased me for 4 years, yet he wouldn't even give me a real family. I even thought that if he just asked, I would have his baby, even if we only had 3 months together. But he never gave me that chance, not even on his deathbed. Shu Moran had been so calm up until now, but as she finished, her tears finally spilled over. You opened your mouth, but all you could manage was a quiet, I am sorry, do not bother. She wiped her face, letting out a bitter, sarcastic laugh. Look at how smart he was, trading his final 3 months to bind you to him for the rest of your life. Do not fall for his trap. She talked tough, but her tears just kept flowing. After a heavy silence, you rasped, if you ever run into trouble, just call me. Anytime. He really predicted you would say that. Shu Moran let out a bitter laugh. But Guxingzhou, the business world, is a literal war zone. How many times can you actually save me? Favors run out. It is better to preserve this last bit of sentiment as a tribute to your brotherhood. Suddenly, she pushed the agreement back to you. Or you sign this paper. You and Shumo can catch up in the next life, and you and I can stick to a pure business deal. It feels way safer that way. You flipped open the contract, scanned it, and closed it with a tight grip. Let me think about it. You were not being dramatic. You just could not get over this mental block. Besides, you were absolutely broke right now. That divorce left you with literally nothing. Cash flow of Hallyu Media was completely drained by Liu Ruyan. Following Sumo's final wishes, Shu Moran wanted to transfer the shares for a symbolic $1. But you? No way you could pull off a scummy move like that, especially after knowing Shu Mo threw you out of the car at the absolute last second, giving up his own life. A life-saving debt is a life-saving debt. You could not just brush it off just because he was already on borrowed time. Stared at that contract, feeling a massive weight on your chest. If you actually took the Moran Culture shares, you had to pay every single cent it was worth. Even though compared to Ruyan Tech, market value was basically pocket change. Sue Moran slid the contract back and nodded. All right, let us wait until you recover. She gestured toward the door and Chao's and Shu Hongdo walked in. Soon you will be heading to Jiangbei University. Call me if anything happens. You looked at Shu Hongdo. After a long, painful silence, you only managed to whisper, take care of yourself. The young girl just bit her lip. Her eyes were so complicated. Finally, she softly muttered, I will, Brother Mu, make sure you recover well too. A warmth hit your chest and you turned to Xiao Qiao, saying, let's go. Jiangbei Airport Highway Tollgate, Chen Xian was just about to pass through, finally letting out half a sigh of relief. Bro really thought he was slick. He never expected that trying to set up Liu Ruyan would blow up into such a massive mess. Honestly, if he wasn't riding on the Jian family name as their son-in-law to keep people covering for him in Jiangbei, he would have been absolutely exposed by now. But you can run, but you can't hide forever. That tiger of a wife, Jian Yi, was already waiting at home for his explanation. Chen Xian was getting a massive headache just thinking about it, but at this critical moment, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go back to the Jian family. Some insider from the police station had already tipped him off, saying he had crossed someone he absolutely shouldn't have, and only the Jian family could save him now. But just as his car cleared the toll booth, the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes. Chen Xian almost slammed his face into the front seat, and he instantly lost his mind. Are you freaking blind? Can you even drive? But the driver was literally shaking, stuttering. Chen Xian looked up, and his face went dead pale. Blocked. Several black luxury cars were parked sideways, and over a dozen massive guys in black suits were standing right in the middle of the road. What is this? Cold sweat poured down his forehead, and his tongue was completely tied. Before the driver could even reply, the leader of the black suits walked right up and tapped on the glass window. Don't open the door! Chen Xian screamed in terror, scrambling backward. But bang! The back window suddenly shattered into pieces and a massive hand reached in, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him out of the car like a helpless little chicken. Let me go. Do you even know who I am? I'm with the Jian family. But the black suits didn't give a single damn. They dragged him like a dead dog to a luxury van. The door slid open, and two muscular guys lifted a wheelchair down. Sitting in that wheelchair was none other than President Mu, wrapped head to toe in bandages. And you sitting there just smiled down at Chen Xian, who was now kneeling on the ground. First time meeting. I guess I don't need to introduce myself, do I? Chen Xian's legs turned to jelly, and he literally almost wet himself up right then and there. You let out a cold smirk. Mr. Chen, you really like to play dirty, huh? Too scared to act up in linen, so you thought you could do whatever you wanted in Jiangbei? What? Bullets. Chen Xian kept shifting his eyes, looking everywhere but at you. Frantically tried to make excuses, pleading, President Mu, this is a total misunderstanding. I didn't do anything. It was all Lu Kai. He's the one who did everything. Just sneered, your gaze piercing through him like a blade. Mr. Chen, Lu Kai has been obsessed with Liu Ruyan for ages. You expect me to believe he'd willingly send his dream girl to another man's bed? Your lying is honestly pathetic. Your voice was low and mocking, but the raw fury underneath was terrifying. Chen Zian turned paper white and kept stuttering to save his own skin. President Mu, I swear on my life I'm not lying. The plan was all Lu Kai's. He bought the drugs. He wanted Lu Ruyan, but she rejected him. That's why he came up with this crazy plan. He wanted to ruin her reputation first and then act like some heroic savior to beg for her forgiveness. You raised an eyebrow, your tone dropping below freezing. Oh, is that really how it went, Mr. Chen? Your eyes locked onto him, completely dissecting every single lie in his head. Chen Zian couldn't even look you in the eye. He looked down, sweat dripping onto the asphalt, completely silent. You let out a cold grunt and your voice turned absolute zero. Then did you ever stop to think, Mr. Chen, what Lu Ruyan actually means to me? The pure pressure in the air made it hard to even breathe. Or to honestly think that just because you have the Jin family backing you, everyone in Zhongbei, including me, is just a joke to you? No, no way, President Mu. This is really a misunderstanding. Chen Zian frantically waved his hands, completely consumed by fear. A misunderstanding? Your smile didn't reach your eyes. Suddenly, you grabbed a handful of his hair and pulled his face inches from yours. Or Chen, what if one day I used those exact same tricks to put your wife Jen Yi in my bed and then told you it was just a misunderstanding? Would you believe me then? Chen Zi's eyes widened in sheer horror. Body was shaking violently. President Mu slap. You dropped your smile and slapped him so hard across the face that his head literally spun to the side. Stared down at him with a deadly, cold glare. Chen Zian, do you seriously think I'm blind to your little schemes? From the moment you guys backed out of our deal, to you rushings all the way to Zhongbei, trash setup. Did you really think everyone but you was an idiot? That slap had Chen Zian completely dazed, staring blankly without a word. You narrowed your eyes. Your voice became even more chilling. Was this all you, or is someone else pulling your strings? He stayed silent, his lips tightly sealed. A flash of hesitation crossed his eyes. Seeing this, you knew you wouldn't get anything more out of him here. You glanced around and said coldly, "Let's go. Take him back. We'll make him talk slowly." Chen Zian panicked, screaming like a lunatic. President Mu, no matter what, I'm still part of the Jian family. If you touch me, the Jians will ruin you. Let me go now, and we can act like this never happened. Or else what? You scoffed, looking at him with pure disgust. Jian Yi coming to save you herself? Honestly, that would be perfect. I was actually looking for a way to get back at her. If she shows up, do you think she's coming to save you? Or to finish you off herself? Chen Zian's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his eyes completely dead. It was over for him. Meanwhile, Lu Ruan returned home looking like a complete ghost, totally drained of energy as she collapsed onto her bed. She softly whimpered, "Husband, did I really lose you forever?" She pulled a divorce certificate out of her bag. In the photo, only she remained, all their past sweetness completely erased. Right next to the bed the USB drive Xiao Xiao gave her was sitting quietly. She hesitated for a long moment, her eyes filled with mixed emotions, before finally getting up and walking to her study. The screen lit up, showing the files from the USB. One file was the complete tech specs for the Generation 2 drone, but the name of the second file made her heart skip a beat. Shaking, she dragged the mouse over and clicked the folder, only to find a massive stash of photos inside. There were videos and audio files, all showing her together with Lu Kai. Every single image and clip had exact timestamps, and some even had captions written by Lu Kai himself. Blood ran cold as she kept scrolling. All of this had been captured completely behind her back. She desperately tried to rack her brain, but she had never seen a single one of these posts on Lu Kai's social media. The motive behind this was clear as day, so it was all set up from the very beginning, Lu Ruyan whispered to herself. Her voice was dripping with absolute despair. As she scrolled through the images, her last bit of hope shattered, and her shaking finger clicked on the final audio file. A deep, mocking voice began to play. I bet nobody knows this, but for all the shareholders of Ruyan Tech, including you and Lu Ruyan, while your shares look like they're being diluted, Lu Ruyan is actually secretly buying them up in the background. That smug voice literally made her ears ring. Haha, shocking, right? She kept the truth hidden from her own husband. Lu Ruyan's face went completely pale. Her hands clenched into tight fists as her entire mental state completely broke down. Sitting alone in the dark study, Lu Kai's disgusting laughter from the computer screen stabbed directly into her chest. Felt like a knife twisting in her heart. Do you seriously still think she loves you? For the last 6 months, she would drop everything and run to me with just one phone call. Isn't that enough proof? You are an absolute clown. His voice grew even more unhinged. Who do you think leaked today's plan to him? Me! But what can you even do about it? Even if you believe it, even if you call the cops, what's that going to change? Even if the police figure out everything, you can never go back. He is never taking you back. Finally, his voice dropped, dripping with absolute malice, and as for me, Framing you was never the point. My only goal is to completely ruin you both. Just wait. Today I am taking your position, and that is just the start. From now on, your precious Ruyan Tech and even your wife will belong to me. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan turned pale as paper. Her fists clenched tightly, looking like her clothes had been completely ripped out. Her eyes went totally blank. In her head, the memory of she firing you herself after you got framed started playing on loop. Your absolute chill, Liu Kai's crazy arrogance, disgusting, naked ambition, it all crashed over her like a tidal wave, destroying her sanity. Everything you said about Liu Kai having an agenda was actually true. Her voice was a barely audible whisper, filled with pure, crushing regret. Every single thing he did in front of me was a total act. He never liked me, and that jealous trash talk about Moog, all lies. He just wanted Ruyan Tech. Wow, how could I have been so blind and utterly stupid? Crash! She snatched the water glass off the desk and smashed it onto the floor, sending shards flying everywhere. She looked up, tears pouring down like a broken dam. She completely lost it and screamed, "Why? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why did you wait until after we got divorced to lay all of this out in front of me?" Between her mother forcing her hand and you making her sign those divorce papers when she was absolutely heartbroken finding out the truth now was a total critical hit to her soul. She did not even have the right to regret, apologize, try to make things right. At the doorway, Lu Yanran stood quietly with a super complex look. She had been standing there ever since Lu Ruan walked into the study. She did not see the video, but she heard every single word of the audio. Seeing her older sister completely break down, she bit her lip and whispered, "Sis, you keep complaining that brother-in-law did not warn you, but did you ever believe him when he actually did? Even if you thought he was being petty back then, did he ever try to control your thoughts or what you did? Except when it came to that snake Liu Kai, still think he was just being petty now." Lu Ruyan kept sobbing, her voice breaking. "But I realized I was wrong. Even if he was dead set on divorcing me, why did he have to wait until we actually divorced to tell me everything? Do you have any idea how much my heart hurts right now?" Lu Yanran went dead silent. She had no answer for that. Because for you was indeed the ultimate punishment. Maybe brother-in-law saw that you regretted it, but he was just completely done. Instead of letting you cling to him out of guilt, it was better to keep you in the dark. That way, she paused, choosing not to finish her sentence. Lu Ruyan hung her head, tears splashing onto the floor as she mumbled, "But I literally have nothing left now. I even cut ties with my own mother just like he wanted. I did exactly what he said." Lu Yanran sighed, her voice growing heavy. "Sis, did you really cut ties with mom just because brother-in-law told you to? If that was the real reason, why did you wait until mom pushed you over the edge to actually do it? Honestly, brother-in-law saw right through you. You only did it because mom finally crossed your own line. But back when mom was repeatedly trampling all over his boundaries, what did you do?" She let out a long sigh, her eyes filled with mixed emotions. "You brought this entire mess on yourself. Instead of sitting here, crying and playing the victim, start figuring out what you are going to do next." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Lu Ruyan frozen solid as tears blurred her vision. Fast forward 2 weeks. Lu Ruyan was still drowning her sorrows at her villa. The once glamorous, high and mighty female CEO now looked totally wasted, her eyes completely dead. She slammed down another drink. Just as she reached for the bottle, Lu Yanran burst through the door like a wild hurricane. "Sis, epic news. I think I might have potentially maybe found brother-in-law's new place." The young girl pumped her fist in the air, looking super proud of herself and totally ignoring her sister's messy state. Lu Ruyan froze mid-pour. She snapped her head around, a sudden spark of hope lighting up her eyes. "Are you serious?" "Heck yes." Lu Yanran nodded like crazy. "Since we couldn't track him down, I tried a different play. I had my bestie camp out at that annoying neighborhood for the past few days. And oh my god, she actually spotted him. This time, brother-in-law is not escaping. When I see him, I am going to bite his head off." She put her hands on her hips, throwing cute little punches in the air. She looked so adorable acting all tough. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat. She stood up instantly and bolted upstairs to change her clothes. Moments later, she practically flew downstairs. "Sis, let's roll." She sprinted toward the door like she was heading to an actual war zone. Lu Yanran rolled her eyes, stretched lazily, tossed her plush toy aside and muttered, "Is it really that serious?" Outside the villa, their driver, Old He, held the car door open. Once the sisters buckled in, he asked cautiously, "Boss Lu, where are we heading?" "The Lu family mansion," Lu Ruyan demanded coldly. "Cloud Heaven Palace," Lu Yanran blurted out at the exact same time. Two stared at each other in shock and yelled together, "Wait, aren't we going to find brother-in-law?" Lu Ruyan let out a cold sneer, her eyes flashing with pure rage. "Before we go find him, I have to drag that piece of trash Liu Kai out first." Meanwhile, back at the Lu family mansion, her parents were screaming at each other. Her dad scowled, sounding completely fed up. "How long are you going to keep this a secret from our daughter? If we don't clear this up, she is never going to let this slide. Her mother's face immediately darkened as she shrieked back. So what if she doesn't? Didn't she already announce to the whole world that she has nothing to do with us anymore? Why does it even matter if we tell her or not? Her dad umped his fist onto the lombo, roll in absolute fury. Are you and your entire family born stupid? Ruyan is our actual flesh and blood. Liu Kai is just an adopted kid we took in. If he behaved himself, I wouldn't mind feeding him. But the moment he dared to out my daughter, did you really think I'd let him off the hook? Shaken by the outburst, her mother's eyes darted around as she stammered. But I literally don't even know where he is right now. Bull! Her dad sneered, utterly refusing to believe a single word. You were the exact person who picked him up that day. How could you not know? I swear I don't, she shrieked, raising her voice to defend herself. I picked him up because I wanted to force him to apologize to Ruyan, but the moment he heard she was cutting ties with the family, he got so terrified he jumped out of the car and bolted. Her dad narrowed his eyes in silence, clearly not buying her story. After a tense silence, he growled. You completely crossed the line this time, charging onto our daughter's company rooftop and cornering her in front of everyone like that. What on earth were you thinking? But her mother didn't even care. She rolled her eyes and muttered, oh, please. I did that to protect our family's reputation. If the public found out about this disgusting scandal between those two, our decades of prestige here in Zhongbei would have been instantly trashed. Besides, Ruyan has always been a good, obedient girl. I will just give her a quick apology in a few days, and she will come crawling back. Oh, really? Freezing cold voice suddenly echoed from the doorway. Along with the sharp click of heels, the two sisters walked right into the room. The moment her mother saw her, a flash of awkwardness crossed her face, but she quickly slapped on a fake smile, rushing over to welcome them. Oh, Ruyan, you're finally home. Come here, let me look at you. You have lost so much weight, it breaks my heart. But Lu Ruyan cut her off instantly, brushing her mother's hands away with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Whose mother do you think you are? I already made myself crystal clear. You and I are completely done, and I want absolutely nothing to do with this family ever again. Your fake hypocritical act is honestly making me sick. Her mother froze, her temper instantly flaring up as she pointed a finger right at her face. Excuse me, just because I put you through a little tough love, you are actually going to disown me? Why wouldn't I? Do you seriously think you are even fit to be a mother? Lu Ruyan let out a bitter, mocking laugh, her eyes freezing over with cold disdain. I should have never listened to a single word you said. My husband warned me a long time ago that you do not deserve to be a mother. It is a shame I was too blind to listen to him, and now look where it got me. Her mother's chest heaved with pure rage, her teeth grinding as she hissed, Fine, just great. If you're not going to respect me as your mother, then you're no daughter of mine. Don't you dare step foot in this house again. Still fuming, she whipped her head toward the fourth sister, Yanran. Number 4. Yanran cringed, hiding behind her older sister with a look on her face that basically screamed, Don't even touch me. This only triggered the mother even more, her voice screeching like nails on a chalkboard. You kids think you can do whatever you want now? Number 4, are you planning to abandon this family too? Before she could even finish her toxic rant, the father's face darkened as he slammed his hand onto the table. The loud bang echoed through the living room. Fu Hongyan, do not forget this is the Liu family. The mother froze, completely rattled by his sudden outburst. Her lips trembled as she finally shut her mouth, but she still looked incredibly bitter. So what if I said a few words? I carried these kids in my own womb for 10 months. Because you gave birth to them doesn't mean you can abuse them. The father cut her off, his voice dripping with pure rage. Besides giving birth to them, have you ever actually acted like a mother? The second and third child already want nothing to do with you, and now you want to drive number 4 away too? I only have these daughters. Are you really not satisfied until you completely tear this family apart? The mother gaped, utterly speechless. Seeing that she was quiet, the father held back some of his rage. He turned his gaze to his daughter, his expression turning dead serious. Yuyan, what did you actually come here for? Ruyan remained cold as ice. She sat on the sofa, calmly smoothing out her clothes. Her voice was flat, but there was a storm brewing underneath. I actually thought you guys might care enough about our past to tell me where Kai is. But clearly, that was just a joke. Father's face sank even deeper, his voice raspy. I honestly don't know where Kai is. I even sent people to look for him, but we found absolutely nothing. Ruyan let out a cold, mocking laugh. Honestly, it is not surprising. The family has fallen so low that you can't even track down a single person. Back when I almost died out on the streets, not a single one of you showed up then either. The room went dead silent. The father looked incredibly awkward, a flash of guilt in his eyes. Seeing his hesitation, Ruyan felt the last drop of hope in her heart die out. That is how it is. We have nothing left to talk about. I came here today to sever all ties with this family once and for all. From now on, I will never call myself your daughter, and I expect you to never mention my name to anyone. We are completely done." Her words cut through the room like ice as she stared down her parents. Her eyes were frozen with absolute resolve. The father looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood there paralyzed, his voice trembling. "Even with me, you are cutting me off too? What did you expect?" Ruyan smirked coldly. "When the avalanche happens, not a single snowflake is innocent. You all claimed I brought shame to this family, but that was only because I practically ruined myself trying to please you. But I finally realized that to you, I was never a daughter. I was just a tool to swap for power and money. Because of you, my marriage was destroyed. My business, my career, everything was ruined." Her voice softened, a heavy wave of regret washing over her. "For years, I lied to myself. I thought if I stayed closer to you, I would find a real home, a real family. But the truth is, during that horrific illness 5 years ago, your real daughter already died. The only reason I am still breathing today is because of my husband. From this moment on, my life has absolutely nothing to do with you." The silence in the room became incredibly heavy, almost suffocating. Spoke with absolute clarity. "And as for the debt of raising me, let me ask you this. Back during that freezing winter when you kicked me out, who among us did not grow up eating food provided by grandfather? We are done. I am wiping my hands clean of this family." But in the very next second,